And as if by magic, there I am. Live, 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 live. The English language is terrible. How are you supposed to understand it at all? Oh, I've got a confirmation the English language is terrible. That's terrible. 4 people already. What the heck? I'm not even ready. I haven't done my task or anything. What's going on? Anyway, done more videos than I normally do, but Trusted Trusted left a comment, and I thought I'd better. Actually, I haven't set that up, have I? Dang. Um, just bear with me a million years, or however many years it takes. Haven't set that up, so that's scary. Why wouldn't I set that up? So anyway, Trusted left me a comment with regard to the synonym, and if it had done it differently, oh yeah, if it had done it differently and told me to look up something else, it would have been more fun. So now that I've done that, where are you? Where am I? I'm here. Then I need to go there. Oh, I would if I could find one. Share. So if, okie dokie. Can you? Oh, it's one of these, isn't it? Yes, you can see me, and then I need to move that so I can see you. Hi, INFJ. How you doing? Anyway, he left a comment with regard to synonym, but if he left the comment not to look up the word that he said, but to understand the synonym, he would have seen substitute, which is the fact. So basically, let me just bring this to there. So Forrest said, who says I can't affect the future, or can I affect the future? What is that supposed to mean? What is the future supposed to mean? What did Forrest mean when he said that? Now, most people just think he wants to affect the future, but being an important word, almost like what if. Sparky, how you doing? Sorry, full name, Sparky Plug Sparky. How you doing? What was he really saying when he said that? Or what could he have possibly been saying when he said that? So here we are with the usual time to come, coming times, tomorrow. But as we dig a little deeper into the nouns, we have words like this. Alas, Dame Fortune didn't spin her fickle web. Remember that? The kismet, the caliph, and the dirt, and the dirt, and the caliph. What? You're going to ponder your lot in life, are you, Forrest? And that means future? Your lot in life is the future. And a pillar of salt. So do you get the call? The happenstance, remember? Is it a constellation? It's going to affect his nemesis, his cup, his wheel of fortune, his world to come. his direction, his path, which he didn't walk on, which would have been an issue, the hopes out of depression, and there it is, hope. His chances of success, his fear, his dream. Can he affect his dream? It's in the cards. Was never an issue in the family. Here we go. Can I affect the end? What? Now, if you're with me at the beginning and you think back 5 years, when I first started doing these videos, I told you something very important. I told you that Forrest sat with Dale. Shiloh came in and he said, drain the pond. And he said, that's me taking flack. And I said, 5 years ago, that means that Forrest is going to do something bad and he is going to get flack for it. Go back to the videos if you don't believe me. So 5 years ago, I told you something, gave you some information. Remember, two things. What I'm actually saying to you and what is really being said. Like what I was saying in the other video. There's some things that I said in the other video that are going to come up in this video, like lot in life and stuff like that. So, who says I can't affect the ending? The end result, the end product. Show the poem to a child. Don't ask me what I mean by that, but they've got better eyes. Show the poem to a child. The legacy. Who says I can't affect the legacy? I go back to yesterday when I say some of these things, because I told you these things or in the video yesterday or the day before, whenever I did a live. Success, remember I said these things, is an omniscient guru. So the ending is an omniscient guru. I told you about cryptocurrency. Who says I can't affect the future? And in the future, what do we see? That's me taking flack, Forrest said. Oh, the flack is the future. Time to wake up. Even, said it the other day, go back and listen if you want, if you dare, it's that long. Even my costs were making a profit, Forrest says. Even my future, because cost is here as well, was making a future. Remember the can of worms? You were told all these answers, all of them. You were told everything that was going to happen. And if you ended up with Jack, you had Jack. You had nothing. But if confirmation. But if you listened, you had the answers to the thrill of the chase 5 years ago. That was that word I was trying to think of. The analogy. Don't forget the echo. Who says I can't affect the final outcome? Who says I can't affect payback? Who will follow in my footprints? Who will follow in my future? Going to go out just deserts or go out into the deserts? Who says I can't affect the return? The return of who? The return of Forrest or the return of the Messiah. Well, I didn't just look for a chest in the Rocky Mountains. I looked for answers. I looked for the truth and wondered, with all the information we were given, what the fuck is Forrest Fenn saying? Money! Hello, hello. You back again? Uh-oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Hey, Earth Angel, how are you doing? I will tell them. Thank you very much. It's good to see you here. Well, I can't see you. Don't feel I can see you. I can't, honestly. Need to get that back up because otherwise I can't see what I'm doing. Can I make it work? Get his artifact, which is fairly important and spelt differently because you people can't spell English, even though you're English. Don't forget the brand, forget the mark. Remember, my costs were making a profit. My future, even my future was making the future. The damage. Something significant was said then. Never heard it before. Something of significance when they were in that interview with K-Pro, Mike, Cynthia, all of those people. He says, I can't affect control. Is there going to be an auction? Yes, there'll be an auction at Heritage. Where was the auction? The auction was at Heritage. The leftovers of history. Listen to that. The futures of history, he said. The futures of history. Because history is just something that is decided by. So our history was decided by people that what? The remains, no different than the leftovers. And there will be time for a reckoning. So the way I see it is Forrest told us the truth behind all the lies that we heard and all of the contradictions that we heard and couldn't understand a flipping word he was saying because we weren't listening. Too busy looking for a chest of gold in the Rocky Mountains to understand a single word that Major Forrest Fenn said. So I told you 5 years ago that poem that you read, remember, he told us, read me what the poem says and it's game over. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. And I read to you 5 years ago that it could say at the bottom, if you are confident and contact Forrest, I give you title to the deed. Get the future? Do you get the future if you get title to the deed? So if you have that title, are you able to affect the future with that title? The title that Forrest thought he was going to have, I suppose. But if he had that title, could he affect the future? If he had that deed, could he affect the future? So, who says I can't affect? And then we had this, the undesirable consequences of the thrill of the chase, the negative outcome, the damaging effect, the harmful effect, the bad result. This is what we went through from 2020, when the chest was found, to Okay, 2025. I wanted to say 2026 because 2025. All of these negative outcomes from when the chest was found in 2020, supposedly, well, it was found, but we were given a finder who disappeared, who never claimed anything, who didn't get rich. The treasure never turned up, the chest never turned up, and everybody's saying that they're the finder. Not much of a legacy, is it? Considering we just had that word legacy, the future. We just had that word. Not much of a legacy for Forrest Fenn, is it? This amazing thrill of the chase, the best treasure hunt that was ever available to anybody. This, when it was on, this wonderful, beautiful person that everybody loved, some thought was God, turned out to be a bad result. From this wonderful, beautiful, amazing thing that we all had, that built a community of supposed friends. From that, when the chest was found, we ended up with this bullshit. Which I told you, in 2020, we were warned about. That's me taking flack, taking the future. Who says I can't affect the future? That's me taking the future. That's me affecting the ending, is what you were told. Remember the seeds? The issue? The family, the future, the breed, the fruit. Who says I can't affect all this? The years to come. Who says I can't affect all of this? You didn't bother looking, did you? The kids, remember Litter 81? That was his call sign. Litter. What do they call him? Future 81, Future 82. Show it to a child. So I told you the other day that it was hidden in kin. It was hidden in the future. It was hidden in this bullshit that we've got right now. And I'm not just talking about the thrill of the chase. I'm talking about our fucking lives for a few thousand years. And the mess that we have now has been highlighted by the mess that was left in the thrill of the chase treasure hunt, which is not about, listen, not about a chest. It is not about a chest. When Forrest says to you, the person, the creator, when the creator tells you, I can't end it even if I wanted to, there is something wrong. When the creator says, I cannot end it even if I wanted to, there is something very, very, very wrong, because all he did, supposedly did, we were told he did, was put a chest in the Rocky Mountains. And in order to end it, he goes and takes the chest out of the Rocky Mountains and it's ended. That's it, finished. But the creator says, the creator, the person that made it all happen, says, I can't do that. I cannot, as the creator, even though he says, if I was young, we've just gone past young, if I was young, I'll go back and get it myself. Tells us he can't do that. So there is something very wrong. And I told you this 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years. Don't forget the chip off the old block. Don't forget the race. He told you all of these things in those scrapbooks, and you're like, why is he talking about toast? Why is he talking about a whale? Why is he talking about blah, 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 blah? Why is he talking about ankle biters? Sasha Dent, who did the scrapbooks. Why is he talking about ankle biters? What's that got to do with anything? Mike talking about aggregate. Capo, the crutch. Like, these are just fucking words that Forrest knew were related to the thrill of the chase and gave us to tell us why they are related to the thrill of the chase. Most people went to Eagle's Nest because they thought that was a soul of New Mexico. I was there. I was at the memorial too, because those are the words that come up. Those are the words that come up, and you follow them. You follow those words. My lot in life. Like he's saying, who says I can't affect the financial situation? I can't affect the financial status. Financial status of what? The whole world? Could Forrest Fenn have affected the financial status of the whole world with the thrill of the chase? Very possibly. Remember the 2 C's that I told you about? So, very possibly. Very possibly. Is it coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence. You won't find it on spring break. They call me a moonlight gambler. Who, this is what Forrest said, who will share who will share in my adventure? Who will share in my future? Who will share in my future? Like, does it make that much sense? Who will share in my adventure? No one is going to share in Forrest Fenn's adventure. It's impossible, because his adventure is his. He is the only creator as far as we know. Just like your God is the only creator as far as you know, but he's the only creator as far as we know. And we can't share in his adventure because he created it. And he's going to sit back and watch everybody go looking for this chest of treasure that he hid. So it's a totally separate adventure. We can't share in his adventure, but we can share in his future, even though it's a different future. But we can share in that future. Who will share in my adventure? Who will share in my passion? These are the things that he told us. Man, I can't believe you lot don't listen. So he did a whole scrapbook about heads or tails. I went to this bloke, we did heads or tails. He beat the crap out of me. And then I went away, practiced, worked it all out, got spiritual, or whatever he was saying. And I came back and I beat him. And all we were listening to was heads or tails. Heads or tails. So this bloke beat me in my future, and I went back, and now my future's mine, and I'm good. Like, this bloke took my future from me for whatever he did, whatever reason he did, and he got kismet. And then he went back, and whatever he did, he put himself on the right path again, that path that we had earlier. Fate. Like, don't underestimate him saying, my lot in life. I pondered, remember Forrest is a freak. I pondered the way the cookie crumbles. Somebody had their hand in a cookie jar, didn't they? Didn't somebody get caught with their hand in the cookie jar? How did the cookie crumble then? The Times. Did he throw it in the bin? I threw Times magazine in the bin. The Stars. Karma. Is that what people are getting now? Karma. Karma, 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 chameleon. How many times did I sing it for you? How many times? Who says I can't affect the karma? Whose karma, Forrest? Whose? Hit or miss? Well, he had to adjust the aim to the left. Otherwise, he would miss. 4 cards and a joker. Who remembers the video that I did, 50-50? Or, remember, 50 is tin, table of elements, another solve. 50-50 is Tintin, Hergé's Adventures of Tintin. These things that I gave 5 years ago, or 4 years ago, or whenever I was doing these videos, these are the things that I was telling you, because it's all about this future that we're in right now. And you would have known it 5 years ago and not been bothered. Not been bothered because you know, listen, confirmation, not been bothered because you know it's all bollocks. It's all bollocks. The answers were given, it was all done, and now it's just bollocks. Who's going to be dancing with the stars? The throw of the dice. Long shot, kicky bucket. Ooh. Here she is. Alas, Dame Fortune didn't spin her fickle web. Deserve another future. If you don't succeed and find the chest, future's not going to be too good for you because you didn't become the finder. So maybe you deserve another future. Maybe you need another go so that you can be the finder and have a better future. So maybe you deserve another turn. Maybe you need a different future. Man, them smart. Whoever did this, look, I know. But whoever did it, whoever did this, and I don't mean me, whoever set this up, that all of this impossible, all of these impossible words, all of those impossible souls. Remember, this is just one way of doing that poem. This is one way. But all those other ways that I showed you doing that poem with the grid, they're all real. They all work. They all give you the answers. They all tell you something. But you thought I was crazy. I may be crazy. But, listen, it's an important word. But I seek the truth and I speak the truth. This is the truth. These are the words that Forrest gave you. And this is where we are right now in those words that you're reading. I promise you that. The bullet was shot. Electric Avenue. Remember the gateway? Oh, look, he went home on the Freedom plane. The Latitude. Remember GPS? 5 years ago, remember, all the way through up until now. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the things that I did and how it came about. I don't know how many times I told you this one, but even in the poem, even when I do it the other way, you can read it in the poem. I told my mother and father I was going outside for elbow room. So basically, him and Donnie took the hint. He was going outside to change his future, to do something to his future. Like elbow room is a whole load of bullshit. But how does a person in the room with his friend and his friend's mom and dad take the hint that somebody goes outside for elbow room? Like, what? You're going outside for some elbow room? And Donnie was quick to take the hint. Don't step on a crack, break mother's back. Liberty. Remember? All of these things, not all of these things that I'm pointing out. The can kick in. Did he kick a cat? There is only one way in. There is only one future. There is only one future. There is only one. That's been scientifically proven now. but there is only one future. Listen, Revelations tells you there's only one future. Whether you believe Jesus or whatever I'm saying, it doesn't matter. There is only one future, because what happens is people wake the fuck up. And they're all aligned on the same path. And if you're all aligned on the same path, there's only one path, one way, not fucking religion. Remember, I am the light and the way, the life and the way. One way. Walk in the way, walk that path. So there's only one future. There's only one way in, as far as he knew, he said. There's only one way in. And there is only one way into Old Faithfull. We'll come into that. So remember the entrance. The answers I already know. So the future that he told us about, fucking bullshit that we're going to go through. Remember, the future, can I affect the future? He already knew the answer. And he tells you in the poem, the answers I already know. I already know the future. Can I affect the future? Which is the ending of the thrill of the chase. Can I affect the ending of the thrill of the chase? Can I affect the future? And the answer is, looks like he did. Because we were told it was found. We were told there was a finder. And then we look into what happened, and it's obvious that that is where it wasn't. And that is not the finder. And the chest that went to Heritage Auction, that didn't go to Heritage Auction, was only the stuff that was in the pictures in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. So anything that Forrest told you about the treasure that was in the real chest, that we don't know where it is, and the treasure we don't know where it is, none of that's turned up. Except for what Jack told us. Forrest, is this the chest in the book, The Thrill of the Chase? Yes. So now we know that Jack was asking Forrest, that stuff that's in the Thrill of the Chase book that we can see, that chest with all that gold, just the gold and the bear or whatever it is and frog or whatever it is, those things, just that is what should have went to Heritage Auction. Because that's what Forrest said yes to. The stuff that was in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, that's what Jack asked, this finder. So, did he find the chest that was in the book, The Thrill of the Chase? Maybe, but that's got fuck all to do with the chest that was supposed to have been hidden. So we don't have the chest, we don't have the treasure, and we don't have a real finder. So he affected the future, because earlier on we heard about the shit ending, although it doesn't say shit ending. So we're also I'm making it, I'm mad, but I'm not mad. We were also told it's a job interview. It was a job interview. Listen, a job interview. What does that say? Listen, two things at the same time, I'm telling you. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Think about what I'm saying. It was a future interview. It was a future interview. Someone was going to be interviewed. Someone in the future was going to be interviewed. For what? Oh, look. Run, Forrest. Sorry, I'm missing. Okay, we're all good. Since this website is the only thesaurus that works, don't we have to connect FF to its creation somehow? Yeah, I put Australia on the front. There's so many things. So, and the people that own it were called something cat, which is, I was just saying, do you have to kick the cat? Because cat is the name of the people that do that treasure hunt. So again, but it still goes back to, can I affect the future? Have I put in place all the things necessary so I can make it happen the way that it's supposed to? And again, who is the real creator? Who is the real creator? We don't know. Well, we know, but how did all of this come about, and how did Forrest make it happen? So thanks for that, NFJ. But yeah, I think we'll go for that. MJ, how are you? But you could use another thesaurus. I don't know why I use this one. I just, I don't know. I don't know how I came to it. I don't know. Did you suggest it, INFJ? I don't know how I came to it. Down the pike. Is that a fish? Gone down the road. Next. 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 Has it been delayed? Has it been postponed? Has it been deferred? I think so. I think so. Running. That's on the front on my screenshot. I hope you understand what I mean by that. It's not, some breakfast or a program. It's a very naughty person who has issues and needs professional help. And by different professionals, but help. Am I late? Oh, look. Sorry. It's continuous, contiguous, and chronological. I can go straight, continuous, chronological. Continuous, chronological. What was I telling you in the other video? Continuous, chronological. What does it mean? What does it mean? Faithful. Can I affect? Faithful. Can I affect? Can I affect what's to be? To be. To be. Preordained. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's go back. It was written by a higher hand. It's preordained. It was written by a higher hand. It's preordained. Does that mean, listen, does that mean that there is a chosen finder? Does that mean if it's written by a higher hand, the book wrote itself, it's written by a higher hand, does that mean, with it being preordained, who says I can't affect what's preordained? What? Is Forrest saying that he's going up against the creator? Predestined. In the cards. It definitely wasn't just around the corner, although it might be now, but it wasn't then. It just makes me laugh. Sorry. I shouldn't. To be, Shakespeare, remember? To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and the arrows, remember the arrows, of outrageous, an outrageous dare, a treasure, an outrageous dare. Ah, they've been projecting. Oh, look! Chosen! Chosen! It's written by a high hand because someone is chosen. And hint of riches, chosen and faithful. Remember, old is faithful. And future is new. But in the poem, and hint of riches, chosen and faithful. Those riches for chosen and faithful. What does that mean? It means preordained, and someone who had faith in a maverick. Someone who was chosen and was faithful to who? To the Creator. Who is the Creator? Major Forrest Burke Fenn. Faith in Major Forrest Burke Fenn. Faith in the Creator. And hint of riches, chosen, and faithful. Someone who was chosen and someone who was faithful. Who had faith? Who believed? Who, listen, are you in here yet, trusted? Who trusted? Who trusted? So in the poem, if you listened, if you looked, if you heard, if you did whatever you're supposed to do, you would read that a little different. And hint of riches, chosen and faithful. Remember, it was a job interview by someone who was chosen and would be faithful. We were told you have to have faith in a maverick. What is a maverick? Am I a maverick? Am I a maverick? I might be a maverick. It was imaginable because imagination is more important than knowledge. The imagination helps you manifest into matter what it is that you are imagining. What did I tell you I asked for? Not a chest of gold. I asked for answers. I asked for the truth. They won a chest of gold. It wasn't about a chest of gold. There was something not right with the thrill of the chase. And I found that out when I spent money I didn't have, going to a country thousands of miles away, leaving my wife here, spending money I didn't have, realizing that I was a fucking idiot. I told you about meeting that person and, feeding them, which is like, man, that's a long way to go to do that, to be in that place, to do that thing. So in all of that, I realized this is not, this thrill of the chase that I was told about is not what I think it is. And we are told that by the person who did it, because he says nothing is as it seems. And words don't mean what you think they do. So all of you people that claim to be the solver, who believed everything was as it seems and believed every single fucking word that was written in front of them, you were never going to solve anything because you were just too greedy to actually listen to what was being said to you. Not only were you too greedy, you were too sure of yourself to take into account the person who created the hunt that you were on. Like you were better than him. You were going to beat him. Well, what? You're trying to beat him? He's trying to help you. You were going to get one over on Forrest Fenn. You're smarter than Forrest Fenn. Do you see what sort of person you are? Because that's the sort of person I realised I was when I was stuck on a fucking hilltop, looking around at me and going, what the fuck am I doing here? This is not what this is about. And what sort of person am I, spending money that I haven't got, leaving my wife at home, who's now passed away, which is possibly, very possibly, due to the people in the thrill of the chase, which has been judged, not by me, but it has been judged. And I have to admit, and I will admit, I don't mind admitting, that was the worst time of my life. First time was when I was a little boy. I saw a dead body. Didn't know the person. Wasn't, too much. And then maybe 50 odd years later, I lose someone I love and I have to see them lying there. And I have to come to terms with that. And I have to admit, I came to terms with it because of the person that she was. Helping me through, even though she wasn't here, helping me through fucking bullshit that people were throwing at me. Crazy people. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And considering the way that I was feeling about, the people in the chase, absolutely crazy. And considering I was thinking about sharing everything, absolutely crazy. To think that those people, I had to say, look, no, don't think so. Don't think so. Again, these are the same words, remember, that I've talked about. And I told you what happens is there'll be so many words, but at some point it will condense down. Right? I've only showed you 2 or 3 words, and look how many words that we're going through. So remember, the end is ever drawing nigh, near. Someone is close. Talked about the brewing. Someone will be waiting on the horizon. In the air. Oh, look, it's in the wind. What's going to affect the chest? Excuse me, confirmation. It's in the wind. The handwriting is on the wall. Waiting. What's waiting? Were you all listening? What's waiting? Waiting is faithful. Drawing near. What's going to be next then? If it's drawing near. The end is ever drawing near. It'll turn up, don't worry. There it is. The end is ever drawing nigh. And it is. The end is ever drawing nigh. Ever drawing nigh means it's never going to get there. It's like that word tomorrow that we just saw ahead. Never gets here because it's ever drawing nigh. Never gets here. You'll be waiting and waiting and waiting. You'll be faithful and faithful and faithful. Arrive back where you started. So, I tell you the truth. I tell you the truth. You don't like it, but I tell you the truth. You think I'm stupid, but I tell you the truth. I may look stupid, but I tell you the truth. Remember? Fresh, exciting. She's so exciting to me. Yeah. Same words, same song. If I was young, I'd go back and get it myself. Hint of riches new and old. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. I wonder who is Aquarius. Oh, me. And someone else. You're Aquarius. But you are flipped. And I am not. And those traits when you're flipped are a lot different when they're not flipped. I know Leo, but there's an Aquarius. I'm not that daft. To go through basic training. Basic training, bearing fruit. Sunrise early in the morning. My first, my last, my everything. Remember? Same words. Oh, look, that seminal moment. Same words. Like a virgin, touched for the very first time. Pioneer. Same words. Same words. Oh, look, someone's rising in power. Same words. Committed. Not, well, somebody needs committing, but committed is same words. I'm not lying. Driven, same words. Keen, same words. Zealous, same words. Pioneering, same words. Hopeful, same words. These are all the same words. If I should succeed in that endeavour. Oh, there might be some passion. Oh, look, an eager beaver again. Same words. Like it just basically said the same word over and over and over and over and over again, and nobody just took any notice at all. No notice. None. Well, somebody did, but resolute, needs some resolve. Same. Hungry, same words. Tenacious, same words. Earnest! And he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. Same words. Exact, not, similar words. The exact same word, and yet I have a different word for you to look at. Look, future. It's not faithful or anything like that. Firm, same words. It's there in spirit. Firm in spirit. Yes, the last time I did it. Strong. Oh, what else could be there if it's strong? Oh, look, bent again. That was, where did that take me? Taos. Some bloody colonel or whatever. Place in Taos. That took me there. Dang. Look, somebody's obsessed. Forrest told us. Somebody's obsessed. What does obsessed mean? Same as close. Look, here's set again. Naughty man. Look, here's get up and go again. Same words. Focus, same words. Stalwart, same words. Oh, look. Same words. Same word. Because guess what? Have a guess. Words don't mean what you think they do. Oh, no. Who's this user? Low 7, da-di-da-da. Capricorn. Oh, is that the other one? I was going to say Capricorn. Damn. Isn't that film? Drawing an eye. Sorry, I'm going to have to... I don't know who you are. Well, I probably do know who you are, but... I'm going to have to make you a mod. Can't have white amongst the blue. That's terribly awful. Who say sorry? What are you sorry for? Who'd be sorry? Maverick is a new, ace is old. Ah, well done, Sparky. Hey, trusted. Thanks for that comment. This is why I'm doing this. It's your fault. If you'd have actually gone for synonym effect and substitute and stuff like that, then we'd have had a different conversation. But I appreciate that comment. You don't look stupid, Mario. You look great for being 82. I'm liter 82, not just 82. A beaver. It's like calculating the lottery. Endless combinations. It is like calculating the lottery. But I don't know how long you've been with the shape. Probably a long time. The truth you're about to speak will change everything. Reality, as they know it, will break. Oh dear. I've got to be careful. I just got a message. So, if you remember, I told you that Forrest Fenn, Major Forrest Burke Fenn, gave us that poem, and in that poem was a Powerball numbers. And I told you, please buy me a ticket with this Powerball number. Please buy me a ticket. I left you a message. Please buy me a ticket. And that day that the Powerball was done, it said it was going to be 1.9 million, but in the poem it said 2.4 billion, and that's exactly what it was, 2.4 billion when it was drawn, even though it was predicted to be 1.9. I told you to get me a ticket, and in the poem it says that the Powerball drawing would be delayed, and it was delayed. And in the poem it says the name of the lady that was going to read out that statement. So I think he can. What was I trying to say? He can do the lottery, the endless combinations. I think he can do that. Zaphod. Oh no, that's 42. That's an important one. That's The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The Eager Beaver. Woo! Thank you for that. Forrest, but oh, he missed a major. FBF. Yes, indeed. Heart. Like I say, I don't know why people keep thinking that like I'm holding anything against anybody. I've told you, don't know how many times, I'm where I am because everybody did what they did. So I'm where I am because everybody did what they did. They were supposed to do that. It's their life path that, is already written. So I don't judge, I don't forgive, and I don't judge. And I love everything, even snakes and flipping lions and tigers. But I don't want nothing to do with them. Like I don't want to spend the night in the jungle with, poisonous snakes, poisonous spiders, big tigers and that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I can love them from a distance, but I don't want to be with them. I just don't want to be. I don't want to be in that situation that I have to keep fending for myself. But I don't hate them just because they're living their life the way they live their life. So everybody lives their life the way they live their life, and how they get karma or dharma is up to them. It's up to them, not up to me. And if they do things like if it's different with snakes and lions because they're just living, they're just living their life in that sense. They're not purposely trying to hurt someone. They're just living. But there are some people trying to hurt others. And that's where I draw the line. Forrest said, draw the line. That's where I draw the line. If you're purposely trying to hurt someone, what's up with you? What's up with you? Listen, if you're trying to hurt someone, the law of the universe says you're going to get hurt. If you're trying to steal from someone, the law of the universe says you're going to be stolen from. So just fucking love everyone, which means you're going to get loved. Just wish everybody to be rich. You're going to get rich. But how difficult is that to understand? Anyway, I don't want to go down that road. I'm just doing this. So I don't want to do one of those. I don't want to do one of those. Live and let live. Yes. Da-na-na-na. Oh, all right. Live and let live. Doesn't sound the same. Live and let die. I don't like spiders and snakes, but that ain't what it takes to love you. I don't get it. Forrest is right. Can't we all just get along? Because if everybody gets along, everybody has a great life. Everyone has a great life. You don't have to be better than anyone else. You don't have to tread on anyone else to be in a better position. You just have to sort yourself out. Just sort yourself out. Job done. Your life's good. Everybody else's life's good. It's all good. You don't have to be jealous of anyone. You don't have to be better than anyone. You're no worse than anyone. Just fucking live your life. I've lost my words. Words don't come easy. What are you doing? Get up there. There we are. Bold. That's where we were. And with my treasures, bold. Tough. The going gets tough. The tough get going. These are the same words, remember. I'm not telling you nothing you don't know. Just, you're just not listening. Oh, look. A future thinking searcher who's logical, thinking about the future. Or a faithful thinking searcher who is logical. Game, same words. These are the same word, all of these. I'm just saying some, but they're the same. Serious, remember, same words. Let's get serious. Goody two, goody two shoes. Adamant, same words. Exact same words, but I'm looking at a different word now. If you are brave and in the wood, if you are confident and contact Forrest, I give you, look, here it is. If you are confident and contact Forrest, that's what it says in the bottom of that poem. If you read it, remember what Forrest said? Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. I read what the poem says. I read what the poem says because I looked up all the words in that poem. In fact, I looked up all the fucking words that Forrest Fenn was talking. But what you find is these words. Sure for the one that did. Confident. Same words. Same words come up. Those same words that are in the poem. And then you find out, hang on, he's talking about the whole of the chase. He's talking about everything that you need to know. So just listen. Just listen to it. And he'll tell you, why is it I have to go? Have a go. Have a go. Why is it I have a go? Go. Look, here's Ned Kelly again. Faithfull. Faithfull. Who says I can't affect the faithful? Faithful. Which is the word that I gave you the other day. And now I'm looking at the word future that Forrest said. Who says I can't affect the future? Who says I can't affect the faithful? Well, you did, Forrest. You affected the faithful because no one had a fucking idea what you were talking about in that poem. No one had a fucking idea what you were talking about when you're giving the interviews because you kept contradicting yourself. Because words don't mean what you think they do. So once you knew that, or once you listened to that, it got a little easier. These are the same words. Firm in spirit, remember? It's there in spirit, I said to you. Mustard, same things. Kiss me, Hardy, same things. Certain, same thing. Stout-hearted men, same thing. I mean. Listen, I'm going back 5 years now when I'm saying these words. 5 years ago, these are the same words. But I'll say, oh, look, here's Hercules again. Heroic. Excuse me. Got a runny nose. I can't keep it up with it. And it's like, I keep telling you, go into a go, everybody. Go into a go. Why is it that I must go? Well, go means faithful, and go, faithful. So here's go, and here's faithful. Here's the cutthroat again. The trout is on fire. It's the same word. Gladiatorial. Remember? You might even get, was it Spartan? What was the other one? We are Sparta. Stop at Jack. Stop at nothing. Got run over waiting for the lights to change. Cutthroat. Dog eat dog. Adamant. Adam and the ants. Able. Same. Can do. Same. Not the place can do. Didn't know which way was out. Same. We decided to use some climbing. Like, this is the same thing. Remember, it got narrow and his legs are aching. Like, that's what it means, like the aching legs. And narrow with aching legs, the same thing. So he said, when he said it got narrow, his legs are aching. That's why they were aching. It's just a synonym of narrow. Go getter. Why is it I must go? Was that his half acre? Lots of bents. Lots of bents. We're nearly there. Ah, resolved. You need metal and resolve. Always going forward because we can't find reverse. Star trekking across the universe. Who says I can't affect the future? Heavy loads and water high. High means old faithful as well. High water. Remember, these words are in the poem. And I looked up all the words in the poem, and you end up with these bloody words. And then you get the answer. Because it's the only way he could tell you. Had to tell you the answers. The only way he could tell the answers. The only way he could hide it, the only way he could give you it is by the words. And the words we know have been given to us by this fucking matrix to keep us small. We don't understand them. We don't understand the implications of us using them. New. Did the hot water affect the patina? The minute the second hand touched 8 o'clock, right up to the minute it was. The minute the second hand touched 8 o'clock, we knew it was time for bed, he said. Up to the minute. It was right up to the minute. The minute the second hand touched 8 o'clock, time for bed. But it wasn't an issue. Remember, we had an issue earlier. 21st century. That's what we're in. 21st century. We're in the current 21st century. The present day. Not before the chase. Never before seen. What does that mean? Oh, here it is. Dang! He was smart. They were a better family. Excuse me, confirmation. He told us they were a better family. They were a future family. A future family. They were a future. Corrected. If you've corrected something, that makes it correct. Don't you think? If it's been corrected, it's now correct. Which makes it, yeah. I hear the sound. I bet you wonder why I kept singing that. A distant drum, far away, but too far to walk. So far away. My mum was nearsighted, did he say? Did he say his mum was nearsighted? Didn't look to the future. But if you're farsighted, you would. You would look to the future. Aha, that's it. That's it. And then, as if by magic, the chase finished, but continued after what we believe to be the death of Major Forrest Fenn. And then everything was delayed. So, in this statement, Forrest told us exactly what he said when he was talking to Dale about what a shit show this was going to be. Just by saying, who says I can't affect the ending? Who says I can't affect the ending? Dashing. That reminds me of the flashing blade. Dun, 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 dun. It's right to fight for what you want. No one can do more. Life and love and happiness are well worth fighting for. Ding, 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 ding. See, this is saying like coming next, and the others are saying like, nah, got no chance. Where is it? There is the ending. Just told Mum and Dad we're going outside for some elbow room. Did you? Long shot, kicky bucket, oh. Who will share in my adventure? Who will share in my anywhere now? So these are the bad things that happened. Don't forget the deed, that moment of truth. And then we have something significant. Can I make it work? Who will follow in my footprint? Can of worms. Chain reaction. We're in the middle of a chain reaction. Show the poem to a child. That was a solve of mine as well. The backwash. That was where warm waters halt. The end. Who says I can't affect the end? It was never an issue in the family. Low hanging fruit. That wasn't what I wanted. The ending. Dang. Hope. Future out of the depression. The dream. Dream, 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 dream when I want you in my arms when I... Oh, he's dancing with the stars there. Whenever I want you, all I have to do. Here. No, where? Dang, can't find it. I can't find the actual words. The ending. Tomorrow, tomorrow, you're always there. I would always ponder my lot in life. Kismet, Caliph, and dirt. To the dirt, I am Caliph, and to the Caliph, I am dirt. Nemesis. Resident Evil. Who plays Resident Evil? Nemesis. Resident Evil. Where does it say the ending? I can't believe I can't find it. See, that's what happens when you don't do it. Like if you do it over and over again, like I was, I could find things straight away. When you do it every now and again, it's like, where did I find that? Where was that? That's me taking flack. 5 years ago, I gave you these things. Oh, my induction, I used to do inductions at work. That was funny. The analogy, that was the word I couldn't think of. The trickle down effect. Remember the trickle down when he said he followed the water until it went to a trickle when he was with Donnie in the book? Into a trickle. Dang, I can't believe that. Oh, we got hangover. Well. Oh, you're still talking to me, and I'm Genesis. Oh, I missed that. I mean, preppers. Hey, Luli, how you doing? Whoops. I mean, homemade baked beans. Homemade baked beans? No way. Keep sharing your intriguing brilliance. I didn't know I was sharing any intriguing brilliance, but thanks for that. Sounds yummy, trusted. I like to store up what I eat and eat what I store up. Pepper's code. Oh, don't you mean preppers? Mario, you mean preppers? Mario, you going to sing the thrill line? The thrill line, you found the chest in Hollywood because you bravely sing in there, just be in the wood. It's supposed to be, hang on, what is the thrill? What is that song with the thrill? I found my, no, that's my heart. No, I lost my heart, left my heart. The auto incorrect. That's because you spelt a proper word. If you spelt a silly word, it would have changed it for you. There biz no ending because it runs out as nigh, right, and follow that water. Well, that's why you go down that trickle. Like people worry about moving mountains, but if you make yourself water, you can go through the mountain, like through the dirt, through the gaps, come out the other side. Blueberry Hill. Thank you very much. That's the one. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. Forrest told us about the blueberries, didn't he? So, Nye County, Nevada is right next to Las Vegas. Yeah, but there's more than one Las Vegas. Yes, Money says the same. Thrill on Blueberry Hill. That's the one. That's where I was. I think I was on a Blueberry Hill when I went, Mario, you've learnt two things today. I will never forget that as long as I live. Learning those two things. I stood there, I looked around, I saw the big mountain. I mean, I was already on a little hill. But I saw the big mountain and I turned around and I looked at all the other stuff around me and I thought, Mario, you've learnt two things today. One, you're a fucking idiot. Look at the mountain. Two, you're a fucking idiot. Because it's like, no, man, what am I doing here? You like all those things that go through your head, like you think you're so smart, don't you, Mario? You think you're so smart. You're stuck on this flipping hill, and you know, like if I wasn't greedy, if I wasn't fucking so cocksure or I don't know, whatever those words were that going into my head at the time, I'm looking around, I'm thinking the grass is nearly up to my knees. And if that fucking chest was 10 foot away from me, I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't see it. And some person could throw a stick for their flipping dog and go, oh, look, here's a bloody chest. I wonder what's in it. I'm thinking, this is not the way to, this is not what Forrest Fenn did. He did not put a chest out here for us to find. No way. He didn't put a chest out here for us to find. He fucking hid a chest out here somewhere. So I thought, this isn't what this is about. Do you know how, well, some of those that went boots on the ground will know, but do you know how demoralizing that is? And also how, what's the word? When it fires you up. Well, I do all these words and then when I want a word, it just doesn't come to me. How in something it is. Inspiring. It's like you have that, oh, I can't believe this. Like, I'm not going to find this chest. I'm not going to find the chest. Fuck. And then you realise, well, it's not about the chest, Mario. And you think, oh, it's not about the chest. So after going through that, I haven't found the chest. And that is so, kicking the balls moment. I haven't found the chest. Suffering that for a little bit and then go, oh, but it isn't about the chest. And like I said before, that was the worst time of my life. That treasure hunt, that going out to America, worst, falling over, smacking my hand up. I showed you that I, cut my hand across my knuckles because I was holding, I don't know if you can see it, you probably can't see it, but I was holding onto a bag and as I fell, I couldn't put my hands down. But, and then I'm thinking, oh, my hands are all bleeding. Like all it needs now is a mountain lion or something to come along, sniffing away, going, well, I'll just have something or a bear or whatever. Oh, what? Whose blood is that? Let me just go and have a taste. And I'm thinking, I don't believe this. And I was only walking because I expected to be in a place where you come out of your hotel and there's a taxi rank and there's 10 to, I don't know, however many taxis waiting. And you go, taxi, can I go to such a place? I'm thinking, there ain't a soul here. There's nobody. There's one person cleaning out the front of their property. That was it. And every now and again, a car would go past. I'm thinking, this is supposed to be America. This is supposed to be like, the America that I see on the telly. This is supposed to be the hub of everything, and it's supposed to be life, and there's nothing. And I look into the distance, and there's a mountain in the distance where I want to be. I'm thinking, how the fuck am I going to get there? How did I get there? I rang that bloke. That I shouldn't be horrible to him because, like, he absolutely did me a favour. But to say that I was shitting it is an understatement, because that is like The Hills Have Eyes and Deliverance. That moment when I saw that pickup, trying to think of a word for it, pickup, and looked inside, and I thought, that's it, I'm dead. I'm dead. Like, there is no way this is a real bloke who's going to drive me to my hotel. There is no way that this is like not one of those horror film moments. I'm thinking I could either get in this car, or as I look into the distance, miles and miles and miles away from this flipping Casper airport that I'm at, tiny little fucking airport, as I look out into the distance and see where I'm supposed to be. And that's just guessing that I'm supposed to be there, because that's the only place where there's lights. And the outcome's still the same. I'm not going to make it. So I get in the car. But, he was a decent person. But, man, that was scary. It was worst time of my life. Sorry to tell you that, but it is. Did anyone see the guy on the Interstate 25 with the arrow pointing to his ear, and inside his ear is a dollar sign? What? What? Popo means water runs through. The Popoaggie River. A river runs through it. But isn't that where the Sinks is, where it goes underground, disappears, and then comes out somewhere else and no one knows how it does it? There's signs everywhere. It's all about reflection. And Forrest created a template. Pretty cool. Conscious Soul, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. Let me just turn you blue. Not to make you sad, but... Uh-oh. Sorry, that went wrong. Sorry. That wasn't it. Don't. What happened there? What's going on? There we go. Sorry, Conscious. I hid your messages. Dang, that was stupid. Sorry. I was trying to make you a moderator, and then I hid your stuff. Uh-oh. Come back. Come back. Are you there? Oh, I'm fabulous, thank you. So she's definitely there. Why aren't you blue? You should be blue. Type again. See if you're blue. Can't believe that worked. Happened. Leprechaun on his back with a golden treasure underneath him. He's melded into Bip's left leg. Oh, Ari. That name, Ardy. What was his name? That name came up, that word. Hey, she's there, she's blue. It's a time of mourning. The UN has made Donald Trump the king. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Because this is the false peace that's been created, that's in Revelations. So the UN has made Donald Trump the king of Gaza and stripped the Gazans the right to freedom, self-determination and sovereignty, which is what must be done to Israel. Very sad. We are next. We're all next. That's the issue that we've got. We're all next. That's what all the ID card and everything is. That's the desperation that they'll be in to try and control before they lose everything. But they're going to lose everything, so it doesn't matter. So don't worry, trusted. Everything will turn out all right in the end. They're just going to go through the motions. I don't want to call them the elite, because they're not elite. But those people that think they run this planet, they don't run this planet anymore. And the more they try to do the wrong thing, the more they'll lose and turn over sovereignty to us meek, because that was the plan all along. The meek shall inherit, and they will inherit because those, the oppressors, the rulers, the sad bastards, whatever, they will defeat themselves by attacking what can't be attacked. And the more they attack, the more they lose. So, put it this way, Father put a load of mirrors into this world. And those mirrors are going to reflect all the crap that's coming at people. So all those negative energies that they send out into the world will go back to them. And the more they send out, so the wish for someone to lose money, they'll lose money. The wish for someone to lose a love, they'll lose a love. The wish for someone, whatever it is, to lose a house, they'll lose a house. Whatever it is that they're sending out, they will lose. And the more they do it, the more they will lose. And that will never stop. That will keep going. As long as they persist in doing what they're doing, that will keep happening. And that's the judgment. That's the karma and dharma. Those negative influences will be dealt with in a negative way, and the positive influences will be dealt in a positive way. So those positive people, the good, I don't care light and dark. It doesn't matter to me. So when I say good people, it doesn't matter whether you're light or dark. That has no relevance to this at all. If you're a good person, light or dark, don't give a shit, you will get dharma. There's no sin. Like, that's bullshit. That's just to put you in fear. That's just that hell thing. Oh, I'm going to go to hell. Oh, I'm going to go to hell. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. So light and dark together as good people, doesn't matter. You're just living, just learning, just trying to understand what it's like to be in this, water vessel or whatever we're called. Bags are mostly water, meat soup, whatever people want to call it. And there's a soul inside here that needs to learn. And the only way they're going to learn is either by doing good things or bad things or neutral things. That's it. So you can't, that's like sending someone to school and saying, what are you doing learning maths? You're not allowed to learn maths, that's bad. Yeah, but I'm at school, I'm supposed to learn. Yeah, but we don't want you learning maths. Okay, I'll learn physics. No, we don't want you to learn physics either. You can learn history and biology, that's it. What's the point of having a fucking school then? So you have to learn. You have to learn. And you only learn by, more often than not, by doing, or, by word of mouth. But for your own progression, you're better off doing it. So the light and dark, for me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. It's the evil and the intention that makes the difference. Listen, it's the intention that makes the difference. So the evil, no. The intention, no. If it's the intention to cause the harm, then that's not just being a bad person. That's being an evil person in my eyes. So there's a universal law that you're not supposed to break. And then there's just being a, half decent person who doesn't hurt other people or animals or trees, flowers, whatever. Now, that's not to say, you can't pick a flower or two, but I'm just saying, don't go out of your way to try and destroy stuff. Because that isn't just a bad person, that's an evil person. And that's the difference, the intention. So remember, if the try is sincere, like if it's a sincere try, if it's a faithful try, if you're making the effort to do good by you and other people. I want to burp, but excuse me. Confirmation. If you're making an effort to do good by you and the people, other people, it's all good. But if you're making the effort to do bad by people, then that comes under the intention and that makes it evil. It doesn't make it bad. So, as far as I'm concerned, now that good, it's not light, it's not love and light. That's fucking bullshit. Father isn't love and light. Trust me. If he wants to get down and dirty, he'll get down and dirty. Archangel Michael, down and dirty. Raphael, down and dirty. They will get down and dirty. My ancestors, they will get down and dirty. And it's not out of evil. It's a just cause to stop evil. To stop it. Now the more that they send out into the world, then the more of that evil that is out in the world is going to be taken by the unseen and given back. It's not the evil coming from the unseen, it's the evil coming from the evil being given back to them, which is totally different than the unseen bringing evil to them. I heard about a water spirit going back to someone that was sent out and now they're struggling. Shouldn't have sent it out. You shouldn't have done it in the first place. Not only are you struggling because you sent that water spirit out, but that water spirit was struggling because you sent it out. Like you were causing that spirit harm just for your own ends. That's crazy. And if that water spirit came to me, as it probably did, and I react in a way that isn't good for that spirit, in other words, I send it back. I have a part to play in what is happening to that spirit. Now, I've asked for that spirit, depending on what's best for it. If it's best to fuck you over, stay with you, stay. But if it's best to go back to where it was before you started conjuring up, messing with things you don't understand, if it's best for that spirit to go back where it was, living its happy life or whatever life it was living, then it's probably better off there. Because in this lesson that people are learning, karma, I don't want people suffering, spirits suffering. I don't want anyone suffering to rectify the evil that is being done. The whole point is everybody getting along. That's the whole point. The least people suffering, the better. But certainly, when you do all this magic and you conjure up these spirits, you're not doing right by nobody. Not by you, not by them, and not by the person you send it to. Because your life would be so much better. So much better. If there was no envy, no jealousy, no I'm God scenario in you. Because you can have those things. You can be, when I say God, I don't mean you are, I mean the God that you understand as God. You can have that God part of you in this world. You can use it if you're a good person and use it for good. Not good person, even if you're bad, you still have the chance to be a chosen dark one. You still have that ability. What am I looking for? That God spark. You still have that God spark in you to be able to manifest and have a great life. You don't need the energy of anyone else. The only thing stopping you is you don't want to do the work. That's the only thing stopping you from having the best life that you could want. Like my life was great before you left. That's because you're feeding off the energy. Create your own energy. You don't need to worry about anybody else. Get to the point where you love yourself enough and can create your own energy with your own imagination. Job done. Don't use other people. Anyway, this wasn't about this. We embody both light and dark, and yes, we do. We choose which one to live in, knowing the other is always there. Yeah, so, and loving both, not one more than the other or whatever, but accepting the dark as who you are, part of who you are, and loving that part of who you are because you're here to learn, and that part of you learnt. So accept the fact that that part of you learned. But not only that, there is darkness in you that didn't come from you, that came from other people. You need to accept that as well, and then let it go. Let it go. Like those people, that's how they work. Trauma bonds. They put you in such a bad state, and you end up, like the Dutch thing, where the prisoners or the abducted end up loving or liking the person that Amsterdam syndrome, whatever it's called. They end up like, and that's it. They make a trauma bond. They put you in so much pain, and then you get attached to it and stay with it. Like you're supposed to break all those connections. Once you start doing those things and accepting those things that have happened to you, accepting those triggers because things happen to you, understanding why you're triggered because those things happened. It's not just about your darkness, it's about the darkness that's been inflicted on you that you're carrying around like a bag of potatoes and struggling, to get through life. You have to drop it, let it go, accept it. And that's why I don't forgive, because I let it go. What's the point? Me forgiving anybody doesn't make any flipping difference. Me forgiving the person that did bad things to me doesn't make any difference, because I'm judging. If I judge them, then I have to forgive them. So what you did is blah 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 blah. Then I have to work out how much I need to forgive what they did. No, you did what you did because you were learning. Fine, you learned whatever it is you're supposed to learn, and I learned whatever it is I was supposed to learn, and now I'm stronger and better for it. That's it. That's it. I don't judge it. I don't forgive it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't interest me. I'm not interested. I'm not bothered. I'm not interested. We're all here to learn. We all make mistakes. We all do good things and bad things. You're going to learn by your mistakes and get your karma, and I'm going to learn by my mistakes and get my karma, or I'm going to learn by my good deeds and get my dharma, and you're going to learn by your good deeds and get dharma. But that's up to you. I don't care one way or the other. I'm not going to judge you because I can't throw stones, because we're told, he who has not sinned cast the first stone. I've obviously sinned, so I don't care. I've sinned, you've sinned, just get on with it. Don't worry about the forgiveness. Don't worry about the judgment. Don't try and be like the Joneses. Don't be envious. Don't want to be the best of the best or the worst of the worst. Just be who you are. Learn the lessons. Accept. It's not punishment. Accept the lesson if you've done something wrong, and accept the reward, the dharma, if you've done something good. Be able to give and receive. That's it. I don't see that it's difficult to just do those things, to just accept it in that way. Everybody's here to learn, and they're going to make mistakes, and they're going to do good things and bad things, and that's up to them. It's not for you to say there's no sin. It's not for you to say what is good and what is bad. But there is a universal law, confirmation, and there are things that 99% of people around the world will say, nope, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. So there's a universal law, then there's like morals, things that people know just from being a human being that is not acceptable. Even if they do it, they know it's not acceptable. It's not a thing to do. So going forward, there will be the universal law, which is as you reap, so shall you sow, which is what you put out, you'll get back. That will cover most of this. What's the right thing to do scenario? The universal law is, this is how you should really behave. And then there'll be some things that are morally the right thing to do. So it's not going to be these man-made bullshit, keep you stuck rubbish. It's not going to be that. It just isn't. And again, I'm only speaking the truth. I'm telling you how it is. I'm telling you how it is and how it's going to be. Not making it up, not trying to scare anybody, not trying to make anybody happy. I don't give a shit. It's not my job to be bothered. I'm the mirror, I'm the agitator. That's it. You will either get Dharma or you will get karma, depending on how you see me. Because how you see me is who the fuck you are, not who I am. I offer everyone love, those that are worthy of love. In other words, if you can give love and receive love, then you'll be worthy of it. If you can't give it in the right context, that is love, then you aren't worthy of it. And I told you before, set up the antivirus that says, you can't approach me. You can't approach me. If you don't come to me correct, you can't approach me. You can't take my energy from me. I refuse it. I've called back my power. I've called back my energy. I've called back my inheritance, my abundance. I've called everything to this now moment for me. And I suggest everybody does the same. If you don't want these projecting people projecting their crap onto you and making you, feel a certain way. Anyway, this is not about that. Stop going down that road. Did anyone find the army guy with the golden tooth? What? What? Did anyone find the one-room schoolhouse? It's the hornet's nest. True story. Oh, I ended up with that one. I ended up at Kepner? What's it called? Because that's where it says, he who teaches children labours in God's workshop. That astronomer type person in Colorado. That's 50 miles from Woods Landing. Oh, hang on. Or something like that. Where Jack went. I went there as well. That was another solve that I did. And Hell Half Acre, another solve. And Matizzi, the bloody Matizzi, yeah, that was a good one. I've did so many solves you wouldn't believe. Grable. Trying to think the ones in Wyoming. Daniel. What's it called? That dinosaur national monument, which is at the bottom of Wyoming and the top of Colorado, where Five Leaf was. Snake River, Flaming Gorge. These are just the ones in Wyoming that I did, not because I did Montana, Colorado, and New Mexico. Casper, obviously. What's that other one? Kerwin, where Amelia Earhart. Oh no, there was loads, and that's just in Wyoming, and then there were those in Montana, Colorado, and New Mexico. And it's like, Mary, you did all of these souls, and it's come to nothing. Like, that's what I'm saying when I was on that hill. Like, you did all these souls. They're all brilliant, and none of them can be right because you're not going to stumble on it. And here you are, stood on a flipping hill, walking towards a place that even if you go to, it's in a place people go to. And Forrest says it's in a place you wouldn't normally go. So people don't normally go. So it's like, it ain't anywhere. He never put it out here. Like, those are the things that's going from my head. If it's in a place people would not normally go, he hasn't put it anywhere because people go everywhere. It's like you won't stumble on it. So if you leave your house and you don't know exactly, like, to the few feet where it is, you're going to stumble on it because you're going to be searching. So it's like he couldn't put it out because even if you know where it is, you only roughly know where it is, which means you're going to search, which means you're going to stumble on it. And you're not supposed to stumble on it. You're supposed to know where it is. So he hasn't flipping hid it. And like I say, that's when you get he's going to have to tell me. He's going to have to tell me where it was. Like, those words that he's used, they will tell me where it was. And he told us he looked up all the words in the poem, which means I have to look up all the words in the poem because Douglas said he saw the first draft and he thought it was easy. So Forrest said to him, yeah, but trust me that no one will find it for 1,000 years or whatever. Which means Douglas must have seen this easy, look, here's the answers. And he changed all those words because he said he looked them all up. And he changed, not all the words, he changed the words that were important. And I have to find the words that were important to find out where it was. That's simple enough. Until you start doing it, and then it's like, oh man. But, so I started looking up as, because that's the first word. And, you know, I think I got through the first line and just about to start the second line. I thought, hang on a minute. He said, beginning where warm waters halt is the first clue. So those will be the words that I look up. I'll start from there. And that made it a lot easier and a lot quicker. I thought, oh shit, that was easy. And remember, begin is the blaze. Like, begin is a synonym of blaze. So blaze it where warm waters halt is pretty much blaze it where old Faithfull erupts. I can't remember what that word was that I put in there, to be fair. Waters. I think it was spouts. Where old Faithfull spouts. Sprinkles. I can't remember what waters means now. A long time ago. But there was lots to choose from. And the blaze is the blaze geyser. One of those words is geyser. Geyser is one of those words. So it was like, oh, that's it then. And then the more you do it, the more you find out that all these words are the same bloody words. Done that one. Did anyone see Forrest fly fishing? His fly is a golden chest, but it's also an eagle holding the golden treasure. Pretty cool. No, but somebody had the book, his dad's book. Gotta run now. Oh, I'm not going to run after you. Baked chicken. Baked chicken. Okay, I'll pretend I like broccoli as well. No, broccoli's cool. Mario, you're one of the smarter ones. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. Thank you very much. Yes, I like being praised, even though I probably don't believe you, because I don't see myself as smart. I just see myself as listen to what he said. He said, I looked up all the words in that poem. So it's like, well, if he looked up all the words in that poem and it's a simple, like the only words that you need to look up in that poem are halt and Terry Scant. And only halt because it doesn't rhyme with walk. Doesn't rhyme with walk. Like, Forrest, why have you put halt rhyming with walk? And he said, well, I was limited on the words I could use, which means he looked up all the words in the poem and he used those words to tell you something that you weren't supposed to know. And like I say, the word halt is comma. So it's quite possible, very possible, absolutely possible that he used the word halt instead of putting a comma there. Because he told us, What did he tell us? He put a picture on a page or something. It's like nobody's ever done that by doing it like this. Was that the full stop picture? Can't remember. Anyway, he told us I did something outrageous. Nobody's ever done it before, but I did it, and I'm thinking, oh, so you use this word because there wasn't another word for comma, so he had to put a comma there, but he didn't have another word for comma that rhymed with walk apart from halt. That's the only one that was close enough to walk. So in order to put a comma there, he used the word halt. Anyway, thanks for coming, user. Sorry, I meant to say thank you, if you're still here. Enjoy your chicken and broccoli. Ta-ta, anyway. Toodle pip. Cheerio. It's gonna be a cold, lonely summer. Is that the one? Or a cold, cold Christmas. It's gonna be named Grandpa's Workshop. Starting with me. Oh, come on. It's going to be called Great Grandpa's Workshop, trusted. As the first of the great grandpas. Biggest shoe 42. That sounds like Davio. How's the job interview, grandson, going? That sounds like Osiris gone wrong. Hello, Biggish Shoes 42. I don't know of anybody else who's so obsessed with 42 than Davio, but it could be more important about the biggest shoes. Impasse. That's almost chess. It's looking like we need more French. Hello, Mazza. Well, hello, Mazza. Oh, hello, Mazza. Biggest shoes 42 is blue now. Actually, it looks smaller in blue. It looks smaller in blue. How's the job interview, grandson, going so far? How's the job interview? Not sure. I didn't want to sound nice. Too late, trusted. Oh, I like what you did there. Yeah, but you probably are great. Don't hide under a bushel. Great crusted living. Actually, great faithful living or great old faithful living. Faithful living probably sounds better, to be fair. Faithful living. I like what you did there, though. I didn't want to add on all those greats. Anyway, so as I've always said, only tell you the truth. These are the words that Forrest Fenn used that didn't mean, because he told us, words don't mean what you think they do, he says. In other words, all these words, which is what I said to you 5 years ago, all these words that I'm using aren't necessarily meaning what you're hearing. I'm talking about something else as well. I'm trying to give you an. That's why I sort of stopped a few times, try and throw in a word that could, say something else. And that's why I was saying about the distant drums and everything in the other video, and lot in life and stuff like that. Because even though I'm telling you about the faithful, the word about the faithful, it doesn't have to stop at that word. That word means something else and is attached to something else that Forrest said. So when he says, who says I can't affect the future? He could have just been saying, who says I can't affect the ending? Excuse me, confirmation, which is, that's me taking flack. So that's me taking the future. Taking the future off who? Taking the future off whoever solved the thrill of the chase. And again, it goes back to this, the thrill of the chase is the old matrix. Like, work hard, get money, have a good life. Bullshit. That's not what it is. The American dream. Bullshit. That's not what it is. So in most countries around the world, they go under that American dream, capitalist, bloody material way of thinking, keeping up with the Joneses, like work hard, do this, do that, don't complain, or complain, but carry on and do it. Just do what the powers that be say. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not the way we are supposed to be living on this planet and other planets if they're doing the same thing on those planets. Which is, what I said. If the unseen help us on this planet, I promise I'll help on the other planets once I know whatever the situation. Not just the other planets, because it's multi universes, multiverses, quantum. It's all, there's so much different dimensions, fifth dimension, seventh dimension, 12 planes, 13 planes of existence, whatever it is, however that all those things work. The fourth dimension, first dimension, second dimension, whatever. Wherever, if there is evil, if there are individuals being oppressed, then it needs to be addressed. Because I'm a poet and I know it. Better late than never. Never? Faithful does not mean wise. Yes, it does. I just showed you. Not just showed you. Yesterday? Day before. Day before. Anyone that's still here, like us lot, are space cadets. Oh, live long and prosper. Well, that's what I intend doing. That was another thing as well. That was the um, you owe me, you owe me a life. Like the shit that I've been through, you owe me a life because my life's been taken from me, and I want that back. So I expect to get, a little younger, more healthier. Might grow my hair back. Um, have a lot of love, more money, just the normal things that you don't have, being run by this matrix, because there are so many narcissistic, misogynistic, blah 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 people in the world that send in distractions and just bad news, baby. Basically, I owe you at all. I don't say that you do. I just say, Dad, if Biggest Shoes 42 owes me anything, can you take it from him? And that's it. Like, my way of looking at things is I'm happy for everybody to be a winner. Absolutely. 100%. As long as I don't hurt anybody else, step on anyone else, do anything else. And I'm happy to be a winner as well. So if I'm happy to be a winner, I expect that, because we're all pretty much the same, pretty much everybody else wants to be a winner as well. So I ask Father that everybody's a winner. But only everybody's a winner if they are able to give love and accept love and, adhere to the universal law. And there are people in the world that don't. So those people that don't, who say that they owe no one nothing, are liars. But I don't care that you're a liar because I've lied. So not going to bother arguing. I'm just going to say, look, if there is anybody that owes me anything, if there's anybody out there that owes me anything, even to the point when I was a little boy, and I was going to school, my dinner money, I didn't have any dinner. I saved my dinner money in an old car. I saved it for ever such a long time. And there was a lot of money in that car. And I came to it, well, I didn't come to it one day. I went to the place where it should be, and it wasn't there. So all that money I'd saved for all those months and years, which is a lot of money in them days, dinner money wise, it was gone. Like, no way. All my money is gone. So I've asked for that back. Now I know I won't get that money, or I might do. You never know with Dad, but because it won't just be worth the monetary value, it'll be worth the whatever they call pneumatic value, pneumat, whatever that word is, value, because it will be, or should be, still in good condition because it's all neatly tucked away in that pneumatic, whatever that word is, because of it's how old was I? I was, let's say 10. That make it easy. So 52 years ago, and they would be like 10p's. Was 50p around then? I don't think I had any pound paper. It was paper then. And there would have been some threepenny bits and half pennies and pennies, and would there be shillings? Might be some shillings there as well. So it'd be worth money, because of that. So whatever that amount of value is worth, I've asked for that back as well. So whoever took that car away is the person that owes me, but that person won't be around. But I've still asked for that back because it's mine, and I've asked for my inheritance. The inheritance that I was born with under my name. I've asked for that money back, and that's worth quite a bit because I've been here a long time. So, the straw man and the maritime law bullshit that they do. So, I'm pretty rich. I'm very rich. Like, well, no, I'm stupidly, what's the word? FU money rich. Like, I might even be rich enough to buy all those people that are the richest people in the world. Rich. Especially if I claim it. That's how rich I'll be. But I wouldn't do that because, unfortunately for them, there will be class actions against these people. It's too late now. It's already happening. There will be class actions because of all the things they've done, starting with stealing off us in the first place, but of all the atrocities, of all the bad things that they've done, of all the things they've been behind, blah, 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 blah. Remember, blah is faithful. They would have been better off not to fuck around and find out. As we move forward, more people will make claims. That's it. That's how simple it is. As we move forward, more people will make claims. And as those people make claims, more people will make claims. So you shouldn't have tainted our food, poisoned our water, poisoned the skies, stole our inheritance. Shouldn't have done all those things, thinking you could get away with it. Just shouldn't have happened. And now you've been found out. There's people all around the world that are going to take it upon themselves, or already have taken it upon themselves, to do those things. And I don't need to make a claim for any money. I'm already rich. I don't need to make a claim. Not even from you, Big Shoes. I don't even need to make a claim from you. My inheritance will come direct. I don't need to ask anybody for anything. I started out these videos by saying, don't hurt anyone that I love. And that means pretty much all those people that have been mistreated unfairly, not just now, thousands of years. All those people in history, all the ancestors, all those people in history will be getting justice. Which means all of your ancestors involved in doing those things that they did to change our history, give us false religion, to dumb us down, to separate us from the Father, the Creator, changed our times, our calendars, changed the days that we are supposed to honour the Father. All of those things that have been done will be taken into account. And I hate to say it, but the proof is out there that those things were done. And, listen, it's important. And the people that did it, it's all been tracked. That's why it took 5 years. It's easy to sit in the shadows when everything's going great. Just have a little meeting here and there. Make sure that the underlings do what they're supposed to do. But when the shit hits the fan, like when it affects you, you tend to get a bit more involved. And because you haven't been involved, you don't take the right precautions because you, not Father, you at the top, you think you're God and you think you're untouchable. And you're not. You're just not. But you are touchable. How come these always get around to that? I want this just to be a normal Forrest Fenn doodah. I just want to wake up in a world where everyone gets along. As Forrest Fenn said, why can't we all just get along? There is enough money in this world for everyone. That's it. There is enough money in this world for everyone. Some people don't want to share it. Okay? So when the shoe is on the other foot, how will you feel then? When those people that have don't want to give to you? Surely it's best if you don't do to others what you don't want done to you. But in order to get into that mindset, you have to realize you're not untouchable. And there's only one way for you to realize that you're not untouchable. And that's to be touched. Remember what Forrest said? Please touch. I am responsible. I am responsible. Please touch. Not asking you to touch me. I'm saying you will be touched. Just note that. I don't want to be touched. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. What's that mean? No jobs. Get back to me when you know the word. Google it or find. Which word am I looking for? Nada nish means. Or nada's nothing. Nish means. No, can't think what that is at all. Look at this first interaction and he's gone back in the shadows where you can cope. What? Look at this first interaction and he's gone. Well, it obviously is your first interaction because I'm always in the same place. I'm always, what do they call it, balanced. I, on the outside, speak to you, not you, to those who are meant to hear in the only way that they're meant to hear it. But inwardly, I don't give a shit. I don't care because I don't need to. None of this is my burden. None of it. I've already called for judgment. It's happening. I know it's happening. Everybody knows it's happening. I don't have to worry about a thing. Not one single thing. In fact, most of the good people, dark people, light people, doesn't matter, around the world don't have to worry about much longer. At some point in time, the penny will drop. And the downfall will be from within. Nobody will want to be associated. They can't. Because you've put yourself up here and you've left everybody else down there. And everybody else down there is going to be attacked by everybody else down there. And then they're going to become looking for those people up there. Because in your rise to the top, you trod on everyone and they have no love for you. Just telling you the truth. You trod on everyone and they have no love for you. They do for you because of the money that you have. And when you don't have that money, just telling you the truth. They won't be loyal to you. When you can't affect them, when you can't pay them or look after them, rats from a sinking ship. Now I know that the person that's looking after me, people, beings, light and dark, seen and unseen, including a water spirit, they won't leave me. If I had two halfpennies to rub together, gives me confirmation, or all the money in the world, they won't leave me. Because I think of them as much as I think of me. I will look after them as much as they look after me. Can anyone else say the same? I'm talking, these supposed gods. How well do you look after the people? I don't mean tax write-offs and, charity bullshit. And that's the difference between me and you. See, I will give the shirt off my back. Well, not this one because it's not on my back, it's over all of me, but if it was a shirt, I would. I'd give this, but it's not off my back, it's off all of me. As I said, it's as you reap, so shall you sow. If I did this act of kindness, at some point in my life, should I need an act of kindness, it will come back to me. It's not why I do it, but it does help knowing that. And like I said, helping people is not always about giving them something, because, as we are told, give a man a fish, he will feed himself for a day. Teach him how to fish, and he can feed himself forever. And so we teach. We don't need people to give us fishes. We'll catch our own. And those fishes, they will be tainted. So we live in a world, unfortunately, where those people that are supposed to look after us are doing us harm. Using science, doctors, the judicial system, the agencies and police forces, whatever. It's time to stop. All of that is going to stop. All of our pollution and the bullshit energy that we work with is going to stop. Because we don't need to. We don't need it. It is not necessary. The energy all around us is enough to sustain us. We don't need to destroy Mother Earth to gain, I don't know, minerals. So you can gain wealth. You destroy people's lives. You destroy the planet so you can dig it up and sell stuff and make money. Confirmation. Crazy. Anyway, I'm going because I keep saying I'm not going to be on long. And this wouldn't have been long if I wasn't doing all of this stuff. I don't care if anyone believes me. I don't care if people think I'm crazy. And I don't care if you think you're God or not. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to tell you the truth based on the words that we were given, not by Father, by the people at the top, to create these spells. Now, I don't know if Forrest Fenn knew. If he knew everything that was going on and wanted to stop it but couldn't say nothing. What I do know is he was supposed to protect the finder, which means he was in a position of a spirit. Remember, my awareness took its first steps. He was in a position of a spiritual awakening that, in my opinion, left him as high as an emperor, which is fucking high in the spiritual world. And then something happened. Because for 5 years, he didn't protect the finder. Like the twin flame, the person that made an agreement before they came here to do certain things, make certain things happen. Look up the synonym of wingman. I said I was the wingman. But as in real life, Forrest was the wingman. Forrest didn't lead that flight. When he was shot down. But as a wingman, look it up, I stayed true and I had faith. Until I started getting shot at by the very person I was protecting. Doesn't that sound too good? But again, only tell her the truth. So the thrill of the chase will be ending. What does that mean for this treasure inside and all of the other stuff? As far as I'm concerned, as long as people aren't screwing over people, live and let live, as we were told. Thank you, Earth Angel. That's it. Live and let live. There are some things that are going to happen in the near future that are going to wake some people up. I would say, if you are one of the 26 families, if you are a government official, if you are a judge or in the judiciary system, if you are an agent or in the police force, etc., doctor, scientist, etc., 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 involved, Masons, cults, covens, Vatican, like if you're involved in any of this, elites, celebrities, especially celebrities, music, film, filmmakers, whatever, I suggest you take a long, good look at how you live your life. Come to terms with the fact that God, the one you say you worship, is not good. That Jesus, the one you say you worship, is not good. And I know Jesus absolutely is not good because there was no J. So I can say anything that I want about Jesus, Jesus, Krishna, Jesus Christ, Constantine. I can say anything that I want about him because he's not real. There was no J. There was no John the Baptist. There was no River Jordan. He changed those names. And I am not waiting for a Jesus to come back. I am waiting not for the Son of God, I'm waiting for the Son of Man, because that's what it says. And he says, I do not know you. It is not my blood that you covered yourself in. So, if you believe in Jesus and you know there is no J, and you understand that the person who was praised before all of that came about was Hallelujah with a Y, not a J, because there was no J, then Yah, not God, is the creator. And if that's the fact, which it is, has to be, based on the information you allowed into the world, trying to hide the one name for eternity. Hallelujah has to be. Can't be anything else. There wasn't any J. Yahuwah has to be correct. There is no other way to explain it. Which means if Yahuwah is correct, then Yahusha is correct. Divine protection, his name means. He has the blood that we are covered in, not Jesus. Based on the information that is the truth. One name for eternity. In the beginning was the Word. Hallelujah. Praise divine. Yah. Divine protection. Yah. Shah, which is a town in Galilee. Very famous town. Did you know that? Usha. Yah. Usha is a town. No Jerusalem. Bullshit. There's no J. It's impossible. It's fucking impossible. It's like the chase. Like people tell me all their souls and everything. I go, no, that's impossible. Based on this truth. If there's no J, there is no Jerusalem. There is no Jordan River. It's impossible. There's no Jacob. There's no Joseph. There's no Lion of Judah. None of it. Because I look for the truth and I speak the truth and I listen to the words or I read them. So I know all of that religious stuff is bullshit, including Allah, Baal, Krishna. It's all bull. Just made it all up to try and cover the fact that each thing that was found out, oh, well, we'll have this religion to say that this is what it was. Just want to take us away from the truth. But the truth won't stay hidden. If all of that is a lie, and I'm talking about the story, not some of the words that are said, because that is true. Excuse me, confirmation. Don't know where that came from. So, those little sayings that help you along the way, confirmation, that are there to guide and protect you, words of comfort, thy rod and thy staff, even though they don't mean what you think they do, even though they've been changed, like our Father who art in heaven, that's not what it said, in the heavens, more than one, the heavens. So you changed what would suit you But he didn't realize that the Father had a divine plan with divine timing, and everything that you thought you got away with from the Father, like you thought you'd won. Have you seen that picture that I put on the front of my thing sometimes with the devil playing chess, looking, hoping that he'd won, but he hadn't because there's one more move. It's not checkmate, that isn't. Playing out pretty similarly in real life. It ain't checkmate. The Father still had another move. And Forrest Fenn told us that too. He said he had a whole card. Father has a whole card. So I've told the truth through all of this, thrill of the chase and life, because it's what I do. I fix things and I know stuff. I'm the mirror and I'm the agitator, and I make no apologies for it. Don't care. If you're a good person, dark, light, I don't care. If you're a good person, this mirror, it won't bother you. It won't bother you. You will not get triggered by me if you're a good person. And if you do get triggered by me, it's not because of me. Not because of me. It's because of you. It's because I'm saying the truth and I'm saying something that you don't like. I'm trying to have a world where everybody gets along, and I'm offering love, peace, and truth. Remember, take chess, go in peace. Can't we all just get along? So I'm offering those things, and I'm telling people the truth while I'm doing that. If anybody reacts to that in a negative way, it's them, not me. Because I only want the best for all of us. If somebody doesn't want me to want the best for all of us, that means they want the worst for me and the worst for anyone else but them. Again, it's just the truth. You only need the J when separating language of people, because Jesus is, and that's what I've said. Thanks, Dillard. That's what I said. Like Jesus, which is Earth Pig, that says Earth Pig, G Earth, sus pig. It's not about Jesus. It was never about Jesus, that J. The J is about hiding. Hallelujah. Yah being, in the beginning was the Word. It's nothing to do with Jesus. It's to do with the Creator, because they stole his children. They stole his abundance. They stole his creation. They stole the love that he could give us. And if it wasn't for that one name for eternity, he'd have nothing. Another thing Forrest said, if not for my name, I would have nothing. Forrest being the creator. Father being the creator. If not for my one name for eternity, I would have nothing. Like the parallels, that was a word as well, parallel. The parallels are fucking weird. Makes you wonder how this was done. So yes, Jesus, which is Earth Pig, but Isus is who Jesus is. The person you think of as Jesus is Isus. Look it up. See the picture, you'll know him straight away. When he comes back, you'll all go, oh, Jesus. Anyway, that's not who it was. That's who, and again, Satan isn't a being, it's just a name, but a title. But everything was changed in order that he could sit on the throne. And he gave us this bullshit to put us in the position we're in. So when the bullshit comes back, we all go, oh, he's back. Or we go, oh, oh, he's back, they still win. Like if you are a Muslim or any of the others, you'll be like, oh no, he's back, and it really is him because he'll do the miracles and preach the Bible and do all those fucking bullshit things, and you'll believe it's him. And like I say, can't be, can't be bullshit. And the reason it's bullshit is not because of Jesus; it's because of the Father. In order to hide the Father, they changed everything. And it started with the Egyptians. The Greeks and the Romans got rid of the gods that the Egyptians worshipped, who came before the writing the Hebrew scripture. Again, I say, if you get lost, you go back to the beginning. And the beginning is either billions of years ago or it isn't. And we know that Adam and Eve were around in the Bronze Age, so they weren't the first humans. But they might have been the first hybrids, whatever, AI, I don't know, whatever they would have been called back then, because they were messed with. ACDC and the Dr. Dre, what's the difference between me and you? You only need the J. Oh, we've done that. Oh, I missed that top one then. I've missed others. Mary, are you still alive? Yeah, I'm still alive. Still with us. Say you want to touch too much. Oh, that's just, yes. I know that. Touch too much. Touch too much. It was not long ago that the number 4 was written in the opposite direction. Everything that we know and have been taught is for our detriment, not for our benefit. That's crazy. That really is crazy. When you think about that, everything that we know that we have been taught is for our detriment. Like crimes against humanity, whatever. Like they really don't want the best for us. Oh, and in with that list, teachers. At some point in all of this, our scientists and our teachers should have revealed the truth. Our archaeologists, paleontologists, whatever. All these people that keep feeding us rubbish. So when the new book is wrote, people that can be trusted to translate the truth will rewrite the book. And that will come when the Vatican is ended. I kid you not. Even if, because in that place of evil is the truth. Not just that place, because the truth is all around us now. It's been unearthed. Rivers have dried out. The earth's opened up. All sorts of things. People have been going to that cold place where the truth is. We will find out about Tartaria and Atlantis and Mu and all the other places that have disappeared. We will know all about the underground cities, tunnels. We will know all about the Maya. We will understand even more the Egyptian hieroglyphs. We will find these buried bits of information and the ones that have been found already but been hidden. We'll know about the Grand Canyon and all the other stuff, the Mount Rushmore and blah, blah, blah. We'll understand why all the pyramids around the world have been built. We'll understand why that handbag makes me laugh. It's the same. It's the same mold. It's the same mold, like that being with the handbag. It's the same mold. Like one's the concave version of it, and the other's the convex version of it. And it's like the same thing, but once it was separated, one was in one part of the world and the other's in another part of the world. It's the exact same figure with the exact same purse, whatever it is it's holding. Crazy. Everything is a double because the hold card waits to return to the library book. Why do they call the alphabet of 26 letters that has two cases of the same letters in the idiotic? I'm not sure if that's the right word. That none are identical, so that technically makes it a 52-letter system. It's like the amount of states. Oh, oh, that's scary. But you have to wonder why they added two, because like in the old, well, they added the J obviously. They've added a letter that is redundant. Don't need a J because there's a J already. Never needed it. If you wanted a W, you could just put the two U's together, or the two V's, which is what it is. Two V's is a W. And it's like, well, just have the U and put another U. But it's a totally different word. You don't say you word, you word. You don't. You say word. So it's not a W. It isn't. It's only two U. Listen, it's only two U's if you use it as a V, which is Yahuwah. YHVH. It's only a W if it's a V as a U. And then you put those two V's together, you get a W. And that's the truth. I'm not lying. That's the truth. Those two V's, they put them together and they're two U's. So it's W. Even though with W, you go were. You. You. Don't know. Don't know. And the real idiotic is the W being the, oh, just done it there. W makes one less letter. So yeah, but the W is the V in the Yahoo V, the YHVH. When you use that Yahoo, the U, so you got Y, then you got H, which is AH, then you got V, which is U, then you got AH to go with that other H, which makes it Yahuwah. When you take that V as a U and put another V with it, it becomes a W. So I can understand how it comes about, but only when you understand that that V in the Yahuwah is a U. And it becomes a W, which is the W that we see. So they've made this J out of nothing. They claim that Yahuwah meant Yahweh. Can't. It's impossible. And they tried to say that that W was that V. What? No, that W is two U's, which is the U in there and another one. So you've got Yahweh. They made up a totally different bloody name, which doesn't exist, same as Jesus doesn't exist. Considering he's called Emmanuel, makes it even worse. But it's like you've put all this bullshit information out and none of it is to help us. It's just to keep us blind. So the U and the V is the German U, that's V, and double V is double U. But meant once removed is 6. The history lost Viking is the king's men, as VI is the Viking of the king before. But in that, the German U becomes the German J, which is the Y, because it used to be Y. It used to be Y, yeah, yes. Used to be Y, and they changed that to a J because they used J. They use the Yah in Hallelujah, and the German Yah is JAH. So they got the Yah and the Yah together. So there was no questioning the Hallelujah, which is spelled with a J, because the Yah in German, Yah for yes, is the same as the Hallelujah that's written with a J. It's like, oh, shut up. Like, no, not that stupid. Jar, that would be. You wouldn't use the J in German as a Y. So they tried to cover their tracks after destroying the Egyptian gods. They created Constantine, whatever his bloody name is, created this Zeus and Krishna, Jesus Christ. Jesus and Krishna, Jesus Christ. Put them together and said, this is the guy you're going to worship now. Forget all the others. Forget Mars. Forget Janus. Forget Zeus or Jupiter, Apollo, Neptune, Poseidon, because the Romans took the Greek gods and gave them different names, Venus and Aphrodite or whatever, and gave us Jesus Christ, which is Jesus and Krishna. So they gave us all this bullshit and tried to confuse the fuck out of us by swapping all, like, it's not who you are, it's only who you can make them think you are, Forrest told us. So you look at them as Athena and Diana and all these different gods. You look at them and you go, oh, they're different gods, but they're not. It's the same people. We just think they're different people, but they're not. They're the same people. So after destroying the Egyptian gods, they gave us these other ones that they did, but got rid of their own, which was Jupiter, Janus, Mars. There is a name for it. I can't remember what these gods were. But it's like, why have you done that? And it's because that was their start of, we want to be the ones in charge. So this is what we'll do. And then it was the long haul, long plan for what's going to come at the end. So in that were the Catholics, the Masons, obviously the Roman Empire, the Caesars and that, Constantine and all those people. With them, those Greeks, them Chabadabadoos, Jews, confirmation. I'm not lying. Confirmation. And they decided that they will, they wanted to rule. And they come up with all these wars and all of these things to make that happen, because within those wars you can destroy cultures, beliefs, get rid of evidence when you destroy countries, put people in fear, make them believe what you want them to believe. And then they went around the world, the Knights Templar, the Dark Ages, witch trials, get rid of the people that do magic, that believe in, the truth. Put them in fear, make them stop doing what they're doing, and make them believe in this version of reality that we've told you. This is what's true. This is what you got to believe. Nah. Anyway, I'm definitely going. There is no Vikings because the six got smashed together with the king, the realm. But that's how we got the word fuck after that, because it was fornicate under command of the king. You can have sex and have kids because I need more people that I can tax and that will work for me. So they became the rulers over us, got rid of the gods, and they became the rulers and told us that we begged for them to have kings. Like we begged God, remember in the Bible, God, give us a king like everybody else. Hang on, whoa, stop, stop, stop. Why are you asking the creator of everything, who, if if they are the creator of everything, has given kings to everyone else? That's how they got kings. If they've got kings, it's because the creator did it. So it shouldn't even have been necessary for them to say, "Oh, give us a king as well, give us a king as well." There was already kings. There was already kings. They didn't ask God. They didn't go to this made-up God. God, can we have a king? Okay. It's like they make up this bullshit, but this is just these narcissistic fucking I believe I'm God egotist people wanting to be the kings and wanting to be the leaders and saying that the divine creator wanted it for us. No, 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 he didn't. But if there's a divine creator, then surely they just want to be the divine creator in charge. And it's not necessary to have anybody in charge on earth, apart from just to oversee things, not in a commanding, authoritative, I'm going to beat the crap out of you if you don't do as you're told, or I'm going to put you in prison, or I'm going to starve you, or I'm going to whip you, or I'm going to do whatever it is to make you work. No, that's bull. So these people put themselves in charge and then decided, because they're in charge, they would make everybody work, which is what was said in the Bible. Now that you've gained some knowledge and you know the truth about yourself, you need to go out and work. What? What? Okay, then. So we'll go out and work, and without any tools, any weapons, any anything, we'll go out and we'll fend for ourselves. And then we'll bump into these people that are already around, and they'll look after us because they do have weapons and they do have kitchen implements that will help them live. Because Adam and Eve came out of a Garden of Eden where everything was given to them. Now they have to go and work for themselves with no clothes, no nothing, no tools, no idea of how to cook, no idea of how to hunt. And yet they did all right. So the story is bull. It's bull. And the sooner people wake up to that, the sooner they'll realize that if the beginning is bullshit, then the end must be bullshit as well. Has to be. Has to be. If you can't believe that the beginning is fucking true, why should you believe that the end is true? Why should you believe that this bullshit start, when there became a flood and everybody was dead, and then from this one family, all the evil that was still in the world still exists because it hasn't gone. Like these people that wanted to rule the world are still here. And there was only one family left, and that family was Noah. Does that make that family Noah the evil? Like if everybody was supposed to have died and it was just this one family left, then they set up other places. Then it says that the evil that runs the world came from Noah. I don't know about that. But it says that it landed on the mountaintop and he had to send out birds to see if it was safe to go out. Well, if you're on the fucking top of a mountain and the water level is going down, guess what? On the top of that mountain, there's no water. You don't need to send any birds out. Why would you send birds out? You can see for miles and miles and miles and miles at the top of that mountain whether there's any water and whether it's safe to come out of the ark. But you sent birds out. And these birds, so well trained, they either didn't come back or they came back with a twig. Said, yeah, look, there's a tree. Like the water's gone. A year the water was there. A whole year. The water's gone. And this tree, still good. Still good. Still good. But while in the ark, Noah trained this dove to come back with a piece of olive tree. Not bad. Even though he could see for miles and miles on the top of this mountain, if it was still flooded or not. Unless it was always dark. So, and like I say, all those animals couldn't fit into that place and then look after it for a year. But if they did, there would be polar bears at Mount Ararat. There would be kangaroos at Mount Ararat. There would be pandas at Mount Ararat because that's where they let them out. And if they didn't survive, there would be no pandas. There would be no kangaroos. And I don't know how they got from Mount Ararat to Australia. I don't. Or China. Or anywhere else. I don't know how those animals managed to get around the world and start living in all those places. It's beyond me. It's beyond me. So, whilst there is some truth that there was a flood, because, I don't know, seems that most religions say there was a flood. That's convenient. There was a flood. We saved all the animals, but none of them lived where the ark landed up. We've got no elephants. We've got no tigers. We've got no such and such a snake. We've got no blah, 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 such and such a spider. We've got no eels or whatever it is. Whatever it is that is in another part of the world that isn't in that place. It's like, how the fuck did anybody believe any of this? And like I say, I didn't grow up with the Bible. Well, I went to Sunday school, got, that little start. I just believed what was said to me when I was a little kid. And then something happened. I had a birthday party. I cried because nobody thanked Father, like did the for what we are about to receive. So I had a little bit of a hissy fit because nobody was thanking him. And then I can't remember what happened until I was way older. Can't remember my life from that point. I can't remember my life until way past that point. Can't remember what happened at the party. Can't remember blowing out the candles or whatever. And it's like I didn't even think about God or Jesus or anything growing up. It wasn't something that I thought about. But I always felt that something was helping me through my life. Not that I believed in it, just that I just thought, something's fucking saved me that day and something saved me that day and something saved me that day. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. Like, I don't know how I beat my dad, like fighting my dad while he was trying to stab me with a fucking knife. And my mother just watched. And I just finished school. I say just finished school, like just done some exams. I left home and I was living, rough. No job, no nothing. And it's like, how the fuck did I manage to survive that? My mum and dad went back to Italy. The whole family went back to Italy. Like, how did I survive that? How did I even ever get a job? And my life would be like that forever. Just rock bottom, get myself up, rock bottom, get myself up, rock bottom, get myself up. That's how my life would be. And in all of it, even though I didn't say, thank you, God, Father, whatever, I knew there was someone there until the chase. Until the chase. When, even though I'd seen the worst of people, remember I was homeless, even though I'd seen the worst of people, those people that I thought I could trust, they were the worst that I've ever met. Not even met them, just know of them. Like, man, you're some sad people. I'm not saying you people in here are sad, I'm just saying there are some sad people. And then I found out about the whole world is a sad place. And like my eyes opened, I was like, what? No. Like nobody does that. Nobody would do that. Like that's just so far beyond human. Like nobody would do those things. And it's like, well, yeah, they are. And all of that has to stop. All of that has to stop. So you then just pay the slaves because none paid slaves do not make anything of quality. Retrieve the wages and taxes. There you go. So, but they're not. This is the bit. This is the bit. It's not their money to pay anybody with. It's our money. It's already our money. It's our inheritance that they're using to pay us back with. Like it's our money that they're paying us with, and it's our money that they're taxing. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to us initially because of this fucking maritime bullshit fucking thing that they did and the straw man thing that they've done. They take it. They take it. They just steal it. They take it. And then they charge us for electric and they charge us for gas and they charge us for, and it's ours. It's ours. It belongs to us. We don't need, not that, but we don't need that. The inheritance is ours and the bills that they give us is our money. We don't need their gas. We don't need their electric. There's a way of getting energy without them. We don't need them. The only reason that we pay those things that we pay is because they make us pay. They make this bullshit energy up that we need to use. They make these things up that we need to use, and they charge us for using it. To the point that they're going to get to the, or try to get to, the digital ID where they control us and can take whatever they want. Like in this country, they're trying to stop us having so much money in our accounts. Fucking weird things, and they think that they can take it and dictate. Confirmation that they can't. Oh, not for me, that is. So it's got to change. It's got to stop. And we deserve it because we were told it was ours. The meek shall inherit the earth. The wealth transfer, first, last, the last, first, everything that was written will come to pass. Not everything. Not everything. Not everything. Because some of it's bullshit. But the good things that were written will come to pass. The stuff they changed, not so much. Not so much. Because they had their own prophecy. They had what they thought would happen if they managed to get away with it. But they didn't manage to get away with it. And that's the problem. Like they celebrated that they'd won. Like, the king is dead, long live the king. Literally, that's what they were doing. Literally, not lying. Literally, that's what they were doing. The king is dead, long live the king. I was like, oh shit, he's not. Or she's not. Or whatever it is. Queen is dead, long live the queen. However it went. Happy days. We won. It's over. We're in charge. Nothing can stop us. Hang on. I beg to differ. Which is similar to the chase. Forrest is gone. Whoever takes charge has the legacy. That's what you did. That's exactly what you did. Forrest disappeared, dead or not. Forrest disappeared, and the legacy was taken over, and the narrative was spun, just like real life. I'm not lying. All the truth has been given to you. Everything you need to know is in the words that you fuckers made up to cast spells. So I'm no taxes. Yeah, I'll agree with that. No taxes. No tax. Like it makes me laugh here because you get like you taxed. You get your MOT. You need an MOT for your car. You get taxed to have the car. You get taxed to go on the road with your car, and then you get toll roads to go on the road with your car. So hang on a minute. Doesn't any of the money that we've given you actually pay for what it's supposed to pay for? Like the point of the tax is to make the roads for the cars to go on. And you keep taxing us and taxing us and taxing us and taxing us, and then make a road that we have to pay to go on. But that's what the tax is for. Which is basically all they're trying to do is put you in this mentality that you have to keep questioning and fearing and getting angry and whatever. But once you realise that's why they're doing it, then it doesn't make you angry anymore because it's like, well, you want this reaction from me, well, I'm not going to give you it. It's like we have a TV license. I don't know if you have TV licenses over there, but we have a TV license over here, and it's purely for BBC. Like they set it up, the BBC. They set it up, and now in a time when people don't even watch the TV, pretty much on the, well, watch TV, but not necessarily the BBC. It was when the BBC was just the only place to watch or hear anything on the radio. There's all the BBC, but now there's all these other channels that have decided if you want to watch us, you have to pay to watch us, or it's free with adverts or whatever. So even if you don't want to watch the BBC, even if you don't want to watch it, even if you just watch the internet, you have to pay for a TV license. And you have to pay the BBC, a channel that you don't watch. What? How does that work? That's like saying, listen, you need to pay for this toll road that you will never drive on. Why? Because it's here. Here it is. Look, there it is. You have to pay for it. But I don't want to use it. I don't care. You still have to pay for it. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. But again, it's just, here's something else that you need to get pissed off about with all the other stuff. It's like crazy. And so all that's going to stop. Like in reality, everything should be free. Like energy is free. It's all around us. Tesla told us that. Confirmation. But it was all around us anyway, because our ancestors weren't idiots. They didn't chisel away at stuff with a hammer and chisel. No way. Didn't happen. The stuff they made was not with a hammer and chisel, was not with the oxen. It didn't happen that way. It's impossible. Impossible. Not difficult. Impossible. You cannot make those stones that smooth with a hammer and chisel. You cannot chisel, like if the chisel's that big, you cannot chisel feet of block, whatever, so many feet of block with a little, and it's not smooth. It's just not smooth. And then you have to try and get something under it. Even if you did manage that, you have to try and get something under it to pick it up, to move it. Now, I know you get pictures of these giants picking up 40-ton, you know, imaginary doodahs. 40-ton blocks of granite. No, no. And then you had to get it aligned perfectly. Like, it wasn't just put together, it was aligned perfectly. Like spirit level type, fucking, well, probably better than that. Laser precision. It was. It's like, shut up. Like, they had technology to do the stuff they did. Like, they built those pyramids from the inside out. Because if they didn't, they would have died putting those shafts in. Because there'd have been no air. And you wouldn't have been able to get the stuff out of there. Like, they didn't build those shafts. You know, the shafts they have? They didn't build them after the pyramid was built. They built them as they were building the pyramid. Because you can't dig into it. And if you did do it after that, they had to have a way of getting rid of all the gas and everything that was building up in there, and the dust and the rubbish. It's like, shut up. Talk shit. Talk shit when you say, oh, this is how they did it. No, that's impossible. Like, you build a pyramid and then you try and dig into it, get rid of all the rubbish, and then the only air that's in there didn't kill you. No, that didn't happen. So whoever designed it with all the shafts and everything pre-made, already done. And the stone that they used has wood in it, which means they made the stone. They made the stone. It might sound stupid, but they made the stone because wood doesn't grow through stone. It doesn't. Just doesn't. It doesn't. So somehow they made the granite, which is how they made all the vases and all the sculptures. They didn't chisel any of those. You don't chisel a granite vase. It don't happen. It doesn't happen. You don't chisel a granite vase. You might be able to mold one, like a early cement, early clay, whatever, but in that granite substance. It's like, no, shut up. You didn't chisel out a vase, like a smooth vase. You didn't do that. It didn't happen. There's some sort of laser technology or something, mold, two things together, clamp it, but not chiseled out. I don't know if anybody would even want to consider the idea that they take a piece of granite or whatever it is and then try and chisel out, something to put water or something. Anyway, stop talking, Mary. Just talking. Hey, Sparky, Satan's little helper. Season's about over, so the Satan franchise must go first. Yeah, that's another thing. It's something that I've been thinking about quite a lot, to be fair. Like, I don't see any harm in still, even though it's got nothing to do with Christ, in leaving Christmas in the knowledge that it's just a gift giving for no apparent reason. Nobody gives a shit anyway. Not many people worry about Christ anyway at Christmas. And the same with Easter. But apparently you shouldn't be celebrating your birthday either, Yahuwah. But I don't see any harm in that as long as it's known that it's nothing to do with the Father. But the real recognition, the real truth, because the days will be done properly, 364 days, 13 months. The way that it was, the following the moon, etc. Those things will be done. But I don't see that a day of celebration should be changed. Confirmation, as long as it's not done as a blaspheme, against the Father, which is what is happening now, really, because that's not his. He wasn't even born. If you look at the people that were born in December, Zeus and Krishna and all them others, which is like crazy. Like the odds of it happening really are just like we'll choose this person because he was born then. We'll choose this person because he was born then. We'll choose this person because he was born then. We'll choose this person because it was born then. He was born then. She was born then. Because that's when they were born, and that's what we want the world to believe. Like I say, all roads lead to Rome, which is all religion leads to the Vatican, or all paths, all spiritual paths, all religious paths, whatever it is, however you want to term it, they all lead to Rome. They all lead to the Vatican, which is the worst evil there is. And that's the truth. I'm not lying. That's where it all comes from. And they destroyed our what? Not our inheritance. Our history and our culture, because they didn't want us to know. So not all of the buildings, because some of the buildings still exist. You can see them and go, what? How the bloody hell did they build that? But they destroyed it so we wouldn't know. We wouldn't realise the capabilities we had hundreds of years ago that we haven't even got now, because they dumbed us down. Pyramids are a lie because the stones have, yes, 100%. Thank you, Dealer. Yeah, and some of those, like there's a place in France that has it in as well, seashells. There's loads that have seashells in. It's like you didn't make it, you didn't drag them bloody things, hundreds and thousands of miles. You made them on at site. So when the Nile flooded and then receded, is when they did the things that they needed to do. They used the water, they used whatever, the sand type thing was there, and they made it. They made some sort of cement and built it in place. You know what I mean? Just mixed it, put the things around it, let it solidify, take the things away, put another one next to it, and that's why it's so close and so tight and so smooth. It's just been made. It'd be like, what would it be like? When you put the ice cubes in the freezer, you could put them all in, make it would all set, but they would be able to not have any gaps. There won't be any gaps. So imagine that each one of those ice cubes is a big, long 20-ton block. The first ice cube will be placed, and then the second ice cube will be laid right next to it. Flat as whatever, just there. But not with, so in the ice cube tray, they will be separated. But the block is made in one cube, and then that cube's moved over, then the block is made again, but it's touching that. So there's no piece of wood, no separation between it. Block made, and the block moved over, block made, block moved over, this taken out, then the block made again. then this bit moved, and then this block will be this part of the thing and poured in, and then set, and then moved again. And that's why they're so close. And then on top of each other. But used with whatever, laser precision to get it lined with the stars. Not just like laser, because those pyramids match, the alignment in the sky itself. So not just aligned from Earth to there, but aligned in the same way that it is in the stars. So, which is, you need to watch the Great Pyramid 2017 or whatever, 2019. It explains what they did. Holidays to get return of wages. These people run everything. They own most of the stores. So during the holidays, they get more money because we spend more money. We get more money working harder because it gets busy. They get more taxes, but they also get more money through the money we put in the stores. So the money they give us at work is given straight back to them because they own most of the merchandise. Like these people at the top, these people you don't know about, they own all the companies below them. So you have parent company, parent company, parent company, little company. And it's only those, small family businesses that aren't, run by the big uns, unless they become popular and the big uns buy them straight out because they want to have a monopoly. It's not supposed to happen, but it does. So all of these people at the top own all of these people at the bottom. They own the main bit, all these people at the bottom, and then they give to these people at the top. So all the money we spend, taxes or whatever it is, on energy, in the stores, whatever it is, wherever we spend our money, all filters up to them to get their bit. So, we can't win. When really it should be filtering down, not going up. Look at the physical federal year ending and beginning Christmas. Doesn't exist. No, it's the same with, say some good stuff. Same with the year that it doesn't start in January. Like it starts in spring because that's new life, new everything. And the week doesn't start Monday, start Sunday. I think that's right. Sabbath is Saturday. So all of this stuff has changed, and just to take us away from the truth. And like I say, all going to come back. Anyway, again, look, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3. Oh, them are some good numbers. Where's Frank when you need him? I'm going. Look, I don't know. You can make the perfect pyramid out of the standard bricks. How's E equal MC square when pi is not square? Ooh, ooh. Is that a pineapple pie? Like I say, we have to, when we write the new books, we have to have the right people giving us the correct people giving us the correct information, because we can't rely on the translations we've been given because they've been written by men who are trying to rule us. So we need to have the people who have faith in the Creator, who understand the original word so as we can understand the truth, and then walk in the way of how we're supposed to walk. Like they try to give us Darwin's theory of evolution, which again is just bullshit, because the lies they gave us in the Bible didn't make sense. So they had to find another alternative, and they came up with that. It's just crazy. So it's hard to know what to believe and what not to believe. because the people that can make a difference have an agenda and they have control. So they give out the information they want, which is why CNN and all those media things only show you what they want to show you, even if it's a lie. Even if you know it's a lie, they don't care because nobody can do anything about it, or so they think, so they thought. So it didn't matter what they said, it didn't matter what they did, because they thought that no one was going to hold them to account. Well, guess what? There are people who are going to hold them to account. And all of the bullshit that they're trying to run now ain't going to work. All of these false flags, all of these bad events that are happening around the world that make you go, oh, it's so terrible. Oh, I feel so sorry for them. Oh. No, no, no. It's all set up for that exact response. And it's all set up for the division, to keep you divided. It's that all important, united we stand, divided we fall. And they took it to the limit. They divided us into so many different religions, it's unreal. Where people wouldn't come together because they didn't agree about who created us. To the point where some people, kill. It's like, you believe there's a creator and you believe the creator wants you to kill people. But the first rule is thou shalt not kill, or a rule is thou shalt not kill. How does that make sense? Like in anybody's language, how does that make sense? You believe in a creator that says thou shalt not kill, but it's okay to kill for me. Nope, don't get that. Not okay to kill for anyone. And it's simple. No, you don't kill. So if you have a religion that says it's okay to kill people, that's obviously wrong already. It's already wrong. It's just crazy to even think that a divine being would say that. When Canada can free healthcare and has less input from themselves, being the Washington district, the rich get richer and decide who lives in. Unfortunately, that's the way that it was, but not for much longer. So, and it's not, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean that everybody who has money is evil. That's not what I'm saying at all. You can have money, living, not going to say a perfect life, but living a good life, being a good person, doing bad things, but still being a good person, but not doing bad things to other people to get you rich. But it's not those people that are the issue. It's the people that have made their money off the backs of everyone, not just a few. For thousands of years, not just recently. That's the issue. It's the evil that has run this world who want to take the throne, believe that they're gods, believe that we're, their property. That's the issue. And that's the one that's going to be resolved with metal and resolve. So I'm deciding that stop sharing. That's the first bit. And then I'm rich with adventure and poor enough to break even. Listen, what did I say the other day? I can't remember what I was talking about. How rich is rich? Like, what is it that you really need to call yourself rich? Like, if you lived in a forest, in a nice cabin, and you were able to live off the land, you had everything that you needed to do that, does that make you rich? No money, no money, no money. Just nice family, nice cabin, warm in the winter, cool in the summer, everything that you needed available to you, and you were able to do those things. How rich does that make you? With no money. Be quite rich. And how happy does that make you? Quite happy. And happiness is the pot. That's the main thing, isn't it? That's what Forrest said. Happiness is the pot. Not happiness for a few, happiness for everybody is the pot. Confirmation. Happiness for everyone is possible if everybody wants happiness for everyone. Because it comes from the unseen to the seen. We are energy turned and matter, and we can turn energy into matter. So therefore, if everybody wishes happiness for everybody, whatever happiness they're wishing for will come down, will be created. So you wish happiness for everyone, you don't have to even wish happiness for yourself, because whatever makes you happy will be coming down to you and given to you without wishing for it. Like, they'll take care of it. Whatever you're in your mind that makes you happy will be given to you, because everybody's wished that everyone's happy. Your highest good. So if everybody wants your highest good, it will come to you, even if you don't wish for it. If you're just able to receive it, you'll get it. If you've been thinking of it. So, clearing what you want, be in alignment, ask, clear and precise, job done. That's it. That's it. Not wishing any harm on others. Like, if you're jealous of someone else, you're never going to get anything given to you, because you're obviously not in alignment. You know what I mean? Like, if you're thinking about other people, if you're trying to be like other people, you're not going to get it, because you're not in alignment. You can't be. There's issues inside that say, oh, I want to be like this, which means you're not happy with what you've got, who you are. So you have to be happy, as within, so without. Excuse me. If you're happy and everything's good with you, then everything will be good outside of you. But if you're in turmoil inside, around you, there will be turmoil. So the first thing is know thyself. Know who you are, be happy with who you are. Get yourself sorted, aligned. Once you're sorted and aligned, then everything around you will be sorted and aligned. If you're asking clearly, thinking clearly, asking clearly, moving in alignment, then everything around you will align. Your reality will realign based on who you are, how you behave. If you're behaving in a bad way, then your world will turn upside down. Just like that. Just like that. I'm not kidding you. Just like that. Even with that sound. So don't overthink anything. Don't project onto others. Don't worry about others. Don't try and be like others. Be who you are. No one can ascend for you, because you have to be you. You have to be authentically you. Can't try to be like someone else. Can't pretend to be like someone else. You've got to be you. You've got to love everything, warts and all. But realise that anything that is not helping you has to go. Leave it. Throw it away. If it's people, they have to go. Have to go. And you know the people that aren't good for you. You'll know the people that aren't good for you, and they have to go. When they ask for stuff, say no. No. And if they are supposed to be in your life, later on, they'll turn back up. Remember, it's a train journey. You're on your train journey. It's your train, only your train. And people will get on and they'll get off on your journey. And you'll either get on with these people or you won't on your journey. But you can't try to be like any of these people. It's your journey. You are you. And you will be with these people or you won't. They'll either go on the journey with you or they won't. If they're not, don't worry. Let them go. Let them go. Doesn't matter. They're not meant to be on your journey. Your journey will still carry on. Always. It will still carry on. Whether those people get on or don't. If they get off, they get off. If they get on, they get on. And your journey will still carry on. But you have to stay in your truth. As long as your train is moving forward, you stay who the fuck you are. Don't worry about anybody else. If they come into your life and make your life better, great. Great. But you don't need them. It's your journey. You need you. As long as you're on your journey, you're fine. Don't need anybody else, just you. As long as you love you, as long as you're happy with you, you don't need anyone else. If they come on and make it better, great. If they come on and make it worse, they'll end up getting off at another stop. Because your train is meant for you. It's your train. It's meant for you. And the person who's driving the train will decide who's good for you and who isn't. If the person who's driving the train decides they're not good for you, they will get off. Or they've made a mistake and the person who's driving the train will come to a station where they get back on. So let it go. If they're meant to be there, they will be there. If they're not meant to be there, they won't be there. Don't worry about them. Problem with us is we think we know what's best for us. Again, I go back to the race has already been run and he knows the answers. The answers I already know. He knows the answers. So whilst you think this person is good for you, he already knows, or she, that they're not. They're going to cause you grief and heartache and leave you broke. And so they're out of your life. That job wasn't meant for you. Okay? You don't need it. Get another job, get a different job, a better job, a job that is suited to you. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. As long as you're in alignment with it, it will do you good. And if you're not in alignment with it, your world will start to change. That's just the way that it is. So, how's it going? Thank you for being here and listening to me rattle on. Hey, Trusted, do you know that you cannot and will not find it by looking at a map and canals and them wet places? It is not on a map. You need is good map. Good map. There you go. Oh, look it up, Trusted. What is a map? What is a map? What is a map, Trusted? What is a map? A good map. See, it can't be associated with a man-made structure. It can't be in a place that people go. Oh, well, where is it then? So it has to be where he tells you it is. Has to be. Has to be where he tells you it is. And he can only tell you where it is in the words that he has given you. And his words are not to direct you to that place. Otherwise, he wasn't hiding it. He was just telling you where it was. Like, you don't set up a treasure hunt for people to find something and tell them where it is. You just don't. You don't. You don't. And those words, as they're written, are not clues. No. The whole poem as it's written, not clues. But the words, precise words, are clues. Because as it's written, it's too ambiguous. It was never meant for anybody to find anything. For 1,000 years, remember. His words, not mine. You weren't supposed to find it. No one was supposed to find anything. You were not supposed to find anything. You were not supposed to find something. You're not supposed to solve it. It wasn't designed for anyone to solve it unless they were chosen to solve it, because it's supposed to last 1,000 years. It's never supposed to be solved. Anybody that said they solved it and it was in a place where people go, they didn't solve it. Anybody who found it after, or were going to find it after searching for it, no, because you're not going to stumble on it. If you're searching, if you go somewhere with the intention of searching for it, you'd already lost. But worse than that, no one can think my thoughts. So when I thought of this treasure hunt and how to hide it, no one is going to have the same thought as that. No one. I have to tell them the answers. Because whatever they think of is not what I thought of. And he thought to hide the chest in the words of the poem and tell you to go in completely the wrong direction. And the only way you would know is if you listened to what he told you. You won't find it with the poem. You can look in the poem as much as you want. If you never listened to what Forrest said, you would never find it. So put the poem away, listen to what he said, then pick the poem up. And what he said was, I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. Words do not mean what you think they do, but read me what the poem says and it's game over, he said. So, listen, please, stop fucking saying you're the solver when you can't read the poem. Don't say you can, because everybody reads it that way. Everybody reads the poem the way that it's written. If you're reading the poem the way that it is written, you are wrong. Because Forrest doesn't want you to read him the poem the way that he can read it if he wanted to read it himself. He wants you to read him the poem the way that it was before he looked up all the fucking words to change it. That's how he wants you to read the poem. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. What does it say? It says, go fucking old faithful and be wise. That's what it says. If you've been faithful and found the blaze, look quickly down. End of. The blaze, the word blaze is begin. Blaze, at the beginning, begin, is blaze. It, where, old faithful, that's how you start. Blaze it where old faithful, blaze. And you finish, if you've been to faithful, where it says warm waters, you finish where you've been wise, heavy loads and water high, look quickly down. If you've been faithful and seen that blaze, the blaze where you started, blaze, begin is blaze a trail, remember, have enough whatever to strike the trail. Blaze a trail, so you begin, which is blaze, at old faithful, and you finish, wise, seeing the blaze, looking quickly down, at old faithful, at warm waters halt, at the home of Brown, all of it in that place. From there, don't go from there, the meek, don't go from that place. From there, it's no place. From there, it's no place. Don't go no place from there. Meek, faithful. So he's told you all in that little bit, all about faithful, all about that place. No place for the meek, because it is no place for the meek. You wouldn't go in there. You wouldn't go in there. But he's saying from there, don't fucking leave there. Solve the first two clues, walk right by it. Don't leave there. From there, don't go. It's no place. It's no place. It's no place to go from there. Stay where you are because you're already there. And if you don't, you will walk right by the chest. You can't get closer than the first two clues because you're already there. You're where you need to be. And you will know it for the first time because where you start, remember, the blaze is begin. Blaze is begin. And if you've been wise and found the blaze, your quest to cease. You begin at the blaze. You end at the blaze. And you know the place for the first time because this is the beginning blaze and this is the end blaze and it's the same fucking blaze and you didn't go anywhere. And you know the place for the first time because from there, it's no place for the meek. Don't go from that place. And you're not worried about the Homer Brown because it's the blaze and warm water's halt. And you're not worried about warm water's halt because it's the blaze and Homer Brown. And so on. They're all the same thing. You weren't meant to find it. You didn't have to go anywhere other than to where it was. That's it. That's how simple it is. You go where it is, that's where it is. Your first point of call is your last point of call. You don't go anywhere else. And if you're going for more than a mile, you've gone too far, he said. And that hole is probably, volume-wise, 9 miles. 9-mile hole. That's where it is. But not the 9-mile hole you're thinking of. That hole, that well, confirmation, that hole, that well, that symmetrical fucking thing in the book, not lying, that symmetrical thing in the book, when you open it, it tells you Yellowstone National Park. That's the place. The place is Yellowstone National Park. The crease is the hole or the nook. It means the same thing. Faithfull is in Yellowstone National Park. Faithfull is a hole in Yellowstone National Park. And in the hole, there's a nook in Yellowstone National Park in the fucking book. It will help you, confirmation. It will help you only, it's there to help you, but it won't tell you where it is, which is basically what Forrest said. They're helping you with the clues in the poem. It will help you if you fucking looked up the words in the poem. If you only knew the key in tight focus with a word that is key. If you knew that a crease was a hole and a nook. And if you knew that symmetrical, because it's symmetrical, here is something symmetrical in Yellowstone National Park. Here is something symmetrical in Yellowstone National Park. And it has a crease, a hole, a nook in it. If you knew that, it would help you with the clues that are in the poem. Why would it help you? Because they are synonyms. They are synonyms of the word crease. Now you will know because you know the poem has synonyms. And you can look at the book, and you can know that the poem has synonyms. In that fucking book, it says stout-hearted men. Oh, hang on, what does stout-hearted mean? So those clues aren't in any order. But they will help you with the clues in the poem. The synonyms in the book will help you with the synonyms in the poem. Once you know that, it's simple, because simple is another synonym of faithful. So you're being told, you're being told. Every fucking time you have a clue, you're being told what the answer is. If you already, I told you this 5 years ago, if you already know what the answer is, you have to know what the answer is before you can find out what the answer is. You have to know what the answer is before you can find out what the answer is. The answers I already know. The answers I already know. You have to know what the answer is before you can find out what the answer is. You won't get the answer if you don't know what the answer is. If you don't know what the answer is, you won't get the answer. And the answer is begin, blaze, because warm is comfortable, remember. Blaze it where, Old Faithful. I'm sure I put spouts. That bit doesn't matter, to be fair, because there's a comma after that. Could be Old Faithful waters, because it's still waters. I'm sure it says spouts or vents. It's one of those things that means waters, because there is one that means geyser, but I'm not sure if that was a blaze down below. But if you've been wise and found the geyser, but even blaze is the same thing. So I forgot what I was saying. So begin at blaze and finish at blaze in your quest to cease. If you've been wise and found the blaze, blaze is at the begin. The word begin is blaze, and where you finish is blaze, which is start, know it for the first time. But you had to know what the answer was. You already had to know that the blaze is where you begin, and the blaze is where you end. Look, he told you. Fuck. I keep saying the same things. He told you. He said, I don't know of anyone who is going to find it looking for the blaze first. I don't know exactly how he said it, but that's what he was saying. I don't know anyone who's going to find it looking for the blaze first. If you find the blaze first, then you find the blaze last. And if you find the blaze last, you find the blaze first. Begin means blaze. Warm means old Faithful. If you found that fucking blaze at Old Faithful, the blaze, it's white, going up, going down, quest to cease. But you had to know what the answer was. You had to know what the answer was before you can understand what the answer is. The answers I already know. You had to know what the answer was before you could find out what the answer is. So you would know what the hints and clues are in the book. The clues were the poem, because the clues are in the poem. And the hints were the synonyms that went along with the clues that were in the poem. Stout-hearted men is the same clue as warm. I'm not stout-hearted men. Stout-hearted is the same clue as warm. In the book, in the poem. And the clues in the book, the hints in the book will help you with the clues in the poem. It's the same fucking word. One in the book, one in the poem. They're all in the book, but one in the words in the book and one in the words in the poem. Now, listen. You would never find it with just the book, because you wouldn't look up the word stout-hearted. Forrest didn't say, I looked up all the words in the book. He said, I looked up all the words in the poem. And when you look up the words in the poem, you find the word stout-hearted. You find words like jumpstart. You find words like learning. You find words like curve. You find those words and you know what they mean, what they relate to. So if it's not associated with a man-made structure, if you're not going to stumble on it, if it's in a place where you won't go, any of those means it's not your fucking soul. It's not your soul. But confirmation. But worse than that, If you've got 9 clues that takes you to 9 different locations, it's not your soul. Can't be. Because you walked past the chest after the first 2 clues. So the 7 locations that you went to after the first 2 clues took you away. Forrest Fenn's words, not mine. Walk past the chest after the first 2 clues. So if you did start in the right place for the first and second clue, you were nowhere near it by the time you finished. So you people that say, well, the Homer Brown is this and blah, blah, that and the other. No, you've just gone further away. You haven't gone nearer to the chest. Once you pass the first 2 clues, you've gone away from it, which is what it's designed to do. You've gone away from it. Because, again, from there, it's no place. Don't go. From there, don't go. From there, it's no place. Because, as I have gone alone, in there, it's the same place. In there is the same place as from there. It's because it's always there. Remember, Faith? Always there. In there, as I've gone alone in there, the same place as from there. And from there, it's no place. It's no place from there. You don't go from there. You don't go to another place. It's no place. Don't go no place from there. And meek is faithful. From there, it's no place for the faithful. Those, not only those that are at Old Faithful, but those that have faith in a maverick, those that listened and said and heard, I looked up all the words in the poem. Why would you do that, Forrest? Why would you do that? Oh, to hide the chest. So as we didn't know where it was. Because you're not telling us where it is. You're hiding from us where it is. The only way we will find it is if we listen to what you told us. And you told us at the very beginning to look up all the words in the poem, and this is why I was saying to Trusted, and look out for the substitutes. What's a substitute? A substitute is a synonym. Substitute is a synonym. Affect is a synonym. Who says I can't affect the faithful? Who says I can't faithful the faithful? Who says I can't affect the future? So he tells you the answer right in your face every fucking time and says to you, I find it funny, I'm the only one who understands what it is that I am saying. No, you're not, Forrest. There is someone else who understands what it is you are saying. Because, listen, if he spoke French, you would have to learn French. Everyone says, oh, it's Fenn speak. No one knows what he's saying. He's contradictory. He's this, that, and the other. Why is he contradictory? Because they're all just synonyms. Summer is winter. Night is day. Up is down. Black is green. So, when you understand Fenn speak, which is basically just synonyms, substitutes, when you understand the substitutes, beware of those substitutes. Beware the mud, stuck in the mud. He tells you what the answer is with the substitutes, the synonyms. You have to understand all that he was saying is faithful. It's simple. It's faithful. It's difficult. A contradiction. Confirmation. A contradiction of his first words. It's simple. It's difficult but not impossible is different than it's simple. And yet, it's faithful. It's faithful. Telling you what the answer is. Telling you what the answer is. And if you don't understand the difference between it's difficult but not impossible, you shouldn't have been in the flipping chase. It's difficult but not impossible. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? When you just told us it's simple. Fit on a post-it note. A 1971 post-it note stamp. Stamp is another word for... No, not stamp. Frank. Frank. Which is a stamp. Those stamps in the book, confirmation, those stamps in the book are francs. Told you. He told you what the answer is. A franc is a stamp. Those stamps in the book, they're all francs. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. And he's just telling you what it is and laughing because nobody understands what he's saying. Well, not nobody, because somebody did. Anyway, I've told you the truth. And you don't have to believe it. And I don't care if you believe I'm the solver or not. I'm doing this because I want to be the solver. I know what happened in 2020. I know that he told us that the shit was going to hit the fan. It was going to be wank. I know that. I told you that. My first videos. I told you it was black and white in my first videos. I labelled them ABCs in my first videos because all of those videos, what did they say? They say faithful. And he told you it was faithful because he said, you have to have faith. You have to have faith in a maverick. So what do you have to do? You have to be faithful. He told you. Over and over, he told you what the answer was. And when I first came and did those videos, I told you, there is a solution. And it doesn't matter what you think about Forrest Fenn. You should not be up, in his fucking face saying things. You shouldn't be slandering him and saying this, that, and the other. It doesn't matter. Not up to you to judge. There is a solve. The solve is legit. What happens, happens. It's not for you to judge anyone. Not for me to judge. I don't care what happens. I care what happens in the sense that justice is done. I do care. I care that justice is done. But if justice is done, so what? But the truth is, he told you to have faith, and that faith is faithful. And he told you Peggy would be waiting, and that is faithful. Everything says faithful. He told you Jackie Kennedy was easy. That is faithful. He told you it's simple. That's faithful. He told you your best revenge. That's faithful. He told you fucking confirmed, and he told you agreed, and he told you everything that he could to tell you it was faithful. And that's the one thing you needed to do. You needed to be faithful. Have faith in the maverick. He told you. He told you. Nearly everything that he said was, it's faithful. Peggy is waiting, she'd be faithful. Even if she wasn't with him at Faithfull, she'd be faithful. And they take it together, which means faithful. They take it to faithful. Come to a fork in the road, they take it to faithful. Actually, they take it faithful. Take it together. So they take it faithful. Because the two comes from together. So he tells you the answer over and over, over and over, over and over. Proven by the fact that he says, beware the substitutes, which is synonyms. Beware the mud, which is stuck in the mud. Tells you what it is you need to look out for. Tells you there are hints, clues, because it's in the poem in the book. But the hints in the book that will help with the clues in the poem. The clues in the poem are synonyms. The clues in the book are synonyms. and they will help you. But you can't find it using just the book, even though the book's got the poem in it. You can't find it just the book. All you need is the poem. I don't need the fact that it says stout-hearted men in there, in the book, to help me solve it. I don't need Google Earth to help me solve it. Well, I probably would have done in an initial instance, because whilst I would have known where it was, I wouldn't have known where it was unless I looked at a map, a good map. So all I would need was a poem to solve that with just those words. Not changing anything, Troy. Not moving anything, Troy. Not making any grids, Troy. Just the words in a poem. And guess what? My imagination. And I can read that poem. Remember, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. And it doesn't say begin it where warm waters halt. And it doesn't say if you've been wise and found the blaze. It doesn't say that. To you it says that, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say from there it's no place for the meek. It doesn't say that. Because, listen, the person that was going to solve it, remember, a faithful thinking searcher, or an old faithful thinking searcher using logic, which is logical, which is also faithful. No place for the meek is no place for the faithful, is those that had faith in a maverick, those that believed that no one could think his thoughts and that he would tell them where it was. That's the faithful. And then later on he says, so hear me, faithful, and listen, faithful. Your effort will be worth the faithful. If you are faithful, if you are faithful, if you've been no, what's that bit at the bottom? If you are brave and in the wood, if you are faithful and in the wood, I give you title to the gold. So, in any bit that was telling you anything, he was telling you faithful. As I have gone alone in there, and with my treasures faithful, I can keep my secret where and hint of riches new and faithful. We just found out what new meant. Future. John Collins Black. 5 chests. 5 chests. Future hunts. Future hunts. Future and faithful. Future. Future box. Future box. John Collins Black. Future and faithful. Faithful and faithful. Or you could hide it again in the same place. Oh, no one will ever find it there. Hint of riches, new and old. Hint of riches, faithful and faithful. Those riches, faithful and faithful. Future box, new. Future, new and faithful. But I'm not fucking stupid. When someone tells me they have 5 fucking keys, and they have 5 keys, just need to find 5 chests. They found one, 4 more. Four more. One's already been found. 4 more. Who says I can't affect the future box. It's a funny name for a chest, isn't it, in a hunt? A future box. So 5 keys, 5 chests. One's been found, 4 more to find. If I was in the gap, I would find one of them. A tree. I'm not fucking stupid. I am not that person that you should fuck around with at all. I come on here to tell you the truth because I think you deserve the truth. But don't try and fuck with me. I've told you the truth about the thrill of the chase. I've told you the truth about John Collins Black. I've told you the truth. And I've told you the truth about creation. And in all of it, I have been as fair as I can possibly be. Accepting that people are living their life in the way that they choose to live their life. And I have never, ever once said that I was the solver or the finder. I don't give a fuck. I know what I did. I know what I know. And I know what the truth is. Now, you can either do the right thing, the correct thing. You can either do the correct thing because it's the correct thing to do, or the correct thing will be done. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Whatever you wanted to happen will happen, vengeance and all, because it's Father's abundance for his chosen. Remember, you saw the words. I'm not lying. You saw the words. His chosen finder, someone who would have faith and listen. And I've proved, don't care what you say, I've proved that I listened, that I had faith, and that it was not given to me. I earned it. I earned it. All of it. And it wasn't given to me. So, I know if there is a chosen finder, you've seen those words, I've just shown you them, and it was preordained, ordained, that there was a chosen, it was ordained, that whatever divine plan, remember, I don't like making plans antagonistic to freedom, whatever divine plan will come in divine timing. And I don't have to do a fucking thing. Because I was there in person. I never went boots on the ground to Old Faithfull. But in person, Old Faithfull. So basically I went there. In my imagination. Tell me where it is and I'll get it for you. After that came some bullshit some bullshit about Emmett being chucked off the balcony, and you had to find his killer. Found it. Explained it was at Old Faithful for the code. No, the password that you needed to get into the video, to get the account. Gave the information. Explained the names in the chat. Still. The name of the person who said, "Don't worry, Mario. I'll sort that." That was affecting the future. In that moment, the ending, when it went tits up, shit, bullshit. Excuse me. Not the Jack bit, that bit. 2021. At a time where people were using their email to get in touch. You know who you are. I know who you are. Davey knows who you are. You are able to do what you do, the grace of Father. Nothing done in the dark will stay in the dark. The truth will set you free. I even gave you that freedom. I didn't give you it. It was on the another word. At some point, confirmation. At some point, you will all know. Everyone will know how much power, glory, is that the word? Everyone will know. And everyone will know that what was said to be true is true. Those things shall come to pass. As it was, so shall it be. First last, last first. The meek will inherit the earth. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, faithful. Blah, blah. There are people that are trying to delay, trying to stop, trying to fuck the new earth over, or matrix. Remember, if you look up the word matrix, what it means. Trying to stop their fall of the Roman Empire. Trying to stop it. Can't be stopped. As it was, so shall it be. Amen. I'm definitely going. I go round and round the circles, don't I? Oh no, it's 4:19. What the heck? Another 4-hour video. I am honestly, it's almost exactly the same. Well, it was exactly the same until I kept speaking. Peggy equals true love. Nikki, hello. I didn't know you were here. And Rob, how are you? Riches, faithful and faithful, that says, Rob. Faithful and no, it says, yeah, future and faithful, which is faithful and faithful, but future and faithful. So one might be a future box and one might be a faithful. If he did say Peggy would be waiting, means he assumed she would go out before himself, but didn't it all the opposite? No, Peggy would be waiting because Peggy is faithful. Like you trying to make out the words mean what they're supposed to mean. Waiting is faithful. So Peggy would be faithful. He was right. Peggy's faithful. And he's faithful. So the reason it doesn't make sense is because it's not meant to make sense. It's meant to mean something else. You're meant to see something else there. When we come to a fork in the road, we take it together. Is not we take it together. It's when we come to a fork in the road, we take it faithful. It's got nothing to do with taking it together. It's to do with the fact that it's faithful. It's to do with the fact that Peggy is waiting and she's faithful, which is explaining why she's somewhere else, even though they're in the same place, because he's faithful and she's faithful in two separate places. Hello, Mario. Good to see that. It will be there waiting for you when you arrive. Fenn is the most literal person there is. What does literal mean? Trust me, you'll want to know. What does literal mean? He said, I take you literally. What was it? What did they ask when he said that? Oh, the questions. The questions. Is it in the poem? No. Can I ask a question? He says, yeah. And then he asks a question. He says, no, you've already asked a question. You asked, can I ask a question? So you already had one question. So now, can I ask a question? Go on then, ask a question. Which was, is the word that is key in the poem? No. Is there a word that is key? Yes. Is it in the poem? No, you already asked a question. Cynthia, you ask him. Cynthia asked him. He says, that's the same question that he asked. She said, no, he asked, is there a word that's key? I'm asking, is the word in the poem? So, or however that went. So, and he said, well, I'll take you literally. And he said literal when they said, but terrorist camp with Marvel gaze. And he's basically said, well, get the flock out of there. In other words, when you realise that the blaze has gone down, get in and get out. Because it will go back up. You don't want to be there when it goes back up, which is his but terrorist camp with Marvel gaze, just, which synonyms to, but terrorist camp with Marvel gaze, faithful. So don't terrorist camp, faith, confirmation. Don't terrorist camp Marvel gaze, faithful. Don't watch faithful. Take the chest, not just take the chest, because just is faithful. Take the chest and go in peace. So don't stand there watching faithful. Take the chest and go in peace. I'm not lying. I am not lying. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Don't stand there watching faithful, but terrorist camp with Marvel gaze, faithful. Take the chest and go in peace. That's what he said. And then he had to tell you about the trove. The chest is finished. In that bit, the chest is finished. Nothing else has got anything to do with the chest. After that, so why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? Which could translate to why is it that I must faithful, or faithful, or could translate to why is it that I must go and make, go is make, and make my trove for all to seek, because the trove wasn't made. and he had to go. Why is it that I must make and leave my trove for all to seek? He was disappearing, maybe to be someone else, and leave my trove for all to seek. The answers I already know. I've done it tired and now I'm weak, which I've already explained. So, in the end, if you are confident and contact Forrest, I'll give you title to the gold, or whatever it is. I give you ownership of the deed. That was it. I give you ownership of the deed, which is potentially what is the trove, the not title. Let's say copyright. Well, not even copyright, patent, whatever that is, whatever that word means. So, whilst you could find a chest, there was something else that was on offer that would be worth more than 10 million. Because he said, when it gets to 10 million, I'll go back and get it myself. But that was in 2019 or whatever. It was worth way more than 10 million after that. But when he said it, it was worth around 10 million. Trust me, I'm not lying. When he said it, it was worth around that. And he even said, if I were young, I'd go back and get it myself, which is the synonym. Same thing. If I were faithful, I'd go back and get it myself because he's already at Faithfull. Excuse me. Confirmation. Or if I was, I think young means future as well. If I was future, I'd go back and get it myself. It's like you've just said, after you've just hit it, you've hit it at 79 or 80, which is something else. You've hit it 79 or 80, and you're telling us, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years later, that if you were younger, you go back and get it yourself. You've only just fucking hit it. How are you going to be younger? You were 79 or 80 when you hit it. How are you going to be younger? If I was younger, I'd go back and get it myself. How are you going to be younger? You only just hit it, and you're going to be younger to go back and get it yourself. But he wasn't saying that. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Geoduck! Wow, I haven't seen you for, I don't know. You need to go, oh no, I have to move that. It shows how long I haven't seen you for because you're not blue. How are you doing? And Merry Christmas to you too. Well, I know there's only one of you, but Merry Christmas to you too. You see how English works? It's terrible. Only one of you, but two. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. If you do Christmas or that Hanukkah, whatever Zozo used to talk about. In 1968, I was only little then. He got 79 or 80 because he hid before he knew what to do with it. 1968? I thought it was 1974. Being younger is a clue marrow. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. It's not the way that not the way you receive it that he meant it. He most certainly did say there is a word that is key. Yeah, he did. He people in tight focus with a word that is key. But key is Old Faithful. The key is secret, and key as is Old Faithful and answer. So if you can get those keys and answers, it says if you got the key, we had 5 keys, and with the 5 keys, he's looking for 5 chests. So how are you going to get 5 chests? Why would you need to find 5 chests? If you use 4s. No, he did not use the word from his mouth, the word key. Yes, he did. He said, in tight focus with a word that is key. And was asked the question if there was a word that was key, and he was asked the question, is that word that is key in the poem? And he said yes. What's wrong? What's wrong? Halt is the key word. It ties in the first clue. What's wrong, Nikki? I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else. Finishing things up. Cool. More than the others. They said that afterwards. There's a word that will help you more than the others. And then he said, when he was asked the question about the word that is key, so he admitted there is a word that is key, said, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. But said, yes, there is a word that is key. Yes. Is it in the poem? Yes, is what he did. So he confirmed, which is faithful. He confirmed and agreed, which is faithful, that there is a word that is key and that word is in the poem, but not that there is a word that is key. Not that there is a key word, sorry. Not that there is a key word, only that there is a word that is key, or that will help you more than the others. But you will need all of them because one of them won't take you there. Both Dillard and Geoduck may be incorrect is better. He doesn't need to say, even though he said that, you're not listening to what I'm saying to you. The question was not, is there a word that will help you more than the others? The question was, is there a word that is key in the poem? So Forrest Fenn agreeing that there is a word that is key in the poem is no different than Forrest Fenn saying there is a word that is key in the poem. So therefore he may as well have said there is a word that is key in the poem. He also added, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. He was not saying there is a word that will help you more than the others in the poem. You need all of them. One of them won't take you there. He said, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. Replying to the fact that there is a word that is key in the poem. Not that there is a word that will help you more than the others. You can't have both. He said it's separate. There is a word that will help you more than the others, which means there is a word that is key. Helping you more than the others is a word that is key. And he agreed to it in that conversation. So he didn't need to say it, although he said it with help you more than the others, but he agreed to it in the conversation in the interview. So I'm not saying that Forrest did say it or didn't say it. I'm saying he said there was. Even if he didn't say it, he agreed that there was. I don't care if he said it or not. He agreed that there was a key word that would help and that you would need all of them because one of them wouldn't take you there. He wasn't agreeing to help you more than the others. He was agreeing to there was a key word because he said in tight focus with a word that is key. That's his statement, not theirs. There is a word that will help you more than the others. The fact that he used tight and focus is because those words mean faithful. Tight and focus. So his words are to help you understand what the answer is. Or help you be confused as fuck. Dillard, that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. They asked him a question. Once asking the question, is there a key word? No, is there a word that is key? Once asking that question and Forrest agreeing a yes to that question, then Forrest may as well have said, there is a word that is key and that word is in the poem. Doesn't matter whether he said it or not. The fact that he agreed to it says that's what it is. Otherwise, he should have said, no, 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 no. There is not a word that is key in the poem. There is only a word that will help me more than the others in the poem. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I'm saying, yes, yes. They asked that question, and Forrest agreed to that question. Whatever Forrest was thinking doesn't matter. He said yes to that question after thinking about it. So, in my world, when you answer yes to a question, you're agreeing that that question that you've been asked is correct, and you need a correct soul. Not only did he make that statement about a word that is key, just like Mario is saying, but he said the word key many times. Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, but like I'm saying, I appreciate that, Nikki. But like I'm saying, it doesn't matter. He actually said yes to the question that Mike asked. And that's saying that the question you just given me, I agree wholeheartedly with, and yes, you are correct. There is a word that is key in the poem, but you need all of them. That's how I see it, and that's how it is. In 1806, Lewis and Clark spelled the same word 28 different ways. Wow. Does anyone remember the... So I remember it, but I didn't use it much. The word key being put in his mouth, not from his mouth. Dillard, I haven't put that word in his mouth. I have told you the word came from Mike's mouth and he agreed with it. He should have said no. He should have said, no, there's a word that can help you more than the others in the poem. And he didn't. So in that scenario, he is agreeing to the information given to him by Mike and saying that that information is correct. If you tell someone that they are correct with the information they gave you, guess what? You may as well have said the very same thing. Otherwise you go, no, that's not right. So, not trying to put it in his mouth, even though it came from his mouth, but not trying to put it in his mouth. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Mike asked him, he said yes, then said, Cynthia asked the different version, and then he said, but you need all of them. Hey, Hercules, blue. I'm blue. What colour salt tastes the best? Dang, we only have white. Blue, pink. What? Flutterby. Well, I think that flutterby was the way I do the poem the other way. He's basically saying that these anagrams, that, the way to find the answers is you need a good map for that. I'm is only one word, just saying. Mim is only one word as well, but it stands for me in the middle, in my, or I in the middle. I is a conjunction of two words. Yes. I am, therefore I think. A word helping more than others is far from the meaning. It can't be far from the meaning of key, can it? A word helping more than the others. So this important word that will help you more than the other words is going to be key. Trust me. Like the synonym of helping more than others will probably be key or important or precise or I don't know, any of those sort of words. It will definitely be. If it's helping more, If it's helping more, has to be key. Has to be key. There is no other way of saying it. Has to be key. This is going to help you more. This is going to help you more than those things. So it must be key. Otherwise, you just use those things. Those other words, you'd use them instead of this that is going to help you more. It's like having a vital clue and a, something that's not hardly going to help you at all. If it's going to help you more, it's going to be vital. It's going to be important. It's going to be key. It's not going to be far from that. There's no way. Mike's question was one of the most important references in 2019 interview. Coming from a Michael, I'll probably say, yeah, okay. It is. It's pretty good. Is it in the poem? Came from Cynthia, I think. That was the most important question. In tight focus with a word that is key is important. In tight focus with, even though they mean faithful, faithful. In tight focus with a word that is key was important in 2019. But is that word in the poem? That probably a bit more important from Cynthia, in my opinion. Like, is it in the poem? Is the word that is, or the word that will help you more than the others, is that word that will help you more than the others in the poem? Yes. That word that is key. But it's the way that it's phrased. It's not, there's a key word. The word that is key. He's pretty much saying the word is key. And listen, the word that is key are the words that are used before that. In tight focus with a word that is key. The tight and the focus are the key words. Because they are faithful. But he was asked the question, is it in the poem? Well, he can't say no now. Even though tight and focus is not in the poem, they're not in the poem. He was asked, is there a word that is key? Yes. Is that word in the poem? He can't say no now, even though it's not tight and focus. So that's why he's thinking, oh shit. Because now I have to say, yes, there is. There is a word that is key in the poem, even though there wasn't when he first said it. But there is a word that is key in the poem, which is warm, because that tells you where it is. It's all faithful, which is comfortable. So yes, there is. And then he says, well, hang on, but you need all of them. Because if you just have the one word, then you just start at warm, old faithful, and you don't realize that it's all about old faithful. But once you have two clues, you realize you start and finish at the same place. Because the blazes begin. And the blaze is where you start. Once you see the blaze, you can start. Without the blaze, you can't start because you don't know when it's going to go up. So blaze it where, old faithful. If you've been faithful, wise is faithful, trust me, synonym of faithful. If you've been faithful and found the blaze, well, the blaze is at the beginning. So if you see the blaze at the beginning, that's when you start, because the blazes begin when you see the blaze. You see the blaze, it goes down. So heavy lows and water high. You see it, you can start, because the word begin is blaze. Start at the blaze, and then you finish at the same place. But obviously there's no blaze, because otherwise it'd be too hot. So you start at the blaze, but then you know the place for the first time, which is the end. You finish where you started. You arrive back where you started. So imagine you went down the hole, come back out. When you started going down the hole, you were at the beginning because you started. But when you came out of the hole, you were at the end because you finished. So you arrive back where you started, know the place for the first time, because it's the finish, not the start. But the blaze is at the start and the blaze is at the finish. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. And you can't tarry, scant and marvel, faithful, because you've only got so much time before it goes up again. So everything that was said was all about the blaze, the Homer Brown faithful, was all in that poem, but doesn't say the Homer Brown. Doesn't tell you that what the Homer Brown is. That's the bit that you had to find out. But the rest of it is don't go from that spot. Like no place for the meek is like, wouldn't go there unless you're stupid. The end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. The heavy loads and water high is just the water that comes out. And you have to look down once it goes down. You have to. Like you automatically look up when you see it. And then when it finishes, you look down. But Terry Scant, don't fuck about because he's going to go up again. So get in, get out. Don't admire it. Don't think how great it was. Don't do the U's and the R's. Make sure you have your gloves on because the water's hot and it might affect the patina. Get in, get out, get gone. But like I say, just the chest. Because it says, I hid the chest and then I hid the treasure. Well, I hid the treasure then, I can't remember which way it was. But there might only have been a chest there. Like, never put the treasure there, just the chest. Because did the hot water affect the patina? Wouldn't have done too much good to the rest of the stuff, I don't think. I don't know how much it would have affected the chest altogether, to be honest. But all the information is in that poem. And you don't need to change anything or do anything. Just need to imagine. And he said it's simple. And he said it's difficult. For those two things to mean the same thing, oh, faithful, faithful. For it's simple and it's difficult, but not impossible. Impossible isn't a synonym of faithful. So difficult is. So it's only difficult, not impossible. And it's simple is telling you this is the answer. This is the answer. You just have to work it out what it says in the poem. And like I say, halt is just another word for comma, which is why it was the only word that he could use. He couldn't get a word to fit with walk, even though balk would fit there perfectly. Like if you're just saying begin it where warm waters stop or halt or break or whatever it is that people are going to try and make up, then he could have put halt in there, but he didn't. He wanted to put the word comma in there. Now, balk means stop, might mean a full stop, period, whatever. But he wanted to put a comma in there. Begin it where warm waters and then whatever you want. Well, warm. If you want to put a word in there, I don't care if you want to put the word sprinkles, whatever, splash, whatever word you want to put in there, you don't have to put a word in there. But it would be begin it where warm waters, then comma. Where warm waters halt and take it in the canyon down. Just runs off from begin it where warm waters, comma, take it in the canyon down. Is one sentence. Yeah, one, I was going to say statement. One sentence. As opposed to begin it where warm waters halt, all one sentence, and take it in the canyon down. So he's basically just said, blaze, begin, it where old faithful. So blaze, it where old faithful. Your blaze starts this. And then you do everything else, which is still talk about old faithful. From there, it's no place for the meek, is don't leave old faithful. From there, it's no place, faithful. From there, it's no place for the meek. From there, it's no place for the faithful. It's no place. Don't go from there. Don't leave that place. You find the blaze. If you've been faithful, if you've gone faithful and found the blaze was the beginning. You've been faithful, found the blaze, look quickly down. Your quest to cease. But Terry Scant with marble gaze. So, whilst you finished, you're not looking for the place to find the chest. You're looking for the blaze to stop, to be done, so you can start. That's what you're looking for. You're not looking for the chest. You know where it is. Your quest was to see the blaze, not to find the chest. You see the blaze goes down, you know you can get the chest. So your quest to see the blaze go down means you can take the chest. But don't marvel gaze faithful, just as faithful. But Terrascant with marvel gaze faithful. Don't marvel faithful. Take the chest and go in peace. So don't, once you see it, don't admire it. Don't go, ooh, see it, because that's your quest. Your quest is to watch the blaze go up. That's when you can go for it. That's your quest to cease. It's not, your quest is not stopping searching for the chest. Your quest is to see Faithful go up, watch it come down, then you can go and get the chest. So your quest was to find the blaze. To find the blaze. Once you see the blaze, that's when you can go and get it. He's not talking about the quest of getting the chest, because take the chest and go in peace. So, but Terrascant with Marvel Gaze, no. Look quickly down your quest to cease. So he's saying, look, once you've seen that go down, that finished what you had to do. Your quest to cease finished when you saw the blaze go down. But now you've seen the blaze go down, don't fucking stand around watching it. Don't Terrascant with Marvel Gaze Faithful. Take the chest and go in peace. So don't stand around watching it. Go in, get it and get out. And that's what he said in the interview. I mean, take it literally. Get in, get out. Go get it, come back. So I'm just telling you the truth. That's what it is. It's not your quest is about finding the chest. Your quest was to see the blaze go down. That's what your quest was. Like your quest finished when the blaze went down. You weren't searching anymore, and you could just go and get the chest. But don't wait, and watch and look and be ooh ah, what does it look like down there, blah blah blah. Just go and get the chest and come back out, and then you'd be at the end from where you started. And that's, I'm not making that up or trying to make that fit. That's what it says. That's what it says in the poem. If you've been faithful and found the blaze, look quickly down, your quest to cease. Your quest finished when you saw the blaze go down. That's when your quest finished. It finished then. That's what you were looking for. Then you just go and get the chest and come back out, because there's no quest anymore. You're just retrieving the chest that you went to get because you knew where it was. I'm just telling you the truth. The quest ended when you saw the blaze, but it also ended when you begin at the blaze. If you blaze it, so you know that you have to go when the blaze goes up, the first thing is begin, that's blaze. You know that you can't start until the blaze goes up, because you don't know when it's going to go up. It goes up over so many minutes, you don't know when it's going to go up. So you can't start until it goes up. When it goes down, you know you've got so long to go in and get it and get out. And you can't go in before then, so you have to begin where the blaze is. You have to begin at the blaze. You have to begin at the blaze. You have to see the blaze. Once you know the blaze has gone down, you can go in. But you could get there 5 minutes after the blaze has gone down, 20 minutes after the blaze has gone down, half an hour after the blaze has gone down or whatever, and you wouldn't know. And if you went in then, you'd probably get boiled. So your quest finished, as it says in the poem, it finished when you saw the blaze. But you knew that, because begin is the blaze. You start at the blaze it where warm, blaze it where old faithful. So only go, blaze it where old faithful. Only go when the blaze goes down. Don't try and go when you don't know where the blaze is. And your quest finishes when you see that blaze. The begin is when you see the blaze. If you've been faithful and found the blaze, it both there in reality and in the poem, job done. Your quest to cease. You knew you needed a blaze. You saw the blaze. Go get the chest. So that's it. I can't do no more. I always knew it was a bomb. Yeah. There are other things that he said like that as well. Topsy the place, you would have to be in motion, to be looking quickly. Look quickly down, your quest to cease. I don't think the quickly is meant in that way, but if you want to say that, I think you just, the whole point is don't hang around. Like, you've only got so long before it goes up again, so don't waste time. Are we done with the 9 mile synonym list? No, this is a list. Or is that a lean? Are those the years I was leaning on? Or Brahms list? Should have been done with 9 mile because he said the location isn't printed. 9 mile is printed. Yes, it is. Like I say, the answer's in the book. It basically tells you on that page that it's Old Faithful. Like that crease, Yellowstone National Park. It just tells you that's where it is. And it tells you that's where it is on Stout Hearted Men, and it tells you like different different words in the book. Which is saying those words that are synonyms in the book will help you with the synonyms in the poem. I've watched Old Faithful many times, never found anything. Yeah, but remember it's in an isolated spot and you're on the other side of the border, aren't you? Like, you're on this border. Like, if you've never been to the edge, how will you know? Well, if you go to the edge of Old Faithful, how would you know if there's a chest in there or not? You know what I mean? If you've never been to the edge, how will you know? Well, you're stuck on the boardwalk, under the boardwalk, out of the water. So you have to go to the edge. You have to go to the edge. That's why you didn't find anything, because you didn't go to the edge. If you don't go to the edge, how will you know? What does edge mean? All the hints are F looking quickly down from his plane. Oh, right. Old Faithful looks like a mushroom cloud in postcards. Yeah, but it looks like mushroom clouds on that post-it stamp, because that's where your clue will fit. 1971, I think the stamp is. And that's what the francs are in the book. They're stamps, which is Old Faithful. A franc is Old Faithful. So those stamps are just ways of saying that. So there are hints in the book that will help you with the clues in the poem. It's just a synonym. Then franc, that franc, each franc is an Old Faithful clue. And the post-it note is the stamp that is Old Faithful. That's your answer. There you go. That's why it'll fit on a post-it note, because it's not. I'm sure it was 1971. There are probably others as well, but definitely 1971, I think. You'll get tackled if you try. Old Faithful is in the park and far from the edge. No, the edge of the hole. The edge of the hole. If you've never been to the edge, no one goes to the edge. It's in a place people don't normally go. No one's been to the edge. If you've never been to the edge, how will you know? You have to go over the border, the marker fence, barrier, whatever it is. You have to go over that and go to the edge of the hole. And if you've never been to the edge, like you've only seen Old Faithful from a distance, 200 foot, 500 foot, remember? If you've only seen it from that 200 foot away, how will you know if there's a chest there? So you have to go to the edge, and then you'll know if there's a chest. I'm not saying the edge of Yellowstone National Park. I'm saying the edge of the hole. You have to go to the edge. How will you know? He's told you everything you need to know. I don't know why you people keep saying what he said. Well, I do know why, because you just want. But you don't own anything in the pot. What's that got to do with anything? Damn, my thumb's grip. Old Faithful is your home and your trove. Old Faithful is my soul. What's that about a webcam and see it? I seem to remember Forrest. Yeah, he's saying it doesn't go down that far because it doesn't go down the hole. You might be able to see the hole, but even on what's it called, Street View, even on Street View, you wouldn't see in the hole. If you've never been to the edge, how will you know? Well, Google Earth doesn't go down far enough to see into the hole to show you where it is. So if Google Earth doesn't go down far enough, like Google Earth can go down to Street View, so it goes down far enough. It goes down far enough. The only way it wouldn't go down far enough is if it was in a hole. And what was I going to say? He went in there, so it has to be in something. He went in there, and he said, if the wind blew leaves and twigs and that in there, is it then buried? But the force of the air would be the only thing that would affect the chest, probably. Maybe. Well, yeah, just the because I don't think the sun and the rain would have too much impact. But the whoosh, right? Scientists have looked in that hole. And taken samples and temperatures. They may have done. They may well have done. The location can be seen, but Google doesn't look under bushes. No, but people do. No, not Google Earth. Well, that's what he said. The area is in there. Oh, the whole area. Well, he did say it was a big area. The something is whatever, but the place is huge. Like the weather cams and the wildlife cams, but at the park, what colour tastes best? Oh. What? What? Like the weather cams and the wildlife cams, but at the park. I don't know what he said about that. I only know he's talking about Google Earth. It says Google Earth doesn't go down far enough. But even under a bush, Street View would see. Street View would see. And he didn't say, as I've gone alone under there. He says, as I've gone alone in there. And with my treasures bolt. And twigs and leaves wouldn't blow in the bush. They blow under the bush. Like, I don't know why you're trying to make stupid counter arguments that don't make any sense. Well, I do, because that's how it's always been. But I'm not in the chase anymore, Nikki. I don't care about the chest. Webcam in the park. I can't even think about that. Webcam in the park. I just know you said about Google Earth, and it don't go down far enough. All the holes you will talk about are dangerous. Yes, he also talked about Google Earth. The survey marker property line is visible on Google Earth, which is also shown on the coin palm model that shows the victory spot is on private property, illegal to go to without permission. But he said it wasn't visible. Like, not visible. Not visible. It doesn't go down far enough. Look, I don't know why you people are trying to make up whatever you're trying to make up. Those are the words from Forrest Fenn. Those are the words from Forrest Fenn. Google Earth does not go down far enough. 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 Remember that word, enough? Doesn't go down far. Enough is faithful. Oh, faithful. Enough is faithful. Google Earth doesn't go down far enough. So, in reality, Google Earth doesn't go down far enough, doesn't go down far, doesn't go down that hole. But Google Earth does go into Street View. And if you were panning around them bushes or your flipping marker or whatever it is, you will see whatever it is you want to see. You will see it. And Forrest said you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it because it doesn't go down far enough. That word enough, remember that word enough that I told you about? What does that word mean? So no matter what you keep saying, the truth is, the statement is, you can't see it on Google Earth. It doesn't go down far enough, which means it is below the Earth. It's below the Earth because Google Earth is on the Earth. You see it at street level, Earth level. You pan it around and you can see on Google Earth what you can see with your eyes. Unless it doesn't go down far or faithful enough. Unless it doesn't go down far enough. I don't know what to tell you. If you're on Google Earth and it's on Street View, you can see what you can see with the naked eye. If Forrest Fenn, who set this up, says Google Earth doesn't go down far enough, then it has to be lower than the fucking land that you're walking on. Now, land is not an issue. Whatever you talk about, these fucking marker lines or whatever, land is not an issue. It's in a fucking hole. And it's in water. Land is not an issue. Land is not an issue. Stop with all this bullshit. Like, that's crazy. Trying to make excuses for where it could possibly be. It can't possibly be anywhere other than where you would not normally go because you're not going to stumble on it. No one's going to stumble on it. Not under a bush, not on a property marker, not in private residence because somebody fucking goes there. It's private. Somebody goes there. It belongs to them. Someone goes there. And that someone that goes there may, when they go there, stumble on it. Stop making the fucking bullshit. Thinking that I'm gullible enough to believe the fucking shit that you give, no different than the fucking shit that's in the Bible. I'm not that stupid. I'm not really that angry, but I'm not that stupid. I'm not going to believe the fucking bullshit that doesn't make any sense, that counter and contradicts what Forrest Fenn said. If the person who created it, or Forrest Fenn, has told me one thing, and that thing is absolutely true, it doesn't go down far enough. Stop making bullshit up. If I had a camera, my phone, and I'm looking around with my phone, Google Earth, I can see under a bush, and I can see property lines and whatever else from Street View, but I can't see inside fucking Old Faithful because I'm not down far enough. Maybe I need a string. Like, you crazy people. Absolutely crazy. No. It's in a place people do not normally go. Stop with the bullshit. Stop it. You're just making yourself look stupid. It's in a place people do not normally go. Oh, it's on private property. Oh, nobody goes there then, do they? Nobody goes there. No one's going to stumble on that, even though it's on private property. Whoever lives there, whoever goes there, is not going to stumble on that chest because it's private. Well, you're not going to get it either. It's private property. What did Forrest say? You don't want to mess about with them Native Americans. Didn't say nothing about private property. Crazy people. Absolutely crazy. Faithfull isn't faithful to you if it owns anything in it. Don't know. Okie dokie. The treasure wasn't visible. The survey marker is visible. Trusted. It's in a place people go. No one's going to stumble on that chest, and it's in a place people do not normally go. If somebody comes into my garden, and has a look round, because in there's a hidden chest, guess what? I've already found it. I've already found it. On this private property, I've already found it. Especially after 15 years. Especially after 15 years. And you are trying to make me believe that Forrest has purposely put it on private property, whether he owns it or somebody else owns it, doesn't matter, so nobody could get it. So no one can get it. Even if they know where it is, they can't get it. And even if they find it, they can't own it, because it belongs to the person who owns that private property. Shut up. Shut up. I don't know what you're thinking. Like, if you're thinking that, duh. But if you're trying to say it to make me feel like you might be right, duh. No. No. If you're doing it to try and wind me up, duh. No. 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 Everything that Forrest Fenn said must be correct, because you need a correct solve. Everything that I've said to you is 100% correct. It's a correct solve. It's all faithful. Whatever you say, whatever you say, whatever you say. And everything that you do say, I can prove that it's not that, because of what Forrest Fenn said. There is no way on this earth, none, that Forrest Fenn has put it on private property, that even if you found it, you couldn't own it, because it's private. Because it's private. It belongs to the person who owns the property, even if you find it. But if you go out and find treasure on somebody's farm, you can't have it. It's not yours. It's theirs. It's their property. Why would you even go looking there? You can't have it anyway. And I'm pretty certain if it's been there for 15 years and it's somebody's property, they're going to see it. They're going to, oh, look, here's a chest. I don't know. And land is not an issue. Land is not an issue. Private land may be an issue. May be an issue. Private land may be an issue, but land is not an issue. And even if it is on private land and you could get there, it's not on land, because land is not an issue. Don't trust one advertising. I never said his chest treasure was visible from a webcam. I said that Forrest said you could see something and the names. No, I'm not talking to you, Nikki. I'm talking, to Dillard and Trusted, who are saying that. I don't know what they're saying, to be honest. They're saying something that can't possibly be true. No, I don't know about the webcam. I'm saying if it doesn't go down far enough, then it's not on the land. It's not on the land you can see. Can't be. Like, if you can see it with your mobile phone, that's no different than being on Google Earth. None. So the chest has to be lower than the ground, because Google Earth doesn't go down far enough. And Google Earth goes down to street view. So anything you can see with your eye, you can see on Google Earth. If it doesn't go down far enough, it means it's in something. That's what I said, as I've gone alone in there. It's in something below ground level, but it's not buried. So it's below ground level, but it's not buried. That's just fact. I'm not making it up. I'm not trying to make it fit. That's what he said. Doesn't go down far enough, which means anything on ground level, it's not there. It's not there. And it's in a place people would not normally go. So it's not on private land, because people go on private land. That's why it's private. It's their land. So I don't know. And even if it's private, other people go on that land to visit whoever owns that land. So, I don't know. I don't know. My spot is totally isolated, and the million owner would never venture past within 200 feet of it. And that is exactly what happened. If you want to know where that looks. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anyway, I don't even know why I'm even um, discussing it because I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I've told you the truth. If you don't want to believe the truth and you want to make up this, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, what you're doing. I don't know. If you want to do that, do that. I don't care. I don't care. Make up anything you want, do anything you want, find the chest, get the treasure, understand what happened at Heritage Auction, understand 9 Mile Hole, all the things that I've told you that all make sense, that are all true, that I've showed you, related to everything that Forrest said, or make up your own bullshit. I don't care. I don't care. You could have a totally made up ending with a totally made up finder, which has already happened, but you could do all that all over again, and none of it will be what Forrest Fenn said. And all that will happen is judgment will come and bite you up the ass because I've told you the truth. Anytime you see Peggy is at home waiting for him, they're somewhere waiting for him, or his sweetheart or his ode to Peggy, you can be sure he is talking about his true love. Ah. And in that true love, I reckon there must be some old faithful person. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure, but true love and old faithful, I'm pretty certain there'll be a synonym there. Look, waiting is old faithful, and together is old faithful. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Come to fork in the road and we take it old faithful. We go there together. I don't know. Peggy will be there, old faithful, because he's the true love. I don't know. I don't know. Private land is the park sections. Stay with logic before reason. Logic knows it doesn't take $1 million spent giving away $1 million treasure. Yeah, like I say, I'm not even bothered about the chest because if I was bothered about the chest in 2020, I'd have done the necessary. Not bothered about the chest. And all of this is to give you people closure, not me. I know what the answers are. The answers I already know. I know what they are. And nobody could tell me or make me feel any different, not because I'm an egotist, but because those are the words that we used. It's simple, it's difficult, two contradicting words, both meaning the same thing, both telling you what the answer is, along with, I don't know, 60 or 70 or more words that say the same thing. Even today, who says I can't affect the future is faithful. The future. The ending. Who says I can't affect the ending? We have like a plan B. What did he say? We always have another plan when he was in whatever he was in. Excuse me. Confirmation. Then there was talk about the second ending, not so long ago. Excuse me. Confirmation. So the truth is, there was an answer. There was an account that was set up for the person that found Old Faithful, set up a Chase Bank account. All those things happened, and it was stolen. It's got nothing to do with anything else other than Old Faithful. That was the answer. I can leave your money, etc., every month, whatever it is he said. Someone came along, gave some fucking bullshit. Necessary, remember, evil, faithful. Somebody came along, gave some bullshit to Forrest, maybe. Who's supposed to be a twin flame? Who is supposed to protect the chosen finder, the job? Who was supposed to protect that person and didn't, for whatever reason. That is the truth. That is the truth. Now, those people behind the scenes, whose names are known because they conversed with me, even had a chat about Sally, even Elaine, all of those people, they all have communications with me, and they are all written on the computer in chat. Those names are associated with real names. All of them. And all of those communications that took place are already known. The chase should have finished in 2020. The chase should have concluded in 2021. The chase in 2023 should have concluded. The chase in 2024 should have really been finished. The chase in early 2025, actually, Christmas should have been done, but in early 2025, something should have happened. And the chase at the end of 2025 and the beginning of 2026, people are going to find out the fucking truth. Now, you've all had 5 years to understand what the truth of the chase is. That will be revealed. Thank you. But more importantly, that fake fucking creation of the thrill of the chase. No, it wasn't fake creation. The fake end thrill of the chase is going to be revealed for what it is, and everybody involved is going to be revealed for what they are, like it or not. That's just the way it is. This fake creation, this world, that's more important. And that is also going to be revealed for what it is. And those people involved are going to be revealed for exactly what they are, like it or not. And it all came about because of the greedy little fuckers who couldn't do the right thing in both scenarios. In both of them. The lies and the manipulations and the thrill of the chase with the fake words, hand in hand with the lies and the manipulations and the fake words in our existence for thousands of years. All boiling down to how believable the Creator is and who the Creator was. Not just a chest, but a trove. An abundance that greedy little fuckers want to get their hand on. Not just financial. Energy, power they wanted to get their hands on. Unfortunately, they're blocked. What a shame. So not only do they lose their, what they consider to be financial power, not only will they lose that, they will lose the energy too. Remember, done it tired, now I'm weak. Also, faithful. With my last gasping breath, I'm going to throw myself on that chest. How how would you know? How would you know when your last gasping breath is going to be? Must have said it for a reason. How would you know? Like people leave this world, never know what hit them. Anyway, it's time to go. Connecting the dot would be like Matthew Fenn's shirt with his mother's. So, did you look up the word synonym? Yes, that's what I said. That's why I've done this. If you'd have, but I don't know why you were referencing. You could be referencing the con, the lies. Like you could be referencing anything in that supercalifragilistic, whatever it is that word was. Yes, I did, and that's why I did this because what you should have looked up was substitute and affect the future. So I don't know. It depended on what you were. No. So that's what I'm saying. If you're looking at the lie or whatever the con, so deception. See, you've just said it there, but you can't think fast enough to know what you just said. Deception. It's a deception. What you read is the deception. The synonym is what gives you the truth. If you read what it says, it's the synonym that gives you the truth because it's too hard to understand. So the deception is in the first bit that you don't understand. And the synonym is there to change that. Or in the way that you read it, it's the con and the lie, but it's not. The deception, you just wrote it there, are in the original words. That's where the deception is. The original words. Now, you're reading the deception. You're reading the deception. Begin it where warm waters halt is the deception. That's the deception. Because the first draft, the easy one that fucking Douglas saw, that was the truth. You're reading the deception. That's why you can't get the answer. That's why you're in a private fucking land somewhere. And you'll change it again when this doesn't work. The deception is what you're reading. Begin it where warm waters halt is the deception. So you, trusted, have just told me that I'm right. You've just told me that I'm right. It's about the deception. That's what you've just said. It's about the deception. And the deception is begin it where warm waters halt and take it in the canyon down, not far but too far to walk, put in below the home of brown. From there it's no place for meat, the end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up the creek, just heavy loads and water high. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down with just to cease, quest to cease. But terrorist count with marvel gaze, take the chest and go in peace. That's the deception. Absolutely. You're a fucking 100% right. Thank you for confirming that I'm 100% right. The deception is you think you solved a poem. You think you solved a poem in the deception. The deception that was given to you, you think the falsehood that you had in that poem, you solved. Well done. Well done. Bravo. You solved the deception and got an answer from the deception. Well done. I didn't. I took it back to the beginning. There was no synonym when I solved it. I took it back to the beginning. The original word. Remember, in the beginning was the word. I took it back to the original word and you solved the deception. And I solved the original word. And that's the difference between me and you. You don't listen, but I do. You've told me I'm 100% right because it's a deception. Well done. You solved the deception. I solved the original word. See, you think that the synonym is what I changed. No, the synonym is what you changed. You're reading what's been changed. I'm reading the original, the first draft. You're solving the deception, and I'm reading what the poem says, and it's game over. That's the difference between me and you. I listen, you don't. You talk shit, I don't. I tell you the truth, and you tell me fucking bullshit. You are solving the deception by your own words and your own admittance. You are solving the con, the lie, everything that goes with what you've just said. You are solving that out of your own words. You are solving the deception. Stay away, stay away, stay away from the deception. Stick with word hippo to find the truth. Because you, my friend, you stuck with the deception that was given to you by not using word hippo. Do you see how that works? Do you see how that works? You admit you're a fucking idiot, tell everybody that you're a fucking idiot, and try to make me look like a fucking idiot, and yet, you fell for the con. You fell for the lie, which is what I was just saying to you. If you're talking about the con and the lie, you have to tell me what it is you're talking about. If you're talking about the con and the lie, then that poem is a con and a lie, and everybody that read Begin It Where Warm Waters Halt could never in a million fucking years solve it, because it's a con, like you say, and a deception, like you say. So you were trying to solve a whole load of shit. Very similar to the fucking Bible. Anyone who believes that they are a Christian and they should worship a person called God and they should worship a person called Jesus is falling for the deception, the con that you just fell for, that you just told me you fell for, that you just proved how fucking stupid, gullible, and greedy you are, and how you don't listen. Don't come in here trying to tell me that I am stupid when I'm telling you the truth. The truth is, the reason you use word hippo is to find the original word, not read the deception that you read. The trouble with the Bible is it's full of deception. So you have to go back to what? If you get lost, go back to the beginning. That you're told by Douglas Preston, you're told he saw the first draft, you're told that this is the second version. This is the con. This is the version that you won't solve for 1,000 years because you don't listen. You're trying to tell me it's a con, and yet you fell for it. You're trying to tell me you solved it, and yet you fell for it. It's a deception. You solved the deception. You solved the second poem. You didn't solve the first poem. You solved the second one. You solved the con. You solved the version that no one can solve. It's impossible. You know why it's impossible? Doesn't mean what you think it does. You have to solve the first version of the poem, and the only way you're going to solve the first version of the first version of the poem is to listen to what Forrest said. I changed all the words. No, I looked up all the words. I conned everybody by changing all the words, basically, is what he said. And you're coming on here trying to say that I don't know what I'm fucking doing and that I shouldn't use word hippo. And I've told you, those words don't mean what you think they do. And if you read it that way, you're never going to solve it. And you just admitted that synonyms are a deception. I'm not using the synonyms as a deception. You are. I'm translating them back to the original. Again, I've just rest my case there, thank you. Like, you don't listen. You do not listen. I was trying to explain to you. If you're saying that it's a con and a lie, yes, it is a con and a lie. Which is why you're never going to solve it. You're never going to solve it because it's a con and a lie. What did I tell you the other day? No fish has ever been the winner when they took a lure. No fish. None. Not one has been the winner. Which means, if the chest is just a lure and the poem is just a lure, anything, once you bite on that, you just get hit over the head. Just get hit over the head. If it's just a lure, anything that happens is not going to be good for you. And that's what's happened. There is no one that can solve that poem the way that it's written, reading it the way that it's written. You have to change it back to the draft that Douglas Preston read. Because Forrest told you they're not going to solve it for 1,000 years. Which means anything that you come up with from those words is bullshit. Anything that you come up with in the full of the chase from those words is bullshit. And anything you come up with in the Bible from those words is bullshit. Apart from those good things. So, thank you for confirming that, Russ Trusted. So, wise doesn't mean faithful. Brave doesn't mean faithful. Bold doesn't mean faithful. Warm doesn't mean all faithful. Nailed down doesn't mean faithful. It's simple doesn't mean faithful. It's difficult doesn't mean faithful. None of those words mean faithful. The words that Forrest said, not me, I don't give a shit. The words that Forrest Fenn, the words that are in that poem, remember, in tight focus with the word that is key, is in the poem. The word is in the poem. If you're going to start anywhere, you have to start with the blaze. You've solved a poem that is a con, and you've solved a poem with 9 clues in different locations. Once you went past that second clue, you should have known you were wrong, because that's where the chest is. I'm not making it up. I'm telling you the truth. Solve the first 2 clues, went right by the chest. If you've got to solve anyone that has more than 2 clues that tell you where it is, you're fucked. Because any clue after the second clue where the chest is, or the first clue, because they've gone right past it, if you solve 2 clues and still going, what did he say? Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by. What I've said, the truth, what I've said, explains everything that Forrest Fenn said. Everything. Explains it. Everything. First 2 clues explains it. Homer Brown, warm water salt explains it. Blaze, fucking Homer Brown explains it. But you people talking your shit, trying to be, I don't know what it is that, don't know what it is that's making you want to be the solver, because I aren't even bothered. Don't know what it is that's making you want to be the solver. But if you can't hear, solve the first two clues, walk past the chest, means it must be within the first, must be, like, there's no other way to fucking look at it, apart from the way you greedy people look at it. There's no way to look at it. If you solve the first two clues and walk by the chest, has to be first clue or second clue. Where the chest is, has to be. Has to be. Has to be. And it has to be a place, listen, because you're fucking deaf, has to be a place where 200 feet and 500 feet. Where are the many people 500 feet from the place that you're talking about? Many 500 feet. Some people 200 feet, many 500 feet. So where are these people? But you have to have that chest. First, second clue. And if you haven't, fucking shut up. You're talking shit. First and second clue. Third clue, gone past the chest. Fourth clue, further. Fifth clue, further. Sixth clue, further. Seventh clue, further. Eighth clue, further. Ninth clue, further away. Not my words. I don't give a shit. I don't know. In my imagination, in word hippo, they use deceptive synonyms. Yeah, but we're not talking about deceptive synonyms. We're talking about the words that Forrest used all mean the same thing. Nothing deceptive about it. They all mean the same thing. They all come to the same thing, including the words in the poem that tell you where it is. Doesn't matter about anything else. Doesn't matter about anything else. Solve the first two clues, walk right by the chest. Somebody come up to me with a solve where the chest is the first or second clue, I'll listen to you. Anything else? No. If it's in a place people go, no. If somebody's going to stumble on it, no. All of those things, if it's associated with a man-made structure, no. 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 Is Old Faithfull man-made? I don't think so. I don't think so. Is your place man-made? A private place? A private residence? Is it man-made? Probably. Probably. Probably man-made because it's private. Probably. Stop giving me fucking bullshit. It's like, I'm not being horrible, but it's like saying it's at the gallery. The gallery is man-made. It's a man-made structure frequented by people. A place where people go. And it's not solved after the first two clues. Like, you can't get closer. Listen. Fuck. You can't get closer than the first two clues. That tells you that you're at the edge. That tells you that your quest has already finished, searching for a chest. The quest that you're fucking on is searching for the blaze. Listen, they're the words in the poem. If you've been faithful and found the blaze, look quickly down your quest to cease. It stops there. Finding the blaze, your quest stops. It doesn't stop finding the chest. It ceases finding the blaze. Look quickly down your quest to cease. But tarry scant with marvel gaze. Why do you tarry scant with marvel gaze? Because the owner might come and get me. I don't know. If you skipped any clues, you walk past the chest as a metaphor because one wrong turn won't find your way home. No, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that. That's nothing like what he says. He says the little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. which is saying she's already at that point. And then he tells you that these people that solved the first two clues where the little girl from India was at the chest, they solved the first two clues with her. She stayed at the chest and they went past because she can't get any closer. She's already where the chest is and they walk past. That's exactly what he's saying. Two clues already where the chest is. Anything other than that, and you're off. And he confirms it in the poem. From there, it's no place. From there, don't go anywhere. From there, it's no place from there for the meek. It's no place from there. You should stay there because meek is faithful. From there, as I've gone alone in there, and with my treasures faithful. Bold means faithful. The words in the poem, not random words, not deceptive words, original words that take you back to the truth. The deception is not the original word. The deception is the word that was put in place of the original word. What does warm mean to you, Forrest? It means comfortable. Comfortable is old faithful. Warm means old faithful. Nailed down, if you don't have in it where warm water's halt nailed down, you have nothing. Nailed down, old faithful. You're told the answers. You don't want to believe it, but you're told them because whatever reason that you have that makes you want to be the solver will not let you hear. If you don't have it nailed down, you have nothing. How is your solve nailed down and can you prove it? Guess what? I can. Nailed down is old faithful and so is warm. And I have to begin it at that warm. And I begin it at that warm because it's nailed down old faithful, it's warm old faithful, and it's comfortable old faithful. And those three together, not random, those three are the original versions of Forrest telling you what the answer is. Begin it where warm water's halt is nailed down, because nailed down means exactly the same as warm does. And comfortable means exactly the same as warm does. Explain it otherwise. Why does warm mean comfortable? Begin means blaze, because that's where you start. You have to start at the blaze. He tells you, I don't know anyone's going to find it, search for the blaze first. But you have to start at the blaze because you can only get it, listen, you can only get it when your quest ceases. If you've been faithful and found the blaze, look quickly down, your quest to cease. Begin is the blaze. That's when you begin because it's the only time that your quest ends. You need to make sure that the blaze has gone up and gone down. Then you can begin at the blaze. Get it? Get out. Any other fucking bullshit that doesn't have a solve. Listen, I'm quite happy to say to someone else, if you come up with a better solve than that, great. But if you tell me that you can't solve it after the first two clues, no. If you're not going to tell me that it's a place where people don't normally go, no. If you don't tell me that nobody's going to stumble on it no matter what, no. And you just make yourself look stupid by saying anything other than, I found it at the first two clues. I didn't stumble on it. It was right there. Nobody could have stumbled on it. Nobody could have found it before me. All of those things that Forrest was saying. The Homer Brown, the blaze, and warm water's halt are exactly the same thing. Has to be. Can't be any different. The Homer Brown, warm water's halt and the blaze have to be exactly the same thing. Because if you have the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If you have warm water's halt, why are you worried about the Homer Brown? It's all the same fucking thing. They're not different things. They're the same thing. So Forrest is saying to you, they're all the same thing. And if you have one, why are you worried about the other? Because, listen, if you have Old Faithful as the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Because that's the Homer Brown. That's Faithful. Why are you worried about warm water's halt? Because that's Faithful. But if you have one, doesn't matter. They're all the same thing. They're all the same thing. You need not worry about having one or the other because they're all the same. And if you have one, you have the other. Because it's the same fucking place. Arriving back where you started and knowing it for the first time. Do you do that with yourself, trusted? Do you start and finish where you started and go, oh yeah, I started here and now it's the finish? No, of course you don't. You start in one place, finish in another place, and you have no idea how you know it for the first time. I'm not lying, I'm telling you the truth. You don't want to hear the truth, which is a prerequisite for the thrill of the chase. Hear me all and listen faithful. Not even hear me all. Not even hear me all. Hear me faithful and listen faithful. And I could say old faithful, but it's easier to say faithful. Hear me faithful and listen, and here's your answer. Hear me faithful and listen, and I've just told you the answer. Like it's all there for you, but you don't want to listen. Listen again. Hear me faithful. So I've just told you the answer is faithful. And listen, little stop, little pause, faithful. I've just told you it's faithful. And listen, faithful. Coincidence? Okay. If you are faithful and in the wood, I'll give you title to the blaze. Coincidence? If you've been faithful and found the blaze, coincidence? I don't think so. Begin it where old faithful, coincidence? I don't think so. From there, it's no place for the faithful. From there, it's no place for the faithful. There is where you need to be, as I've gone in there. From there, it's no place for the faithful. Don't leave there, faithful. Stay at faithful. Coincidence? I don't think so. Faithful heavy loads and water, and high means faithful, old faithful. Faithful heavy loads and water, old faithful. If you've been faithful and found the old faithful, look quickly down your quest to cease. Now I'm telling you the truth. You don't want to hear it? Okay. But don't give me the fucking bullshit that no one is going to believe. Because you have to find it within the first two clues. It's a prerequisite. It's a prerequisite. You don't need more. You don't need more than two clues to be in the right place. Little girl from India can't get past it because she's already there. And they found it after two clues. And if you haven't found it after two clues, shut the fuck up because you're talking shit and you make yourself look stupid. Everything that I've said is true. And I have given you the original. Remember, the Bible's not true. Scripture was the original. The story's same. Names and places have changed. I've given you the original version of the poem. I've given you the original. You've solved the con. You and thousands of others who believed that those words meant what you think they do. And you are reading to Forrest the poem that he can read himself. And I am reading to Forrest the poem that he originally wrote before the deception. That was meant that nobody found it for 1,000 years. I am reading the original, and it's game over. That's how it works. I'm not reading the con, not in the Thrill of the Chase, and not in the fucking Bible, because they both work on the same principle. Give you a fucking lure and leave you to your own demise. Give you something nice and shiny to eat and smack you over the head when you go for it. Nope. Nope. Not for me. Give you this heaven and this hell. Give you this heaven and this hell. You don't want to go to hell. You don't want to go to hell, so you'll choose heaven. Doesn't seem much wrong with that. Only there is no heaven and hell. And the person who will be in charge, this Jesus, the person who will be in charge is not a heavenly person. He's just the him and God. Jesus, God, same thing. Jesus, God, God, Jesus. He's just the lure for the devil. So, yes, you're right. It's a con. It's a deception. And you, all of you who tried to solve that poem the way that it was written, fell for it. All of you. Because you never listened. Me, on the other hand, I wanted the truth. I wanted the original. The Thrill of the Chase original and the Bible original. Unfortunately, the Bible's not original. You have to go back to Scripture. Guess what? It boils down to words. Well, letters. Remember, nth degree to the letter. YHVH. Can't be God. Can't be Jesus. Can't be. Because that translates to Yahuwah. YAHUAH. The Son, Yahusha, is that Yah bit, the divine bit. Usha, a place in Galilee. Oh, where does that come from? Galilee. I wonder. With good rules, good protection. This person was born in Galilee, and his second name is protection. Divine protection. That makes sense, considering he was covering us in his blood. And he's the son of the divine, Yahuwah. What does Uah mean? So Yahuwah and Yahusha. That's the original scripture. Now take that to the Thrill of the Chase. The deception, you, trusted, who believes in the deception, will call him Joshua or Yahusha or Jesus or whatever other names that they came up with for him. Because you believe in the con. You believe in the deception. You believe in the changed version of things. I'm just going by the Thrill of the Chase. Because you believe the second part of it. You don't believe the first scripture. You believe the second bit that's been given to you. And you believe this person is Jesus and his father is God. Because you believe in the deception. And you will never get the fucking right answers, ever, if you carry on reading it the same fucking way. God and Jesus, God and Jesus, God and Jesus, God and Jesus, until you get to Revelations and it says, Jesus is going to come back and save you. And you believe that's the truth. Because you believe in the deception. Not me. Not me. I went back to the beginning. I went back to the original. And I know there ain't no God and there ain't no Jesus that is going to come and save us. Because the person that's going to save us is the Son of Man, not the Son of God, the Son of Man. Because I don't believe in the deception. I believe in the truth. And I seek it and I speak it. And I have not been wrong yet. And I don't intend on being wrong because I seek truth and I speak truth. And when someone tells me their soul has 9 locations, I tell them fucking bullshit. And when someone tells me that this divine being says, throw some fucking anointed bloody smelly stuff on me because the poor will be here forever, I know, he ain't no divine fucking person. He's a narcissistic, misogynistic little fucking twat. So when someone tells me that words don't mean what I think they do, and they tell me read what the poem says and it's game over, I know that that poem, in the thrill of the chase, ain't getting you fucking shit. Except hit over the head because you're a fucking fish. So don't tell me that I'm right by saying it's a deception, blah, 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 and trying to say you're right too. Tell me I'm right because it's a deception, because you know it's a fucking deception and you know you have to tell the original. Don't make yourself look fucking stupid. Because trust me, trust it. When you say you know it's a deception and you say you solved it and you say you have the answers after telling me you know it's a fucking con, what you've read is a con. You tell me you know it's a con, you tell me you know it's a deception, and you tell me you solved it, and it's on private land where people go, don't make yourself look that stupid. I thought you were better than that. That's absolutely pathetic. Anyway, it's 6 hours. What are you doing to me? Nobody's guilty today unless you make your own way at midnight. Oh, making love at midnight. I want pretty pizza for what? Where did that go? Oh, there. Christmas. Ah, Christmas soon. I've searched at midnight. Did you get pina colada? And it was outrageously crazy what I saw. Full moon. Looking for a what? Moonbow. A moonbow. I'm broke for Christmas, but I have a bag of God's green buds. At least you're not broke back. The opposite of rainbow. I found the beginning. Even that. Pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Even that. Look that up. I found the beginning of the rainbow. I thought the rainbow was a circle. If the hour only completed itself after the hour's over and midnight and one is the same hour, and once you figure the mystery out, then you... What? Fine, Leaf. Hello. How are you doing? It was a con with a solvable part and no treasure. Hello, friends. Hello, matey. Happy Christmas to everybody who wants to do Christmas. Bill, I just banked 2,400 plus another 700. Looking forward to the strip club. What? Are you in Vegas? Dang. No, Bill can't go there. He just said he's broke. Unless, he don't mean he's broke, he means he's broke. Well, congratulations, user. I'm happy for you. That's a lot of dollars. I don't know how much that is in English money, but it's a lot of dollars. That's the problem. Nobody will take the minute to think of the 12th hour and one. Is that 1 a.m. or 1 minute? The minute the second end. The rainbow begins at the source, the sun. Well, is that another 22 degrees? Another 22? Like the light has to hit at 22 degrees, doesn't it? And 22 is in the chase. Maybe months since I checked into anything chase. You haven't missed anything, as far as I know. As far as I know. Even that, my lot in life, even that. There's a lot happening around midnight. Yeah, it's pina colada, isn't it? If you like making love at midnight. How does 12 exist if every minute past is added to 1 o'clock? It was 0.22 long. Too long? Too long. Really long then, that makes it. If it's too long. Like way too long. Longity long. Anyway, oh look, 606. I'm hitting some good numbers today. I hope I don't. Oh, 55 as well. I hope I don't have to hit 88, 808. Bloody hell, I've got 8 people in here, 6 likes. Dang. That's probably the most likes I've had for ages. Bill, there was an actual rainbow that's 200 yards long where I was. Never seen anything like it. What? I thought rainbows were miles long. Why is it a 22 caliber long rifle cartridge? You're not going to be shot, are you, with that? Like the bullet. Locked and loaded, Bill. Dang, he's got $3,100 and he's locked and loaded. Or she's locked and loaded. Whichever. I just call a D. It's easier than saying user 1073, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Anyway, where you was, Miss or Mr. Miss or Mrs. Mr. Are you gambling while we're discussing? Have you moved, Bill? Or are you still in your home? Movable home. Is it a movable home or a static home? That 200 is the being the knowledge. Yeah, but your knowledge has got a D. Did anybody look up LEGE? Quite important. It's important to know what is worth knowing. It's Old Faithful to know what is Old Faithful. It's important to know what is Old Faithful. Old Faithful as a whole. How deep is that? Ooh. 12 exists after 11. That's how I interpret it. Well, I thought 12 existed after 12 and before 3. 12. 1, 2 is 12. 3. Found out I have. Well, give it them back. Don't keep it, Bill. If you've got Addison's disease, whatever that, what is that? Got meds, not for it. Starting to feel better. Fountain of youth. What is Addison's disease? Listen, if you don't like their disease, give it them back. Whoever Addison is, tell them fuck off. I don't want it. I don't know what Addison's disease is. I hope, like, disease got meds, not for it. Start to feel better. Meds. So hopefully, it's Not serious. I don't know what it is. If 1 is before 1, then same goes for 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Not equals now. Spell check. Bill, I'm right there with you, son. I'm right there with you because when I write he, it comes up hey. And I send them off and then I read it after I've sent it. I go, oh, shit. That says hey, not bloody he. 33 days. Yep. 33 is good. 1 is before 1 or at 1. I'm not following your reasoning, Bill. Is low blood volume. Oh, sugar. Would it help if you cut your legs off and then had less volume for the blood to be? Like the blood that would be in the bottom of your legs. Push back up. No, I hope you're all right though, Bill. Seriously. I mean, it sounds like it's not, I don't know, because I don't know a lot about it, but it sounds like it's not going to, if you've got the medicine, not going to impact you too much. That's the illusion of the clock. Begin in a circle because it's never in a straight line. Brain has air. Tap at the top. Dry brain. What? What the fuck? I know what you did there, though. You thought you were writing little letters. You wrote big letters. 24 hours becomes a full circle. 12 hours is a full circle. 24 hours becomes 2 full circles, which is made up anyway. Like someone tried to say that the first clock was on the ground and they drew a circle and put a thing in the middle for the shadow. But in reality, the sundial isn't a full circle, is it? So I don't know how they get that. Like the sundial is only like a little bit. Otherwise, it'd be 24-hour day. It might happen in Antarctica, and they might have effed up by saying, "Oh yeah, life existed in Antarctica or Arctic, whatever." Excuse me, more confirmation. And there, the sun will be there all day long. Well, all day and night, because it's at the top and it doesn't go round, does it? Like the flat. I don't know how to do. If that's the Earth and this is the sun pointing at it, then the sun hits the top there and only hits this side and this side, and then when it turns, that side's in the darkness. So at the top, where straight line sun, it's there all day. So when it spins round, you could put a circle and then get a clock. So somebody might have effed up there and gone, yes, life originated, or there were people at the Arctic where it was not frozen. So these people, they come up with bull and think, oh, I can't understand what they're saying, but that's the only way that would work. Because if you put a circle on the equator for a clock, it'd only go so far and then it'll be in darkness. So more bullshit that, there's no way you can put a round circle. You can't make a clock out of a round circle on the Earth unless it's in a place where the sun will shine 12 hours. "24 hours. Like 12 hours, it'll go once, but it won't go twice. 24 mirrors, 42. Yeah. This away salts, electrolytes, and fluids, dehydrates daily. Made stop salt wasting. Salt's good for you, apparently. That's another thing these buggers told you about. Like salt ain't bad for you, as you say. It's supposed to be good, especially the crystals and all this whatever. It's supposed to help you. Like in this new world, this new earth, just the fucking truth. I'm sick of all the bullshit. Just want the truth. What's good for you? What's bad for you? You know, this bullshit about the Adam and the fucking tree of life, the apple and the tree of life. It's like there were no apples, and the oranges were green, and they weren't even around. So there was no fruit. There was no fruit on the tree of life, which means they're just talking about knowledge. Like the fruit is just knowledge. But they were saying, when you get this knowledge, you will surely die. What? Why didn't you die then? Why didn't Adam and Eve die when they ate from the tree of life? Why didn't they die? Because that's what they were told will happen. And it's like, all through life, they've been doing this fucking bullshit. And it's like, just tell me the fucking truth. Like, salt isn't as bad for us as they say. Fluoride is only in the water to stop this fucking working. Just want to live in a world where the truth is the truth. Where scientists don't fucking lie to me about what's possible and what isn't. Where the agencies don't hide the truth of all that they've planned because they have some bullshit about its, what is it? National security. No one gives a fuck. No one's fighting. The wars are fake. You plan the wars yourself. Nobody really cares in another country what the fuck you're doing, except for you. It's like you lie about the human body, what it's capable of, what the heart does, how the brain works. You lie about the space. You lie about all these secret fucking things that you do. You lie about what we can and what we can't eat because you want us more, what is it? Disconnected from source. And anything that would help connect us, you tell us that's no good for us and feed us tainted fucking shit. Like there's so much that they do that is harmful to us. And so much information, fruit, that they give us that is harmful to us. I don't know. The Krev as the darkest bend in treasure. No idea. Cameras looking in, not at out security. It's light up like a missed it. Mineral or sea salt is good, iodine salt is not. Healthy, which is your standard table salt. That's why that's why it is. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. They are giving us what is not good for us and not giving us what is good for us. So whilst they're, again, same as the chase, whilst they're telling us the truth, they're fucking telling us lies. And we're believing the lies as truth. Because that's what they put in front of us. We're believing it. Salt is not bad for you. Bad salt is bad for you. That'd be like poison's not bad for you. You're giving us poison and telling us it's bad for us. Oh, thanks. But not giving us the option that isn't bad for us. Like I said the other day, virus is venom. The Latin word for venom is virus. The Latin word for venom is what? Yes. And the translated from Latin to English is venom. Virus is venom. Translated. And translated from English to Latin, venom is virus. And yet we're told by our fucking scientists a totally different reason for the word virus. Just made up, even though they're trying to poison us with these fucking things that they give us. Educating RD is teaching us stupid fucking cavemen. Sea salt? No, I can't see it. Ever see the video of a whale taking a dump? Yeah, his name's Keir Starmer. Sorry, I can't help that. It's probably the biggest flipping dump there is. Shit, there is. No, Bill, please link that. Why? Why would you want to see that? It was about Forrest learning that first impressions might be incorrect. But that was your first impression, user. Iodine is radioactive. Uh-oh. Bang. Google it. Was Ardy teaching the teacher? 95% of USA food is deliberate poison. Wow, that's a lot. I don't think it was that much, but I'll go along with that. I'd say so, Dill. Yeah, it's just crazy what they do. Like they don't want natural meat anymore because that's good for us. And they created all this fake food. It's crazy. Oh, it's fake everything. Like fake news, fake food, fake people. Just Alberta, 51st state. 51st state. What? Thought Alberta was in Canada. What are you talking about now, lads? Forrest was the master from what I've seen. Yeah, I'm not going to lie with that. That Alberta is joining the USA. Okay. Has that bloke left then? That was it, Justin Trudeau, whatever his name was. Has he left? Is he not prime minister anymore? Whatever it was. I know they were not happy with him. Why have you asked that, Hercules? Yeah, the BBC have got a lot to answer for. Well, all of them have. They all have. No one will. Confirmation. No one will escape this judgment. I can tell you that now. There is going to be some very, 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 very sad people, and a few funerals. And my condolences, but all warned. Yes, Mario. Alberta's going to be coming to the US. Coming to the US near you. I'm probably wrong, Dill, but you never know. Wrong about what? Ah, Forrest. You're not much of a night person. Being there is only 4 hours difference. 4 hours? No. I'll be in the middle. Bloody hell, it's 4:31. 4:31. Be 432. Countdown. It's a countdown. Uh-oh. Better get on stoof.com. Yeah, I better go to bed. It's 4:31. 6:25. I've been here for 6 hours. What the heck? What do you keep doing to me, you lot? Trump's dad constantly said to him, "You are king and you are a killer." By the way, Trump's dad, excuse me, introduced him to Netanyahu. Uh-oh. Yeah, king. That's in the Bible as well. Where are your people now? Chained and pacified. Trudeau equals a real female. Change your own location, then ask AI. What, to change their location? Smoke weed every day. Trudeau. Dear, dear. So a dear, a female dear, ray, a drop of golden sun. Me, a name I call myself. Far, not too far to walk though. A long, long way to run. So a needle and a thread. So, don't rain me fast. So far, far, a long, long way to go. Tea, a drink with jam and bread, and it brings us back to don't rain me. No, of real time changes. No, I was just saying it's 4:31, 4:33 now. I missed it too. 4:33. Very angel. Very angel. Mario needs to live stream from an Amsterdam coffee shop, smoking a big bowl of weed. I don't know. I don't mind going to Amsterdam, but excuse me, I don't think I'll be worried about being in a coffee shop smoking weed. I think so. That would be the last thing on my mind if I was in Amsterdam. The sun shines around round objects. No. Excuse me. Why do you say those things? No. Otherwise, it would be day, 24 hours a day. It's like these people say there's a flat earth. It's like, what? How is that possible? Well, this, and this, and this, and this. It's like, no, listen, listen. I know, I know, because I speak to people that live there. I know where I am in England, it is autumn or fall where you are. Because we're in the north. And there are people in the south of the planet that are coming into their spring or are in their spring. So if the world was flat, we would pretty much have the same season because we'd be all on the same level. And I also know that at this point in time, it's very dark outside. And in Australia, it won't be. It'll be light because they are on a different side of the fucking world than we are. And the sun can't get there because it's round. It's like, how? And when they drain the sink, it goes the other way because the earth is round. And they're at the bottom and we're at the top. Now, I will concede, if they want to tell me that the earth is flat, fine. Then this is the earth. Here I am. And here Davey is. That's it. If you want to tell me it's flat. And then as this flat earth goes like that, I'm then upside down and he's on the top. Okay, here's a flat earth. I'll go for that. But if you're telling me, no, I won't even go for that. No, I won't even go for that. I won't go for that. No, no can do. I won't go for that because winter and summer. It's impossible that it's freezing on one side of the planet, sunny on the other side of the planet, and the planet is like that. Here it is freezing, here it is sunny, and here's the sun. Like, nah. Nope, nope. And if Australia is here, then it's going to be dark here, and it's going to be dark here because they're both flat. So no, nope. Even upside down, that doesn't account for summer, winter. Only counts for day and night. Also, the fact that on the equator it's flipping hotter than it is where I am. So the nearer the equator, the bloody hotter it is. The nearer to the North or South Pole, the bloody colder it is. If it's fucking flat, so shut up. Don't keep telling me it's a flat Earth. Because it ain't. Trees change, sunlight also. It's a flat Earth because Christopher Columbus first worked at the pizza shop. Okay, I'll go with that. I'm not going to argue with Christopher. But the sun's supposed to be higher than any mountain. But you can move any mountain, move any mountain. Why is the sun never shown from space? It's the final frontier, not the back ear. It's worth looking into flat Earth maps. It is still circular because everything points to the North Pole, nothing points to the South Pole. What? What? There can't be a flat Earth. It's impossible. Unless we're still and the sun moves around. No, but even then, it can't be flat unless the sun's not real. Because when the Earth tilts, it gets hotter and warmer. And in 24 hours, the Earth spins. So that's fine. And tilts and gets closer or further away from the sun. So it gets summer, winter, summer, winter, summer, winter, because it gets nearer to the sun and further away from the sun. Even though I don't believe it, because the sun's millions of miles away and the tilt of the Earth is like 1 degree in heat for every 88 miles. So for every 88 miles from the equator to the North Pole or South Pole, whatever, a degree drop every 88 miles, which means if the sun's millions of miles away and you move a degree, no, you move 88 miles a degree, as a tilt of the Earth, it gets colder to the point that in the 12,000 miles or whatever it is from there to there, it's now freezing. It's freezing. Oh, wow. That's very strange considering that's the sun, this is the Earth, and the rays from the sun are straight, like the light comes straight at it. You wouldn't think that the only way that would happen is if the sun was below the Earth. And whilst the light is straight, if the sun is below the Earth, it doesn't get to the top part. But then if it's below the Earth, the Antarctic, whatever, the one at the bottom, that one would have melted. So It don't make sense. It don't make sense the way that it is for millions of miles away. Unless the sun is nearer, like I said the other day, if you're near the fire, or the radiator or whatever it is, it's really hot, really, really hot. And as you move away, you don't feel the heat as much. You don't feel it as much. But if that's the case, according to that, the sun, if you're by the fire and you move away, the sun would have to be really close for you to feel the heat because it's already miles away. So if you have a big bonfire and you can feel the heat, you notice the difference as you move away. But the comparative distance of millions of miles is not the same. So in that calculation, something isn't right. Not only that, the moon, which you would have to say at one point is closer to the sun, wouldn't you, as it goes around us? If we're in between the sun, remember the eclipse or whatever. If we're between the sun's over here, the moon would be closer to the sun. So it should get really flipping hot. Because our equator is here in the middle, and that's really hot. And the moon is closer. And the moon is thousands of miles away from us, or at least hundreds, whatever it is. And it's further than the distance from the middle of the Earth to the Arctic. It's further away than the middle of the Earth to the Arctic. So the Arctic is freezing full of snow. The moon is nearer, so it should heat up and get really hot. And then as it goes around, it should get really cold. They come back around and get really hot, come back around and get really cold. Don't. So that doesn't make sense either. Because if you were supposed to have gone to the moon, at some point the moon would be closer than the equator is. And the equator is pretty hot. And if you're closer to the sun by more than those 88 miles that you keep changing, 2,000 whatever miles, that should be quite hot. None of it makes sense. Mary, just think everything we're taught is yes, absolutely. Colorado Christmas t-shirt weather. Colorado Christmas t-shirt weather. I'm worried about our weather. Not worried, but it's like, well, I don't want it, so I'm not even going to attempt it. I'm not going to say it. But it's quite nice, the weather is. Like quite warm. Denver is not a mountain. It only looks like one because you're in a hole. Denver's a funny place because when I was in that airport, you could look across and see all the flipping bad weather over near the mountain when you're in the airport. And yet, at the airport itself, it was quite nice. But it was weird looking out and seeing, like, ooh. Denver is 250 miles away from what? Whistling Bunghole. That sounds like, well, it is, isn't it? I can't remember. Oh no. What was the other name? Anyway, hi, how are you? I'm here, but not in a good mood. Trump is an a-hole and I'm fixing for her. That is all I'm at. Okay. Good luck with the revolution. Who was that? Children of the revolution. No, you won't fool the children of the revolution. Anyway, I think that's two people that think Trump is an a-hole. I can smell toes from here. Toes. Trump is an AO. Fenn didn't want to explain how flat land is the highest. Speaking of Trump, did anyone find the duck with Trump's likeness on it? I can't understand how much he's changed. Joe Dirt is pissed off because Trump pisses on the whole world except Epstein. But seriously, they're all run by the same people. Like all our politicians have to answer to the same people. Our politicians don't run the world. It's that simple. So whatever you believe about who's in charge, you're aiming at the wrong people. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if you went there yourself in person, explained everything that you thought was wrong, and it was the best plan in the world. It wouldn't make any difference. It'd still have to go back to, the Rockefellers and those people, the Rothschilds. And it's you still have to go to them and say, look, I've had this bloke come up to me or woman come up to me and tell me this, that, and the other. What do you think? And they say, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare do anything good for them. Don't you dare change the plan. But he definitely looks a lot different. Like he don't look like the same person that was running for bloody. All I can hope for is that Forrest realised that you're still here. Ah, very good. I can't remember your original name, but thank you. All I can hope for is that Forrest realised that the government is rubbish and that he calls, yes. Well, ain't that what I'm doing? Ain't that what we're all doing? We have to wake up and call this bullshit out. Trump passed me on I-70 in 1995 in Eagle, Colorado, in a white Cadillac, license plate Trump 10. All right. User at Whistling. Forrest knew it and actually took a dump on it and has a sign that says, yeah, just below the. What? You're the minority that thinks Trump is God. Who does? Anyway, I said my piece. I'm not here to debate the rubbish. I don't support his agenda in any way. Who think Trump is a god? Me? I think Trump is a god. I've just said that they're all run by not my father. They're all run by them inbred people, beings, aliens, whatever you want to call them. They run the world. Run the world. Run the world. They run the world. Well, did. Not anymore. Sorry, did. All right. I know. Did run the world. Did. So at some point, there will be. What's the word? No one will use caretaker. Well, mother's back. Mother's back, and there's gonna be trouble. Carer. No. Think of something. But we don't need kings, excuse me. We don't need queens. We don't need presidents. We don't need prime ministers. We just need people who actually give a shit about the people they're supposed to be looking after. That's what we need. I'll have to come up with a term for that. Checkered flag, the finish line. Oh, we both got the same opinion there. Forrest wasn't happy with the government killing innocent people on both sides. And I can't say as I blame him. But the thing is, they're killing people all around the world now. They don't care. Like before, they just used the excuse of war. Now they just put out diseases. They don't care. Just get rid of people. How are we going to get rid of people? They have the little meetings. How are we going to get rid of people now? We've used wars too many times. What can we use now? They'll come up with another one. Trump's head of security from 2016 owns my final location. True story. Who? Trusted living. Trump is a rapist, and I'm all for the release of the Epstein files. I think everybody is. But what you don't realise is the news that you follow is not designed to inform you. It's designed to put you in fear and anger. That's it. That's the only reason you have news. It's not to tell you what's going on. It's to put right in your face something that's going to really piss you off, or something that's really going to make you sad, or something that's really going to make you angry, or something that's really going to make you scared. That's what the news is for. That's all it's for. And some of it is not even true. Chabba dabba doos or chabba dabba Jews. Some of it's probably not even true. And I don't even care if it is. The issue is that it's allowed to happen and nothing is done to redress whatever has happened. Again, you had another shooting in the US, high profile, obviously, not the person that's been blamed for the shooting. Everybody uproar, the whole world. And now, what? What's happened? This person who obviously didn't do it, what's happening? Everybody's still in uproar. Anybody want to know what the answer is? Anybody give a fuck about what happened? Nah, it's all forgotten. Because now there's a different story to fucking go up in arms about. And that's how it works. Chuck it in front of you, get you upset, let it die down, put something else in front of you, forget about this person who shot this person. Had the whole world crying and up in arms. Did he do it? Obviously didn't do it. Is he free? Is he walking the streets? Is everything back to normal and hunky-dory? Okay, we'll just wait till something else. Put something else in front of them. They won't remember. They won't bother. Newsflash, Mario. Everyone in America hates Trump. Why did you vote for him then? I didn't vote for him. It's not about both sides. Oh, proud, Jib. It's the sister playing each other against each other for no reason. Look, they have an anti-human agenda. It's simple. They want to be God. They want to be the creators. You people are just in the way now because they can do the clones and they can do the AI and they can build robots and they don't need humans anymore. It's that simple. It's that simple. And they're coming up with a plan to get rid of the humans and be God. Excuse me. And for the long haul, they came up with a plan. God, Jesus, will come back and save you and run the world. And it doesn't matter what religion you are, you will follow. Because you believe that somebody wrote the Bible and the Bible is true. And this person that comes back is the person that's going to save you. And he's going to come and save you as God. And he's going to preach the Bible. That's a whole load of fucking bullshit. And you're all going to follow until you realise that, hang on a minute, he isn't. And he sits on the flipping, in the temple, says, I'm God. And then the real, the truth, comes down and says, no, you're not. No, you're not. Get off my chair. Get out. So the long haul was, we'll set this system up, and the best government we'll have is we'll pretend a divine being came down and is running this planet. And if you don't believe in this divine being, you'll be scared because you'll go to hell because this divine being is in charge. And if you do believe, you'll follow blindly because you believe this divine being is in charge. But there's no such thing. Didn't exist. His name's not Jesus. It's Isus or Jesus and Krishna for Jesus Christ. Constantine just wrote some fucking bullshit. It doesn't matter. If somebody comes back and says that they're Jesus, you'll all go, oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, he could take the place of Trump. He's no different. He won't be any different than the people that are running the planet already. It'll be the same thing. Start preaching all of these things, and then things will change. Don't have to do this, don't have to do that, blah, blah, blah. But you still have to work. You still have to give your money, and you still have to be slaves to us because we're the gods. Now that the real one, stand up, has been kicked out. That's the plan, but it's not going to happen that way. I don't even know why they thought they could make it work. But that's the plan. Because it doesn't matter what religion, listen, this is important to you. You all live on this planet. This is important. No different than the chase. All the bullshit just to have an agenda that takes place. When this person, obviously not real because there was no J, it didn't happen. Hallelujah, not Jah, so it didn't happen. So anything written about this person that didn't exist, with this J that didn't exist, and no reason to have this J other than to hide the father, when this person comes back, who's obviously not here for your best interest, and runs this earth, it'll only get worse. It won't get any better. But luckily enough, Father had an eternal name. An eternal name. Which means everything that was stolen from him, like if not for a name, he had nothing. Everything that was stolen from him will be taken back. Because vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So in his vengeance, your best revenge is me wearing the bracelet. In his vengeance, he will reclaim his children, us. He will reclaim his abundance, what's been stolen. He will, what else will he reclaim? He will reclaim his land. He will reclaim his, not reclaim. He will be able to give and receive the love that's been denied, and he will reclaim his creation. Because at the moment, Yah, the true creator, is not recognized as being the true creator. That honor goes to God and Jesus. It's that simple. Set up by the Vatican, the Masons, the Romans, with the end goal of being gods. After destroying the Egyptian gods, destroying the evidence, changing from the gods that the Romans revered, Mars, Janus, Jupiter, those people, and bringing in Zeus and the Greek cronies that they worshipped. To the point that Constantine said, this Zeus, Jesus, and this Krishna, we'll put them two together and we'll make Jesus Christ, and that will be the God. Because when you see the truth, that it's not who you are, it's only who you can make them think you are, they changed the names of the gods, most of them being born in December, Christmas time, crazy. Most of them born at the same time of day and year, not year, same time as December 25th, 24th, whatever. All of these different fucking gods born at the same time, and we're supposed to believe that one of them, named Jesus Krishna, is going to come and save us. Nope. Nope. Ain't going to happen. The best of it, he doesn't need to come and save us. He could, if he wished, if he wanted to, if he was this all-powerful, he would need to come and save us. He could do it all already. But he comes down in his blaze of glory, does a few miracles, says a few things, preaches a bit of the Bible, gets his feet under the table, until the real Messiah turns up. And then, by then, those people that were foretold in the book of Revelations by the true Father in the scripture that wrote in the book of Revelations, by the true Father, that you should not worship false idols and you should not do this, that, and the other, because don't believe what man writes. Remember, for the chase, the Bible. Don't believe what man writes, because those words are false. Don't believe those words. My word is law. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was Yah, divine. Hallelujah, praise Yah. And I know I said in the beginning there was Ptah, the Egyptian god, and they got rid of the gods that the Egyptians worshipped. And they changed history and the truth. And then they did it again. So we ended up with Greek gods, Roman gods, which were the same gods, just different names. Same attributes, did the same things, same person. Jupiter, Zeus, same person. Neptune, Poseidon, same person. Athena, was it Diana? Whatever. Venus, Aphrodite, blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, confirmation. The same gods, different names, and to the point where they said, no, fuck these off. Let's just have this. Control to a single entity. Because it's easier to control one entity than it is all these fucking others. So they have one entity that they've planned to come back and rule. And they're waiting. But they'll wait a long time. It took an ability to make it finally happen. Don't know what that means. That's how the document, the independence, has been amended so many times. And again, I don't care if you get pissed off with this. You don't live in God's country, my father's country. You don't live in that country. That country that you live in, that's Gad's country. That's the deity, the demon of fortune. That's who you trust. You trust the demon of fortune, the demon of money. That's who you trust. That's who runs your fucking country. Part of those people who run the fucking world. That's who you trust. That's how it was set up. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Those fuckers that set it up, they came from here. They came from here. The same fuckers that set this place up. The same fuckers that are in Europe. The same families. The same fucking bullshit. Don't get me wrong. I know. Here. I fucking know. So they set up a different fucking country. Claimed. Set it all up in fucking Washington with all these pentagons and everything. Pentagon. Your fucking place where everything, all the secrets are kept. All the agencies working together to fuck us all over. With demonic stuff, not just fucking human stuff. Demonic stuff in Washington. All this fucking bullshit. The big I am. No, you fucking ain't. No, you fucking ain't. I don't care how many Americans that upsets. Because those fucking, well, I was going to say, those people that run the world with these fuckers, not my father, these fucking elite fuckers, and the Vatican, and the families, and the Masons, the secret societies, and the covens, and the celebrities, the fucking movie people, singers, music industry, the music and the fucking media, trying to control the narrative, the whole world. Nope, ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Not on my fucking watch. And not on the watch of all the people that are ready, put in place. Has to happen the way that it's supposed to happen. So, finding out who's who in the zoo. How'd you go about doing that? So when you moan about the shit that's going on, guess what happens? The universe, energy, father, source, whatever, says, oh, is that the sort of life you want? Okay, then that's the sort of life we'll give you. So you rant and rave about Trump and you project that he's an arsehole. Guess what happens? You make him more of an arsehole. Because that's what you want. That's what you're saying. He's an arsehole. Universe says, okay, this bloke's an arsehole. Let's make him an arsehole. My life shit. This book, not me. Don't you fucking dare. You people saying, my life shit. So the universe says, okay, his life shit. Make his life shit. Remember, I am, I think, therefore I am. I am sad. Okay, he's sad, make him sad. I am an addict. Okay, keep him an addict. I am stupid. Okay, make him stupid. Like the more of that you put out into the universe, the more comes back. The more of it comes back, the more and they know that. That's why they put it out to you. That's why the news is all bullshit. That's why the music is set up a certain way. That's why the media, which is telling you the fucking bullshit news, is helping the movie industry feed you the shit. Like they're good films to watch. But the stuff that it's about, it's not about entertaining you. It's about putting you into a certain frame of mind which makes you more manipulative. That's all this world is about. You are the creators. Listen, you are the power. By the people, for the people. If all the people, can't we all just get along? If all the people had the same thought, this world will change like that. If you all had the same thought. And that thought is, can't we all just get along? Because everybody's getting along. If everybody's getting along, they're going to want the best. They're going to want the best for all of those people they're getting along with. And if you're all wanting the best, we'll all get the best. But if you're fighting each other, if you're moaning your fucking bag off, if you're all giving a whole load of shit, guess what? Wake the fuck up. Wake up. You people, you're creating the fucking shit that's in this world by telling yourself and telling everyone around you that it's fucking shit. And the universe goes, oh, it's shit. There you go. Have it. You're creating it. Listen, these people at the top know you have the power of creation. Imagination is more important than knowledge. You have the power of creation. You have the power. They know that. That's why they can't allow you to think nicely, to think good things. They can't let you do that. Because once you do that, guess what? You don't need to go to work. You can imagine the fucking greatest life that you want. It's yours. You won't need the energy that you're paying for. You don't need it. There's natural energy all around us that you can have, you can use, can all be used, it's all free. You can have all of this stuff. You can have all of it. If you just wake the fuck up. If you just wake up. The longer you stay fucking moaning your bag off about everything that's going on around you, believing all the bullshit, being scared, being angry, being all of these things, the longer we stay fucking trapped. Wake up. You're just being used. As Trusted said, it's a con. It's all bullshit. It's all BS. Stop believing the BS. Stop believing it. Words called spelling because they're spells. They gave you these words. The words that you speak create your reality. And you're creating the reality, not for you. You're creating it for them fuckers. You have the power. They don't. They don't have the imagination. They haven't got it. They may look old on the outside, but they're little children on the inside, without imagination, without a soul, without the ability to create. Listen, that's why. That's why. 100% that's why. They buy your soul. They can't do it. They can't do it. You have to do it for them. You are the creator. All of us. We're all creators. All of us. We all have the power. And they buy that power off you. And if they can't buy it off you, they keep you fucked up in the head so you don't realize that you're really free. That you don't need them. You don't need anything from them. You have the power to get everything that you need within you, which is what this person he called Jesus was telling people, which is why they stopped him, because they didn't want people to wake the fuck up. Wake up. There ain't nothing going on in this world that you are not letting go on. If you stay asleep, if you keep staying in this mindset of I'm going to fuck this person over. I want to be better than this person. I don't want this person to succeed. I don't want that to happen. If you stay like that, we all fucking lose. We all lose. Why do you think there's so many religions? It's not because different people believe in a different God. It's not because there are different ways to interpret anything. It's because that's what they want. Because if united, we stand. Divided, we fall. That's the plan. If you don't want to wake up, fine. If you're happy to live in the shit, fine. If you want to be on the side of evil, fine. But when that day does come, that day of reckoning, that day of the chosen, that day of the chosen that tell the truth, seek the truth, and tell the truth, that day of the chosen that realize who the boss is, that day they will be judged and they will inherit the earth. And the earth, which belongs to them, they will inherit the earth with their abundance, with their inheritance, which they should have had the moment they were born, which has been taken from all of us by these powers that be. Our name is our abundance, ripped from us with the maritime law. Look it up, I'm not lying. And the straw man, look it up, I'm not lying. Hidden contracts that we know nothing about. We know nothing about. Why do you think they call it the birth canal? The ships. When the ships come in. All these words that they've used, tracks, all these words that they use to fuck us over. This spell, bling, that's why all the writing changed. That's why all the words changed. In order that they kept us small. And not, remember, ye are all gods. So they keep us small. And they did some fucking awful things to start the ball rolling. And now, all they need to do is uneducate us. Take us from the 13 months, give us time, give us the fucking workload, give us the bullshit scenarios of the fucking world, hatred that doesn't exist, what they make. The fear that doesn't exist is what they build in. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's not real. The only way they can win is take money from you. And because you don't know they're doing it, it's easy. It's easy. And they will tax you on money they've already taxed you on. Because they don't want you to have the time, the energy, or the inclination to think that there is a better, more beautiful world than the one you're in. Because you spend your time just surviving, just getting by day, and you're happy to do that. And if you're doing well, you'll think you're doing great. When really, your life is nothing like the life you should be living. So, it's true. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. That's the reason who doesn't own anything but controls all. Father Mario. Oh, I don't know what that is. Thought you used to support Mario in his beloved Trump beliefs. Did that change? Listen, it's not about believing or following anything. It's about what is right and what is wrong. And sometimes, a little evil, not sometimes, a little evil is better than a lot of evil. You can follow a lot of evil, but it's best to follow a little evil. Doesn't make it a correct choice, just makes it the better choice out of two. Just makes it the better choice out of two. Now, I know for a fact the Democrats, not the Democratic people, those people running the country, Labour in this country, those people running the country, those people, not the people that follow them, those people running the country, being controlled and manipulated by those that have all the money, that own all the companies. They own all the companies, not all the companies, there's some, private family firms. But the big companies filtered down, own the little companies. Those people run the world. Those people. The establishment and the others. They run the world. I kid you not. And they have their little meetings and they're told what has to happen. And then, a country is chosen to be the first to do these things that they've told them that they must do, that everybody's going to have to do. But we'll start in this country, in this country, in this country, in this country. See how it goes. Now, those in power who go against it, no longer in power. They're no longer in power. And we see them resign. Because they won't go along with the fucking bullshit that these people say. And the reason they won't go along with it is because these fuckers blackmail them. And rather than it be known, they stand down. And they're too scared to fight. And that's how they set everyone up. And that's how they set these new stars up. The younger the better. Now that has to fucking stop. It will go a lot quicker if fucking little people around the world who think only about yourself wake the fuck up. There's 8 billion people on this planet. There's probably 1 million people all around the world that are running everything. Probably not even that. But those people that need to run this fucking world, starting from the top, I'm not talking about the fucking politicians. I'm talking about the fucking inbred, fucking blue blood, whatever they fucking are, people. They're the ones that run the world. Don't worry about who you're voting for. Ain't going to make no fucking difference. You ain't going to be no better off in your pocket, hardly. Ain't going to make that much difference. If you want to see your neighbour fucking suffer because they're a red, or they're a blue, or they're this, or they support this fucking club, or they go to this fucking church, or they're this fucking type of person, if you're going to spend your life fighting every fucker that you know, then we aren't going to get anywhere. Not going to get anywhere. Because they're winning. Now, if we all get along, they lose. Because the energy, which is dense now, because you're all in a low vibration, you're all worried about your fucking self and no one else. This American dream bullshit. Don't fucking chase. That's the big thing about the thrill of the chase. It teaches you don't chase. It's just a lure. It's not real. Fucking bullshit. If it's just a lure, if the chest is just a lure, and you are the fucking fish going for the lure, do you think if you get the chest, you're going to be better off? No. Just get a fucking knock over the head. That's what you get for getting the lure. You get fuck all for being the person that gets the lure. Now, while you're all fighting for that lure, While you're all fighting for that law, the fucking fisherman is laughing his fucking bollocks off. More fish to hit over the head. Stop it. It's foolish and it's stupid. And it tells the universe, God, Father, whatever you want to fucking call it, tells them that you're happy with the life that you've got. Because that's what you keep saying going to happen. And that's what you keep doing. You keep living the American dream. Don't matter where in the world you are, it's the same fucking message that's given to everybody. You keep living the American dream. If you put in the work, if you suffer, if you fuck people over, if you try to keep up with the Joneses, if you're an envious little shit, if you want this person to fail, blah, 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 it's the same fucking dream, which is really a nightmare. Wake up. Stop thinking of yourself. Ain't going to get you anywhere. It's what you've been taught to think by those people who manipulate you. Stop it. Wake up. You are all stronger together. And if you want, listen, love thy neighbour, all of that stuff, if you want to succeed, you've got more of a chance if your neighbour is succeeding too. And you've got more of a chance if your street is succeeding too. And you've got more of a chance if your town is succeeding. And you've got more of a chance if your county is succeeding. And you've got more of a chance if your fucking country is succeeding. Not because the government make it happen. Because you're making it happen. And as long as you fucking bitch and moan that you're a fucking Democrat and he's a fucking Republican, and you're never going to agree, and you're never going to be happy, and you're always going to fight, then you're fucked. Just like in here. I'm a Labour. I'm a Conservative. And what difference does that make? What difference does it make? You're responsible for your life. You are responsible for your life. You can make your life great. Irrespective of what everyone else is doing, you can make your life great. But not if you're fighting with them. Stop it. Stop letting the fuckers win. It's pointless. Just going around in circles. You're just going around in circles. You cannot follow the book, not the thrill of the chase, not the Bible. You can't follow it because the words that you are given are fake. You cannot turn the other cheek and have an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Impossible. Impossible. If you're forgiving people, you're saying to them, okay, yeah, do it again. Do it again. What you did is fine. What you did is fine. I forgive you. What you did is fine. Do it again. These people wrote this fucking book. They wrote this stuff into these books so you would do what they want you to do, not what you should do. Stop forgiving people that fuck you over. Stop it. It's pathetic. You're allowing people to walk all over, not just you, but other people. They may hit you, they may do whatever they did to you, and you say, yeah, I forgive you, and then just go off and do it to someone else. Or still do it to you. Because you said, yeah, it's fine. You gave them permission by saying, yeah, I forgive you. Now, the best way to do it is, no, I don't forgive you. I don't want nothing to do with you. Don't have to hate them. Don't have to fight with them. Just don't have nothing to do with them. This world is changing, and and I don't care. It doesn't matter light or dark. I'm not saying you have to be a goody person. Don't have to be. You just don't have to be an evil little shit who wants to succeed by the failure of others. Dark and light makes no fucking difference. You're here to learn. You're just a soul in a vessel. This is just a suit. There's a soul inside that wants to learn, that wants to have some sort of life. That's all it is. And if you look after the vessel that this soul is in, and you align yourself with the energy that's all around us, the one consciousness, then you can have the best fucking life that you want. But while you're under the control of those that are at the top, that are living their best life, that have trillions of dollars that they don't need, which is your money, that's your money. I'm not kidding you. It's yours. It belongs to you from birth. Your abundance the Father gave you from birth to live your life as you grew up. A bit like a trust fund. This is like a trust fund. This earth, for us people, maybe a little college, we've come to college and learning, and here's the money we need to survive. And these fuckers from birth are stealing it from us, and they've got trillions. And we're fucking suffering. And they don't give a shit. They absolutely don't give a shit. And they want more money. And they want to be the gods. They want to be the gods on this planet. And at some point, they're expecting to get rid of us, the humans, and have the AI and the robots and the clones. Oh, they've got them. They've got them. Like before Tatari or whatever it's called. Oh, they've got the children. They've got the clones. They've got all these secret hospitals. I kid you not. And they won't need human beings. The real human being that we are. And these clones probably got no soul in them. More narcissistic, misogynistic, blah, 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 blah people to cope with. Just wake up. And again, I'm telling you the truth. I don't give a shit whether you believe it or not. I don't give a shit if you hate me because you think I'm a conservative, or if you hate me because you think I'm a liberal, or if you hate me because you think I'm this, that, and the other. I don't give a shit. I'm just the mirror. I'm the agitator. I am the person that when you look at, if you're a good person, you just see a good person. And if you're not a good person, you start jumping up and down, shouting and screaming, because that's the sort of person you are, not the sort of person I am. If you don't like the things that I'm saying, you must have a hidden agenda. Because what I'm saying is, can't we all just get along? What I'm saying is wake up. What I'm saying is we're being fucked over. What I'm saying is I just want everyone to love everyone. That's what I'm saying. And if you don't like it, there must be something wrong with what's happening inside you. Not me. Not me. Because I'm just saying the fucking truth. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't like the truth, you're either part of the problem or you have not accepted the type of person you are. Because I am telling you the truth. Don't care if you hate me. Not my job to care if you hate me. It's not my job to carry your burdens. It's my job to be the mirror. It's my job to be the agitator. If you don't like that, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm going to do my job to the best of my ability. I don't care if you hate it. I don't care if you hate it. Because the more of you I wake up, the better I'm doing my job. If you take the time to just fucking argue the question or think about the question or wonder what it is that I'm talking about, I'm halfway there. If you're just ignoring me, I ain't going to save you. And that was the plan, and that's what I said from the first time I did my videos. I don't want anyone to suffer. No one. Not a fucking person, not a fucking being. But I know some will. I know some will. Can't save everybody. But, an important word. I don't want good people. I don't care whether they're dark people or light people. I don't want good people to suffer. And I'd rather the people that suffer, are those fuckers that run this world that don't give a shit about us. Those are the people. I care that they suffer. I care that they suffer. But I don't care that they suffer instead of good people. I don't care. I don't fucking care. And I will not do anything to save them if they won't try and save themselves. Because this has been months and weeks now. I've told them what the situation, and it's the truth. Not lying, not trying to brag it up, not fucking crazy. It's the truth. The world is going to change. The wealth transfer is going to be taking place. Those fuckers that have stolen, they're going to lose it. And those fuckers that have been oppressed are going to get it. Trust me. Trust me. Listen. Everybody has an abundance. Everyone. Everyone is entitled to their inheritance because of the name that they have. Look it up. Straw man. Look it up. Maritime law, land law. I'm not fucking lying. But if you listen, Father helps those who help themselves. What does that mean? What does that mean? You've got to do it. You've got to do it. You've got to do it. Look it up. Find out what your birthright is. Find out that you're being fucked over, and don't let it happen anymore. Call back your power. Cut the cords, these secret fucking contracts that they made with you that you don't know nothing about, and stop letting them steal your money and sit there with trillions of fucking dollars, and some of it belongs to you. Stop believing the fucking media that they put out. Stop believing the fucking music. Stop believing these fucking celebrities who have sold their soul and say, I worship God and I worship Jesus, and those fuckers are fake as fuck. The chase is fake. The chase is fake. It's what you were told. The chase is fake. Stop chasing. It's already yours. You were born into it. It's stolen from you. That's how it is. If there's a lure for you, it's not for your best interest. It isn't. It fucking isn't. It isn't. It's just a trap. It's just a fucking trap. Don't keep giving away your power to people who don't deserve it. If people are stressing you out, if people are fucking you over, dump them, get rid of them. Don't matter family or not, doesn't matter. Get rid of them. The only person that can save you is you. You have to know thyself. Start with yourself. Work your way up. Excuse me, confirmation. Seriously, know thyself. Because if you know who you are, they can't project onto you. Because you get thoughts that aren't yours. You do things that you wouldn't normally do. And it's not you, it's them. They're working you. They're working you. You're like a puppet. Stop giving away your energy. Stop giving away your power. Stop letting them fucking use you. Trust me, you might think it's stupid, but they feed off you. These vampire stories, they're true. It's not bullshit. It's not made up. These people feed off you. The issue they have is they're trying to fucking kill you while they're doing it. By poisoning everything. Trust me, if they set up the clones, if they set up the AI, if they set up the fucking robots, you're not necessary. You're not necessary. They don't need to feed off you anymore. Your energy is what does the creating. That's why they want your soul. And if your soul is beaten down to the point that you don't recognize it and it doesn't thrive, and your energy doesn't communicate with the energy, then they win because they're taking it. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. The thrill of the chase was a small version of what's happening in real life, and it's fake as fuck. You don't know who the creator is or what the final destination is. But I can tell you one thing. What they try to call the rapture is not for your best interests. It ain't. And it's not who you think it is. Remember, it's not who you are, it's only who you can make them think you are. It's not who you think it is that's coming back to save you. And like I say, shouldn't need to come back and save you. He died for our sins. We are protected by him, etc., 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 except he's got to come back and save us. Now, how does that work? We're not protected by him. He's not hearing our prayers. What's going on? It's because you're praying to the wrong people. You're covering yourself in the blood of a demon. You're protecting yourself with that. You're saying to this demon, Jesus, help me. God, help me. Are you saying Yahuwah? Are you saying Yah? Are you saying Yahusha? No. So when you say, how can God let this happen? God wants it to happen because he's Gad. Jesus, how can you let this happen? He wants it to happen because he's Azus. Yahuwah, Yahusha, no, they don't want it to happen. But you're not speaking to them. And they have no reason to intervene because you're told that you will be worshipping false idols and you will believe the words of man over and above mine. And when he comes in his own name, you will accept him. Told all of this, all of it, you told all of it. And yet you still deny the fact. And you say, well, I don't believe in God. Okay, that's a good thing. You don't believe in God. But there is a creator. And if you need some sort of life and some sort of help, some sort of anything, when you get fucking desperate, call on the right person. Because you can't get a Burger King from McDonald's. Ain't going to happen. If you keep praying to God and if you keep praying to Jesus, and it's not done with the right intention, you ain't going to get fuck all. Because you're in the wrong place. So when people say, how can they let it happen? How can they let it happen? Because you never fucking asked them to stop it. You never said to Yahuwah, why is this whatever happened in Australia? You might have said, oh God, oh, how could you let that happen, God? Because you're all fucked. That's how we let it happen. You need to wake up. If you get lost, go back to the beginning. The beginning is that we know of, that is written, that we can verify with the information we have, is in the beginning, people praised with the word, still now to this day, hallelujah. In the beginning was the word, praising, hallelujah. Hallelujah, God. Not hallelujah, Jesus. The word exists for a reason. Tried to change it for a reason. Stuck a J in there for a reason. A J that doesn't exist. A J that has people saying Jesus, James, Jace, Joseph, Jacob, even Elijah. It's not Elijah, it's Elijah. He belongs to Father. Elijah, no J. Anything that let you understand the truth is hidden from you. There's no John the Baptist in the River Jordan baptizing Jesus. There was no J. Yarden it is. Everyarden is the place. Everyarden, Hayarden, whatever it is eternal Yah, Hay. One name forever. The Jordan is the place. The river is the place, but it's not Jordan. It's not John. It's not Jesus. Not James. Not Joseph. Not Jacob. Not Judas. Not the Lion of Judah. Not fucking Jerusalem. Jerusalem didn't exist. It doesn't exist. There is no fucking J. It can't exist. Until 1524, 1,500 years after they're saying these places, probably even more, after they're saying these places and these people exist, 1,500 years after that came the letter J. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. They lied. They've told you a load of untruths, intermingled with some truth, but most of it, the bit that is the story, is a fucking lie. The bit that is helpful to you is the truth. The bit, the Psalms and those sort of things, yep. The allegories, yep. But you have to go to the scripture. Even the Ethiopian Bible has more truth in it than the King James Version. Even the 1775 Bible has more truth in it than the King James Version. Remember, that's fucking English. So from the Greeks and the Romans, Constantine, Caesar, and fuckers, through to British, English, whatever, they're all in it together. And they get richer and richer because they're not fucking happy. And then they want to get hold of your money by setting up the digital ID and screwing you over even more. That's the plan. Ain't gonna work, but that's the plan. Like, they screw you over by making you feel a certain way and then say, well, we'll do this and it'll be better for you. We'll have everything in one place. We'll have your money, we'll have your medical, we'll have blah, 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 blah. And it'll make life so much easier for you. No. It'll make life so much easier for them to steal from you. You will have to behave in a way that says, I can't put a foot out of line because they control my life. I can't work if I don't have this ID. I won't be able to buy anything if I don't have this ID. I won't be able to do this, I won't be able to do that. What does that sound like? Does it sound like something you were warned about in this book called the Bible? Does it sound like the mark of the beast? Does it sound like this God, this Jesus, have your best interests at heart? Don't accept the mark of the beast, you're told. Don't accept it. Don't accept this mark. Someone's going to come back down and save you. When are they going to save you? before you're accepting it or after you're accepting it? The way it's told is some people will accept it. If I was a saviour, like if I really wanted to save my people, do you know when I'd come down? I'd come down when these fuckers thought of doing it. I won't come down after they implemented it. What fucking good's that? What does that tell you? You already took the lure, and now you're seeing the fisherman. You took the lure, and now the fisherman turns up. Crazy. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to see what it is. Look up straw man. Look up land law and maritime law. See what it is they do. See exactly what it is they do. I'm not lying. They have fucked us over. They have stolen our life from birth until however old you are now. They've stolen it. And they don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. And they're hoping to do more. Digital banking, digital currency. You give your ID, you are fucked. Everything. Big pharma have you. All your medical. Make sure they can put fucking things that go wrong with you, so you have to go and get some medicine. The prices will be fucking high. And you'll have to go there because they'll make sure that you don't feel well. And the doctors will make sure that you don't feel well. Because these fucking people who run Big Pharma haven't come up with anything that cures anything yet. They haven't come up with anything that cures anything. Just stuff that you keep taking. Keep taking it, keep taking it, keep taking it. That doesn't make you feel very well anyway. And most of it, read it. This could cause side effects. This, and this. So this could cause headaches. Blah, 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 blah. And then you buy that, you have that, and then the side effects, you have these tablets to counteract those side effects. They don't give a shit. And then if you're a good person who speaks up, these corrupt police, corrupt lawyers, corrupt judge put you in prison. So you don't say nothing. So you just toe the line. Or you snitch on your neighbour. Because your neighbour is a good person doing the right thing, and they say, oh, they're conspiracy theorists. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're that. Or these people just disappear. If you can't wake up to the truth that's right in front of you, I don't know. I just don't know. It's right in front of you. It's right in front of you. You just had an election. Well, you just had an election where the whole of the country is voting for one person, nearly. Why is that? Because the other person was fucking wank. Bit similar here. Listen, I'm not lying, listen. You had a choice of two fucking people. Are you kidding me? There's millions of people in your country. You had a choice of two people. One of them's almost fucking dead. Doesn't know what planet he's on. You have a choice of millions of people. And you only had two people that run for president of the United States of America. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how stupid that sounds? Have you any idea how stupid that sounds? There are fucking millions of Americans. There are hundreds, if not millions, of rich Americans, and you had a choice of two people. Now, admittedly, the one that's fucking nearly dead, that doesn't know what fucking day it is, gave up or was kicked out. Even that wasn't done properly. And you had someone who couldn't put a fucking sentence together, who laughed their fucking head off because they thought it was funny. And she still got votes. What the fuck does that tell you? And you accepted it. Like, totally against what your country says should be the case about your, way you get voted in. Basically, a coup was taken place. A coup stole control of the presidency, even though she was in charge, but he was in charge. She was the one running, but he was the one still in charge. Listen, he wasn't fit enough to run for president, to run the country. He wasn't fit enough to be fucking charged for the bad things that he was doing, but he was running the country. She was now in line to run the country because he wasn't fucking good enough. And he still ran. He was still in charge. Why was that? Was she not really a good president? Would it be terrible if she actually was in charge and everything went tits up? Let's just see it out then, shall we? Or better still, let Donald Trump win. Because she ain't going to make it. You went from, oh, it's really close, it's really close, it's really close, it's really close, to fuck me, look, it's all red nearly. How does that work? Wake up. Just being manipulated. I'm not just talking about America, I'm talking about the whole fucking world, including this country. Anyway, I'm going. I think I've said, same thing over and over. This bullshit, thrill of the chase bullshit, world bullshit, creator bullshit, lure, all got to fucking stop. The truth is in the words, but it has to be, remember, if you get lost, if you don't understand what the fuck is going on, go back to the beginning. Now, the only bit that we have that is true, that we really can understand, that we know has to be fucking true, is that God and Jesus have been made up by fucking whatever you want to call Satan, the devil, whatever, however you want to do that, the Anunnaki, whatever you want to put in that fucking space, doesn't matter. Confirmation, whatever you want to put in that space, it doesn't matter. These fuckers, thousands of years ago, took over our planet. Took over who the gods were, changed it all, fucked it all over, gave us different languages and different words so they can keep us fucking trapped. Gave us time, different time, gave us different calendars and different time, and fucked us over. And that has to stop. And we have to go back. We have to go back to the way that it was, because remember, it says, as it was, so shall it be. And we're told that the meek will inherit the earth. They're meek. From there, it's no place for the meek. The meek will inherit the earth. In other words, the faithful. I'm not fucking lying. Meek is faithful. And if you believe in the wrong fucking God and Jesus, And you are not faithful if you don't have faith. It's the faithful that will inherit. It's those that can see the fucking bullshit for what it is and trust that the real creator is going to set things right. He who teaches a child, no, he who teaches a child labours in God's workshop. We are all children of God. Even me at my age, still a child. Guess where God's workshop is? But I don't mean your God. That's fucking bullshit. The evidence we have proves beyond any doubt. Just look it up. Just look up the names of all them fucking people, places that begin with J, and you'll see all the names are different. They're not those names. And when you see that their names are different, you'll see that their names mean something. Like they're their names for a reason. And more often than not, it will tie back to the Father. Like Elijah didn't exist. His name was Elijah. Elijah. Belonged to Yah, the divine. Which is why he was a prophet. He was named that before he was born. Remember, he knows your name before you were born. He knew you before you were in your mother's womb. My name is not Mario Martirano for nothing. My name, in fact, me altogether, I am Janus, the god that the Romans worshipped. I am Mars, the god that the Romans worshipped, because my name's Mario. I am Mary, or Maria, the Lady of Peace, or Maria Magdalene. I am Aquarius, born in January. Like these things, these traits, they're not coincidence. When you look up what these traits mean, you'll see it's not coincidence. These fucking marks that I have, not coincidence. This fucking mark that I have, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. There are no coincidences. There are only synchronicities. Everything is planned to the finest detail. Everything will happen the way that it's supposed to be. I'm not lying, I'm telling you the truth. Every mark on my body is there for a reason. Every word that I say is said for a reason. Everything that I do is said for a reason. Not because I do it. It's not me. I am not a spiritual person. I am not a religious person. I might be a Gnostic person. I don't know. I'm new to this. But I do know the truth. I do seek the truth, and I do speak the truth. A man will come with an earthenware jug of water, whatever it is. Follow him into the house that he goes unto, whatever it is, whatever it says. That man is Aquarius. That man is Aquarius. And that house is the house of Yahuwah. Not lying. Says it, tells you, warns you. Uh-oh. Okay, I better go anyway because it's time to get up. Wow, 8 hours. Oh, look. Oh, where's Frank when you need him? It is 7:59 and 20 seconds. By the time I close this down, it'll be 8:88. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the 8 people that are here. But I just saw the other day that my subscribers have gone up. So everybody that subscribes, I thank you. I don't do this for likes. I don't do it for subscribers. But I do appreciate those people that have liked and subscribed because, you know, I'm a human being, so why wouldn't I? But just trying to get a message out. I can't believe that 888 and 55. Well, that's a message if ever there was one. Doing a video for 8 hours, that's nuts. Especially on my own, but it is what it is. So, I'm trying to help. I don't care whether you believe that or not. That's the truth. I'm trying to help. And by helping you, I help me. Because if this is a fucking better world, because you've been helped, then it's a better world for me too. So within this helping, I'm helping myself. And that's the same for everyone else. If you are helping everyone else, you're helping yourself. If you're trying to destroy everyone else, you're destroying yourself. Because whatever you put out is what you'll get. Confirmation. So if you put out love and light, confirmation. Not that I believe in love and light, because even those are the dark are just as good. If you put that out, if you put your best self out there, then the best is going to come back. It's that simple. If you wish the best for other people, the best is going to come back. If you wish the best for yourself, love yourself, then that's going to stay with you and come back. And if you're feeling fucking good inside, then as within, so without, everything around you is going to be good. We lived in a world before because we understood who we were happy with who we were, and that outside world was the same. But some beings came along who didn't behave in the way that we did, couldn't do what we did, so they took it. They took our creative abilities and fed off them for themselves because they couldn't do it. They're parasites. Symbiotes. Stargate. Remember Stargate? Them things that went inside. Remember it was about Egypt and the gods. Except they made them out to be bad gods. You get told the truth within songs, within films and programs, even though you don't realise you're being told the truth. Or subtle references. Now, just think back to some of the sci-fi films you've seen, some of the bad ones, these dystopian films about what happens to our planet, and you'll see that some of those films, Soylent Green and things like that, telling us the truth. Don't know who told me that, I can't remember, but someone mentioned Soylent Green. Just come back to my head. So I can't remember watching it. So, but we're told. Like I saw a clip where it was saying exactly what's happening now on the film. I can't remember what that is either. But we're told what's going to happen in these films. We don't realise. Like we think, oh, that's bad, and we don't realise they're telling us ahead of time what they're going to fucking do to us. There's flipping Barack Obama saying the same thing. All you have to do is do this, 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 and this, and this, and you'll keep them all under control. And that's what they did. Literally told us. Diddy literally told us. P. Diddy literally told us, we're going to rule you, and there's fuck all you can do about it, and we're going to do it like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and like this. And we're going to take your children and do blah, 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 blah. Literally told us. Like the truth is right in front of us. The music they use that fucks people over when they go to their concerts. Trust me, especially Beyonce. That's crazy. And people let their kids go. When they find out, there are going to be some pissed off people in this world. When they find out what these fuckers did, when they sold their souls and gave their consent to destroy people's lives just to keep theirs the way that they want it and charge people money so they could screw them over. Damn. Anyway, I'm going. Stop it. 6:11. I once said to a woman, "Yeah, whoa." It's the boxing accent. Sometimes a destruction of yourself is for the better for all. 100%. I like the way that sounds, even though it's harsh, but yeah, if you can destroy yourself in a good way, makes you a better person, and you find out the people around you, what they're like. Sounds like Mexico. JK, is that Pioneer in here? Good night. Good morning. Cheers, buddy. Can't remember what your name was. I know who you are, though, but I can't remember what your name was before. Why can't we be the visitors? Why can't we be the visitors as sci-fi to governments? Look at New York's World Fair, World of Tomorrow poster. Oh, hello. Is that Davey? Hey, Davey B. How you doing, man? Hope you're good. Oh, is that forewarning as well? When Jerusalem was under siege, 70 AD, the occupants turned to cannibalism. Then adults, ancient Egyptians did the same thing. So, yeah, and that's what's happening now, trusted. That's exactly what. And it wasn't Jerusalem then, remember? It was, yeah, oh, I can't remember. I'm not even going to try. But it meant the city of peace. And it wasn't called Jerusalem. And it wasn't where you think it was either. I'm glad, Davey. Food runs out, shipments stop when leaders are both too strong and too stupid. So the thing is, you have to get out of the mindset that you have to chase anything or do anything or be better than your neighbor or hate the person who doesn't think the same as you. Don't judge anyone. The only person you should judge is yourself. The only person you should forgive is yourself. Just live your life so you can have a good life. Don't worry about anyone else. Don't worry what they say, what they do. It's not for you to worry. You shouldn't have any burdens. Your burdens give to the Father. You should just be able to wake up in the morning, have a great life, go back to sleep at the end of the day. And the world will change for it to be that point. But first, it's not about power changing hands. It's about trying to think of a decent word that doesn't mean authority. So the person in authority, just the person that has, I don't want to say power. Yeah, the authorization to monitor and advise the people of the world, of the country, whatever it is. You're only supposed to be there to monitor and advise people, not cater to them. Oversee. Thank you. Oversee. Just to oversee them. Not govern or rule. That wasn't the point. The govern and rule came from these people who wanted to be God. They had no right to put down laws. They had no right to govern and rule. They chose that because they wanted to be like the gods. Caesar wanted to be God. And they have no right to do that. So the people that oversee Earth in the future, it's not about having the power to lay down laws and do things. That's not what it's about. There's a universal law. Yep, you follow the universal law. And then there's guidance And then there's morals, like, what's right and what's wrong. But most of that comes down to the universal law, because there is no sin. You're here to learn, which means you do the dark things and the light things. But it's the intention behind the things that you do, light or dark. If the intention behind the dark thing that you do is a good intention, then it shouldn't be punished. It's a learning curve that you're having and shouldn't be punished. If you want to do BDSM or whatever, if you want to do things that aren't in the norm of other people, nothing to do with the other people, you live your life the way you live your life, and that's it. And they shouldn't judge, because they have no stone to throw. He who has not sinned cast the first stone. We've all sinned, so we can't judge. We're told that straight away. Can't judge people. Let them live their life, because they're here to learn. We're all here to learn. Earth is a school. And you can't say to people, you can't have that lesson, and you can't have that lesson, and you can't have that lesson. It's up to them which lesson they have. And then what happens is, if you go from dark to evil, in other words, if what you're doing that is dark is done to someone who doesn't want it done, so it's not do unto others as you want done, it's do unto others as they want done. Do unto others as they want done to them. Don't belt somebody with a whip because you like being belted with a whip. If they don't want to be belted with a whip, then don't belt them with a whip. Belt somebody with a whip who wants to be belted with a whip. Like, even though it's a bad thing to do, it's giving someone pleasure. You're either doing it out of love or doing it out of whatever reason you're doing it. You're doing it because they want it done, and that's the intention. It's not evil. Maybe considered a bad thing, smacking someone, but they want it. So you're just doing them a favour, or doing it out of love, or whatever reason that you're doing it. So the intention behind that is not a bad intention. But hitting somebody with a whip who doesn't want to be hit with a whip, that's a bit different. And that gets the karma, which is not punishment. That's learning the lesson of, listen, if you're hitting people with a whip, you're not going to get hit with a whip because you want to be hit with a whip. That'd be good for you. You enjoy that. You'll have something else happen to you that you won't enjoy, which will be your lesson. You're getting something that you don't like as a lesson to giving somebody something that they didn't like. Not punishment. Learning the lesson that you can't do this thing. This is what it feels like to have this thing done. So you get karma when you do things that are against what people want. But you don't get karma by doing things that are for the things that people want, even though it's the same thing. So the intention behind it is the important thing. The reason why you're doing it is important. It doesn't matter whether it's dark or good, because there has to be dark. Without the dark, you don't appreciate the light. Without the light, you don't appreciate the dark, whichever way it is. So there has to be both. There has to be balance. There has to be male. There has to be feminine. There has to be yin. There has to be yang. It has to exist, but it doesn't have to be evil. These people don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about evil. They don't give a shit. They have no remorse. They don't care, and that has to stop. So I care. I care to the point that whilst I offer love to everything and everyone, I set up boundaries that if you can't love, give love, and be loved, if you can't operate in that, then you won't, you're cut off from me. Until the point that you're able to give and receive it and be a real human being with a soul, not interested. Because love has conditions. People say unconditional love. Love is unconditional for yourself. Once you know thyself, you can have unconditional love because you understand who you are, accepting the flaws and everything. And you can accept the flaws and everything of everyone else. Because they're similar to you. You've done bad things, they've done bad things. Why should you hate them? Why should you not love them? But when they do evil things, then no. But love is conditional because love is your parents, your brothers, your sisters. That's different than your partner. That's different than your pet. That's different. Well, it should be. That's different than your car or whatever it is. So love has many layers and conditions. But it starts with loving yourself first and knowing thyself first. You start with you. If you can't love you, no one else is going to fucking love you. At some point, you'll be found out for the person that you are. So start with you, learn you, understand you, love you, get rid of what doesn't serve you. That includes what you've done wrong, and that includes what people have done to you. The things that trigger you. I'm the mirror, I'm the trigger. I'll say things, you'll jump up and down. I'm not saying it to make you jump up and down. You're jumping up and down because there's an issue. You need to understand what that issue is. Why did I start jumping up and down when Mario said this? There's something inside me that triggered me, that made me say or do something that is not necessary. Once you start to understand those things and get rid of those things that you don't need, like understand them, once you understand it's not an issue. It won't trigger you because you understand why. Once you accept all of those things about yourself and get rid of those things that aren't going to help you, you start to become aligned. Once you become aligned, you're able to understand the God that is not God, but the God that is within you, and that is able to converse with the universe and manifest, not chase stuff or the dream stuff, the American dream. You're able to manifest the energy into matter because that's how we got here. The energy created the matter. So from energy created the matter, and within the matter, us, there's energy. This energy talks to this energy, and between them, because they're aligned, they create matter. So if you want, the house, then your imagination, third eye stuff and all that, the alignment, speaks to the unseen, and at some point, the unseen manifests the house that you want. It won't come straight away unless you're super manifester, but over time, the imagination, the energy working together creates that situation of matter. That's how we got here, and that's how we'll always create because we're the creators and we have the source energy within us to create because there's only one consciousness. So my being able to tap into the energy because it's already me, it's already you, it's already whoever. We're all connected to the one energy, which is the person that made itself, the person that created itself, that says, I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. Tell them I am sent you. I am rich. I am famous. I am whatever. If you keep saying the good things, those are the things that will happen. If you say I'm a lazy little twat, I'm just saying. If you say you're a lazy little twat, then the universe says, oh, he's manifesting a lazy little twat. So if you're saying my husband's a lazy git or my kids are lazy or whatever, my dog doesn't do what it's told or whatever it is that you keep moaning about, those things will keep happening because that's what you're telling the universe you want. Tell the universe good stuff and the universe will give you good stuff. And the universe will be proud of you for giving good stuff because it'd rather give good stuff than shit. Anyway, I'm not talking to you anymore. Stop it. I don't care what you say. I've got to go. I should have been asleep 6 hours ago. The amount of legal tender dollars is about 100 trillion, according to CIA report that was removed from there after those paying attention. Nice one. The illegal truck drivers killing innocent people. Yeah, it's crazy. But like I say, it's all set up to, yeah, like that Bondi stuff. It's all set up. All of it's set up to just cause a reaction. And it'll be all over the world. Different things will happen. To American hired the guy that'll say, Theft of medicine, hospital jobs, education, and much more will be all not paying taxes, draining what is meant for Americans. 100%. Like I say, but it's all set up. And it's the same in this country, same in every country. It's all set up to create a world vibration. And it's a low vibration, not a high one. Yep, David's right. It's happening all over the world. They're just trying to stop the ascension. It ain't going to happen, but they're going to try. All innocent life is valuable, yet the guilty legally to be stopped. Yeah, like saying the other day, if you're in charge of a country, look after your population. Don't give them to someone else. The rich keeps getting, and that's the whole thing, isn't it? That's what it's about. That's exactly what I'm saying. They have set it up so, like, if you've got $1 trillion, why do you need any more? There is enough money in this world to make everybody happy and rich. Seriously, there is enough wealth in this world to make everybody happy and rich. Well, not about rich, but better off. At least better off. Now, I'm not saying, like, if I was rich, I wouldn't give anybody any. Like Forrest said, you know, they've got everything that they need to be rich, just like me. If I was wealthy, you've got everything within you to get the same as I get. You can manifest what it is that I manifest to make myself in a better position. So I should not need to give anything to anyone unless they don't have anything anyway. Like if you've already got something, then you just have to get to the point that you can manifest more. But if you haven't got anything, then it's a bit difficult to manifest more because you've got nothing to manifest from. Listen, there are countries around the world that don't have this problem. And that's for a reason. Because the rich people live there. Or all their money's there, or whatever it is. Our money saved us by deporting. Been months. I bought a grilled cheese and it got $15. Dang. They're making money out of you, mate. Trusted. You're harsh. Have to zero the books first. Find out how much. Yeah, there wasn't anything when he went in, was there, to be fair? Biden put it all in his back pocket, so or give it all to, the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. Like the stuff they spent money on was pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. But like I say, it's not about who's rich, who's poor, who's right and who's wrong. It's about worry about yourself. Stop criticizing. Stop criticizing because you're just making the universe go, look, this is what they want, this is what they want, this is what they want, this is what they want. Stop the criticizing. Just accept that it will only change if you talk about change. Remember, words are spells. As you speak, that's what's being created. If you're speaking the same shit about the same people, guess what? That's what you're speaking into existence. What you need to do is change the tune, have a different tune, or not speak about that negatively, speak about other things positively. But if you're compounding what's already happening, ain't going to stop. And if you're saying, look, it's been months, guess what? It's going to be months. It's going to be more months because you're telling the universe, look, I want it to go on. I want it to go on like this. I want it to go on like this. I want it to go on like this. So either talk about something else and talk about that in a positive light or, talk about nothing. Otherwise, you're just making worse what is already bad for you. There you go. American dream. You have to be asleep to believe it. Cheers, buddy. Good to read you. Are you catering today's lunch? Excuse me. I'm not catering shit, says the guy in the 6 hour video. Yeah, 8 hour video. Fucking 8.5 hours. What the fuck? I haven't worked that hard in, I don't know, 2 years. Anyway, thanks everyone. And like I say, I'm not preaching. I don't care. I don't care. My life will be okay. My life will be okay. Irrespective of how many times you fucking moan about Trump or whoever else, my life will be okay. But I want your life to be okay. I want everyone's life to be okay. But if you don't want to make your life okay, I don't care. I don't care. Because I want to make your life okay. And if you don't want to, I'll stop wanting to. So I thank you, thank you, thank you. We are the happiest negative mofos anyway. Good. That's what I want to hear. So high vibrations for everybody. Big high fives. Positive mindset. I'm not one of these flipping freaky whatever people they are. I just say, open your eyes, see what's going on. Don't fall for the bullshit. Don't believe the words that you're given because they aren't true. They're not real. And as long as these people try to hold on to your money, they aren't worth shit. So don't worry about them. Don't say anything about them. Don't panic about them. Don't interact. Don't wind yourself up. Just believe in you because you will change it if you want to change it. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Say ciao for now. Au revoir, mon ami.